Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's Guerrilla Cricket, and we're back, and it's the second semi-final of the ICC Champions Trophy. We're back in Pakistan, where it should be held, let's be honest. It is New Zealand versus South Africa in Lahore, which is the biggest scoring ground. It looks like a sunny day, considering all the rain we've had, which is a bit of a surprise. Well, maybe it isn't a surprise. Northern Pakistan in winter, who knows? Looks like we'll get a full game today, I hope. New Zealand have won the toss. They are going to bat first. I shall give you the teams, and then I shall introduce my compadres. Will Young, Rachin Ravindra, Kane Williamson, Darryl Mitchell, Tom Latham, Glenn Phillips, Michael Bracewell, Michael Santner, Mitchell Santner even, Matt Henry, Carl Jameson's, Will O'Rourke. Okay, so they have ditched Devon Conway by the looks of things, haven't they? Who's in for Devon Conway then? Oh, maybe that was the team that played on Sunday. Looks like a pretty strong team to me anyway. South Africa go in with Ryan Rickleton, Temba Bavuma, Rassi van der Dussen, Aidan Markram, Heinrich Klassen, David Miller, VM Mulder, Marco Janssen, Keshav Maharaj, Gagisa Rabada, and Lungi and Gidi. I am joined this morning, first thing up, by our man in the weather cave, Messi Jez, and Will Reynolds, all the way from somewhere in Midlands. Where are you, Will?
Hello. It's a beautiful day there. It will be final day, flat wicket, power of over 300, I reckon. And Muttley is officially a legend by getting his super chat in before we almost started. It's brilliant.
There you go. Tell us what he said.
So, Muttley has said, woof, morning primates. As the delivery again means I'm up early. That and Griselda biting my toes to be fed. Love and sausages.
Wow.
Thank you very much, Muttley. You're a legend.
Indeed. Now, what do we think of this? New Zealand decided it is a flat batting track. Is it going to be dewy? I don't know. Generally, if it gets dewy, it gets easier to bat. If it doesn't get dewy, it gets harder to bat. Generally, the wicket gets more worn and actually accepts and turn. New Zealand did play here, and that's exactly what happened to them. So maybe that informed their decision at the toss. There's the other thing that I thought, and I mentioned just before we got on air. South Africa's capacity to choke under a run chase is quite phenomenal. They do get a bit jittery. And it's probably best to send them in second, isn't it? Do you think that's part of the thinking, Messi?
I think that's exactly right. I mean, New Zealand aren't a fantastic chasing team. They're a bit sort of they creep up on you. Like in that very first game where they started off pretty slowly, we thought, well, they're below par here, but then they made 120 in the last 10 overs. Fuck, you can do that. You can set a really good score, and that will put pressure on.
Yeah.
So it will be entirely down to whether, on this wicket, South Africa can actually contain New Zealand.
Well, as we've seen, this wicket pretty much does sod all, doesn't it? I mean, there's not a lot in the air. There's generally not a lot off the pitch. It's as flat as a flat thing. What do you reckon, Will?
I reckon if South Africa can't kind of stop New Zealand from getting the motor going in the middle overs, then it's done. I reckon.
You reckon?
I reckon on paper New Zealand should do it, but it's that thing with South Africa. If they kind of get out the blocks early and kind of really get into them, then it could go either way. You know, it's all dependent on how South Africa contain New Zealand in those kind of middle overs, I reckon.
Well, yeah, I mean, they can be explosive at the end, and I mean, for me, this is it. I think South Africa probably have a better side when I look at the all-roundness of it all. In terms of power batting, not much in it in the bowling, I'd say. But in terms of the ability to score quick runs, I look at South Africa and go, that's a side that can score quick runs. And this is it. The question is, will they come under pressure by their own weight and expectation? Have they ever won the Champions Trophy? Have they won anything? They've never won anything as ICC, have they, South Africa? They're worse than us.
South Africa... No, they haven't. No. New Zealand have. They won the second one, I think, as I recall.
And that's the only thing they've ever won, isn't it, at the ICC level?
Yeah.
Generally, bloody Australians win fucking everything, don't they? That or India.
Yeah.
Just mainly to annoy you.
Yes, of course it is. Well, I would do my customary bet under the full of the first wicket. They get for me 29.5. I don't think. Well, you know my thoughts on Will Young. I don't think he's that good, really.
Every time you say that.
Yeah, he gets runs. I know he got a ton in the first game, didn't he? Or close to. Can't remember exactly. Done a lot of games of this. Tony, the kind man that he is, has had me in pretty much every day apart from the Sundays. And then
you volunteered, Bear. Stop whinging.
Well, I never tell him that I'm not available, but you know, he never he never helps me out and says, "Oh, you have a day off, Nige." As these other fuckers can't be asked to come in. Hendo's not turning up until 20 overs in because you know he can't get out of bed in the morning.
107 he made against Pakistan.
Yeah, and that was a good innings. That's the first time I've ever seen him do it. To be honest, I've heard a lot that he's good, but he seems to get out quite often. Quite a nice 20 every once in a while, and then pops it up to someone in the deep. That's kind of what I'm hoping will happen today. Ratchin is opening with him. As Devon Conway has been ditched from the side. That's kind of what our man Jim thought should happen, wasn't it? At the beginning of the tournament. I think they got away with it a couple of games because of illness in the side and a little bit of injury, but they've had to make the decision, and they've gone with the decision. Ravindra should bat instead of Conway. Conway's kind of been out of sorts for about a year or so now, having started so brightly, as many do in the international arena.
He's a
Yeah,
bit.
but Jim didn't even think they'd
Tom,
make
like.
it to the semi-finals either. So you've got to wonder about his predictions.
Yeah, you can kind of tell at the beginning of a tournament how everyone's playing, can't you? And I'd say the best 4 sides got through. England should have been one of the best 4 sides, but they weren't. And Australia were the weakest of the last floor, clearly. I mean, without quite a few star players. They just couldn't. They never looked like they would be able to stop India from getting 260 odd yesterday. It would have been interesting had Cummins and Hazelwood been available. They're already complaining about something behind the bowler's arm. Oh yeah, they haven't covered up
the jingles yet.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe I should do that because the drapes over the something or other aren't done properly, and I don't think we're going to start on time. So I'll give you the bowlers, the batsmen.
Tonight, I'm William. No, not that guy on Papahita. I won't sing out, score some runs. He is gonna be a star. He is Rachin Ravindra.
He's finally going to face the first ball. No, he's not. Will Young's going to face the first ball, and it's on his hip, and he works it down the long leg, and he gets a single.
He is there to keep control.
And opening for South Africa is
You think Marco would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
Jansen. He's been pretty good all tournament, really. Handy with the bat. Maybe I placed too high at number 7, but they seem to consider him a genuine all-rounder. Ravindra will face up to his first ball. There is a slip, there is a gully, there is a backward point. And Jansen is in, and it's defended by Ravindra. Out to the covers. And there is no run. South Africa got here pretty easily. Won every game convincingly. Absolutely slaughtered England again. We were useless on the day. It was a dead rubber. We'd have had to beat them by 207 runs to stop them from going through. And considering we only managed to get about 180, that was never happening.
Yeah.
They knocked them off in 30 overs. Heine Klaassen looked good that day. It's into the pads. And Ravindra plays it out to mid-on. And there is no run.
And let's face it, England have been useless the whole tournament. So
Yeah. Well, I kind of think all...
a couple of really entertaining games though.
A couple of really entertaining games. Just didn't get the bowling right, did they? Could never contain anybody. We had I was reading stats the other day. We had the fastest attack and we went for the most runs. But historically, over the last 7 years, this is an interesting one. Short by Jansen, through to the keeper, and there's no run. Historically, over the last 7 years, if you could bowl over 84 miles an hour or something, then that was the least runs were scored off bowlers who bowled over most balls over 84 miles an hour. England in this tournament bowled by far the highest percentage of balls over 84 miles an hour, and went for the most amount of runs. They went for something like 8.2 or something of bowling deliveries that went over 84 miles an hour. So it wasn't just the fact that we had the pace, we just weren't very good at using it and bowled it all wrong. That's a wide down the leg side. Ravindra facing up to Jansen.
Bear in mind, Bev, the last 2 Champions trophies I think were both held in England, so
It wasn't just
very different conditions.
Yeah, but it wasn't just Champions Trophy. It was all
right.
international white ball cricket or ODIs. And it's a smaller sample than it used to be. I mean, ODIs used to be played all the time, didn't they? But it's all taken over by T20s now, and there aren't many of them. That's a good ball by Jansen, straight on the stumps. Can only be defended by Ravindra. Back to the bowler, and there is no run.
I think ODIs is much more entertaining than T20s, but there we are.
They have really dead pitches, the patches, overs sort of 10 to 35 in the first innings can be really fucking dull. And again, you know, if a result is obvious from far out, you just want it to be over. And I guess with a T20, that happens quicker. That's left alone. Last ball of the over. Through to the keeper. There's no run. 2 runs off it. Well, 1 run and a wide. And New Zealand up and running. Messi, tell us who's
so apart from Muttley, we've got lots of people with us. Jamal the Stats Man, Drake Mongreen. Jamal points out that Stephen Smith has retired from ODI.
Yes.
Brian in Brisbane, who's in Hatches, Matches and Dispatches today. Farong. Jonathan Shawlan's with us. Hello, Jonathan. I bet there's a few nails being bitten in New Zealand. Mog is with us. He says, be like Muttley, super chat. Be hailed a legend. Very, very good advice. Farong saying Dewey is a factor. Fluffy is with us. And Peter Smith, who says he would have Conway in the team over Ravindra.
Yeah, he would have Conway. I don't know. Conway has been a bit off it for a little while. At the other end, it's going to be this man.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day.
First ball is outside the off stump. And Young just punches it straight to cover, and there is no run.
Lie it down for looking giddy.
I have to read this. Jay Grover says, don't mock my poverty. Well, after yesterday, I suspect you'll be broke for the next month, Jay. You were extraordinarily generous yesterday.
Yeah, do you sort that out with a bank? You might not be broke anyway, Mog. Sometimes the banks do these fucking things just to annoy us. They think you spent too much money, or you've gone in the wrong place that you never normally go in, even though you are genuinely in there. So it's clipped out to mid-wicket and there's no run, and they decide that they're not going to honour your payment for some reason. It's happened to me several occasions. Fucking irritates me. Likewise, when I go out of the country and I don't have to tell the bank I'm leaving the country, but then suddenly I can't use my bloody card abroad, and I have to phone my bank from the country I'm in and go, yes, I am abroad, you bastards.
Hey, Ben, has Hendo handed you his rant license?
I've always had a rant license, you know. And Geedy is coming in over the wicket, and that's nicely driven by Will Young, but he can't beat the man at mid-off. So I think it's a skipper, little Timber. He's gone down on his knee, looks like he hurt himself already, and there is no run. I guess the ground's quite hard. They've had their own injury problems, I don't know. Apparently Ngidi was quite ill the other day or something. I don't know if the squits had gone through the side, but hopefully they've recovered to full strength.
Lots of Imodium.
Yeah, and fluids. Lots of fluids and Imodium. I could have done with some of that last night. Anyway, Ngidi is in. Edged over the top with a very tall man at mid-off. At slip. Marco Janssen is in at slip, and he's bloody tall, and he did go up with one hand, but it still went just over the top of him. It's the first boundary of the day. It's pretty dicey, but it is one. It's one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, he got away with it. It wasn't the greatest shot in the world, but Ngidi's got hands.
Must have gone pretty high in the air though.
Yeah.
Marco Janssen jumping is about 8 foot of sort of terror.
That's a decent ball defended by Young out to the covers, and there is no run. The pitch, well, it's been pretty flat in this place. Oh, is that little pumpy thing? Is that a bounceometer? Seeing how hard
looks like it, doesn't
it?
it?
Let's see how hard it is. Doesn't seem to matter how hard it is. It just doesn't get up.
It's a sort of cricketing equivalent of the penetrometer they use on the racing tracks, isn't it?
Yeah, I presume so. Is that how they decide if it's good, soft, heavy, hard, whatever? You know?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Fair enough. And Geedy coming in, last ball of the second over, bowling to Will Young. He's a 5 or 6, sketchy 4. Tries to bash that one through the offside, but mistimes it. It's fielded by extra cover coming across, and there is no run. 6 for none after 2. Young is on 5. Ravindra is is yet to get off the mark, and Messi will give us some messages.
Drake Mongreen says New Zealand are going to get 400 plus and bowl South Africa out for 220. Which is very specific. Jonathan Shawland says he would have Ravindra in the squad ahead of Conway. Let's see who's right. Drake Mongreen says, I said Smith was gone last night. I should read palms. Francis says, you guys do realise we Kiwis have less than 10% of South Africa's population. Yeah, you've always punched well above your weight, haven't you, Francis?
Yeah, that's why everyone loves you. And I'm hoping so tonight as well. Well, I don't really mind who wins this game. Whoever wins this game, I definitely want to beat India on Sunday, though.
Jay Grover sent us a super chat.
Way, come on, Jay. See, I told you. That's ducked underneath by Ravindra. It goes through the keeper and there's no run. I don't know if it's going to be given a wide, but what the hell? We have one of these.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Jay sends us £2 and says, oh, look, that's it for me now. Buy Smarties, Bradmans.
Yeah. All right. Probably only get about 1.5 pack of Smarties for £2 these days, but hey. That's defended by Ravindra. Goes to backward point. And there is no run.
You don't even get the E number buzz off them.
No. Well, I've got to stop eating shit like that, but I'm doing terribly at it. Yeah, whoever wins this, I'd quite like to beat India on Sunday. Just so the dodgy plan of putting India in the same place for the entire tournament goes up in flames. Jansen is in shortish, and Ravinda defends from his chest out to point, and there is no run. Jansen's got a crappy tash.
Does anyone actually want India to do well ever?
Sometimes I want them to beat Australia when they're playing.
There's
Australia.
about 1.5 billion Indians who probably do.
Oh yeah. Obviously, other than all of
Jansen
India.
is in. Nice shot, but I think half stop by cover. Otherwise, it certainly would have been 4. It's a very fast outfit, if I remember, at Lahore, but that has been chased down. So I presume there was a half stop at cover, and they'll get back for 2. This pitch is not really offering a lot in the air. Nothing off the pitch. Get yourself in. It should be a good day, one would think. South Africa will want to get early wickets. Probably going to give these guys 2 or 3 overs each. Maybe get a bit of Rabada in the power play as well.
Yeah.
They've got a ring on the offside. They've got a point. They've got a sort of backward point and a point and a cover and a wideish mid off and a ring on the offside. That one is to the point, which I think is David Miller, and there is no run. They're very close together. It's behind square on the offside. Trying to stop the little guide punch down towards third man. I presume there's a third man anyway, just in case they do get it through. Yeah, there is. Square leg, mid on, mid off, cover, point, backward point, gully, deep third, and then fine leg. So there's going to be nothing full, one would presume. No driving in front of the wicket. That's a good shot from Ratchin. It's short, but it's not short enough. He sits up and he pulls it very well out to the square leg boundary. No one out there. It's 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
End of the over. Well, is it the end of the over?
Yes, it is. Pete Smith says Ravindra will be out in the first 6 overs. Jay says, as the political world unites against Trump, so the cricketing world unites against India.
Yep.
Usually I don't have too much of a problem with them, but they are getting... Oh God, if I say this, I'm going to get so hackled. But get too big for their boots, are India. They control everything. That's the problem.
They're a bit super villainy for me.
Well, it's a change from England being that.
Well, exactly, and that's what everyone will say to us. So yeah, they'll all tell me to fuck off, which is fair enough. That's driven square along the ground by Young. A bit too wide on the length ball from Ngidi, and it kind of gets what it deserves, which is 4 runs.
Hit me, baby, one more time.
I don't know why he's going. I can't believe he did that. It's a pretty sharp ball, to be honest. This is a pretty flat wicket. You can see that already.
And it actually seems to be coming on a little better than the previous wickets have in Pakistan as well. A lot of runs out there.
Yeah. Well, this is the highest scoring ground of the tournament, isn't it? And Gidi is in.
Yeah.
That's better. It's straighter. A little bit fuller. It's just defended by Young. And there is no run. Under 29.5 the first wicket. Might be a bit
Skinny.
Skinny, indeed.
Yeah.
Just can't see anything happening for the bowlers. But then, you know, I guess batsmen can also make mistakes.
In terms of capita, are New Zealand the most powerhousey sporting nation on the planet? Do you reckon?
In terms of multiple sports, I'd go probably actually.
Yeah.
That one is defended out to the offside and there's no run. I mean, the All Blacks obviously, and the cricket side. Football they're pretty shit at. Netball they're pretty good at. I mean, Australia aren't too far behind when you think. I mean, they've got a massive landmass, but not a huge population.
See, that's
still
the thing,
5 times bigger than New Zealand.
Yeah, I know that, but it's still, it's half of what England is, pretty much.
Yeah.
And a continent's probably, 30, 40 times the size.
Yeah, but we have people walking down the beach and hopping in the sea at Bondi every day, which gives us the natural advantage, according to some people.
Well, it certainly kind of does with swimming, you'd have thought. That's just dropped out of the offside and there's no run. I mean, everyone swims. Virtually everyone lives on a coast in Australia, don't they? No one lives inland.
That's exactly true, yeah. Mind you, we also get shitty cyclones. Brisbane is really, really facing up to it on Friday morning.
Yeah, my brother lives not far from Brisbane.
Yeah, they'll have massive winds over 120 kilometres an hour and huge rains, anything up to half a metre of rain in 5 days.
Jesus. Lots of flooding then, but it'll still go digging for the old minerals and shit, won't they? Yeah.
Well, yeah, as you say, it is a big country. They don't necessarily dig for opals anywhere near Brisbane, you know.
No. I don't mean in terms of. I mean, Australia's a whole economy is built up of digging shit out of the ground, isn't it? Really,
it is.
Which creates loads of ozone, and you get it pretty bad down there. That one's defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. I mean, certainly climatic events from Australia that have made it to the news in England. There have been quite a few in the last 5 years, I thought. At least 3 or 4 major floods, a couple of major fires.
Yeah. There's always a sort of bushfire going on, isn't there?
Yeah. Where are we at? Ravindra facing up to Ngidi. 1 ball left in this over. And it's onto the pads of Ravindra, who clips that nicely out through mid-wicket. Yep, the outfield is quick, and it makes its way to the boundary. And we'll have 4 more runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And then we'll have some messages from Messi.
Andreas Rousseau says, I can definitely see a 325 score by New Zealand, and then South Africa would chase it down with 2 centurions and 150, and the rest to chip in. That's a very specific prediction as well. Dale Mongreen says, New Zealand don't know how to run a meat raffle. I think that's a bit rugged. Francis says it was hard to find any commentary in English. Thanks, guys. Welcome aboard, Francis. Good to have you here.
Yeah, indeed.
And Andrew Cook says sailing and rowing and canoeing we're pretty good at as well. Yeah, fair point. The America's Cup's been with New Zealand a lot over the last 30 years.
Yeah.
It has indeed. Young is going to face up. Marco Janssen onto the pads. Clipped out square on the leg side. It's a long chase around for Ngidi. They'll get back for an easy 2. And currently already looking like where's the wicket coming from? To me, personally.
Yeah.
Looks to be no danger to the batsman. They face over 10 balls each now. And yeah, I'll be interested to see what they get to, but I would suggest 300 plus is a must here. Isn't this where England got chased? Their 350 odd was chased down by
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Australia. Marco Jansen is in. It's defended by Will Young. Thinks about a run up to mid-off. There's not much pace on the ball. Quickly changes his mind. And score remains on 23. And as we saw, you can hit straight down the ground through the ball quite nicely, as Ibrahim did against England when we lost. Jansen in, driven by Will Young. Ooh, nearly gets it through the offside, but he doesn't. Rickleton fielding, I thought he kicked. No, that'll be, what's his name? Heinrich Klaassen will be keeping, won't he? Not Rickleton. Highest score of the tournament was scored by Ibrahim against England at this ground, 177. Duckett's 165 was also at this ground, so that tells you something about the ground. Nice place to bat. The crowd's quite sparse at the moment. Beginning of the game, I suppose. Guided by Will Young down towards third man. Sets off hard, but he'll only get one run. Geedy is down there. Score moves on to 24.
Crowd will build as the thing goes on though, right?
Should do. Still a semi-final. I mean, the locals will be upset.
Yeah, that's true.
Locals will be upset that Pakistan aren't in it. But hopefully it should fill up. I don't know. Foreign contingents out there. I imagine there are a few.
Yeah. New Zealand, this sort of track suits New Zealand. They don't have to go hell for leather during the power play because it's a scoring track the whole time.
Ooh, no, I think there might have been a little drop. Well, it's a bloody hard catch if it was. They do get through for a single. It's pulled by Ratchin to square leg, and he pulled it hard, and he was pulling it down, but he just I don't know. It got into the ground. Quite a good stop in the end. Well, I think it's Vian Mulder there. Something fell out of his pocket.
I thought it was his teeth had fallen out for a minute.
Yeah, I thought it was gum shield for a minute, but it looks like nasal spray or eye drops or something.
Yeah.
It's Van der Dussen, sorry there. That's short and that's pulled, and I think that's going to beat our man down there. It is. Yeah. Geedy has gone across to long leg, and he can't get round to that. It was a poor ball, it was on the hip, and it was pulled, and it's going to be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Drake Mongering says, when I was little, I used to think that Lord Gisborne from Robin Hood lived in Gisborne, New Zealand. And Fluffy says, Lord Gizzy does live in Gisborne. I'm not sure that that's quite right. Francis says, we Kiwis punch way above our weight in all the sports we embrace.
Yeah.
There's been considerable discussion of sailing, including sailing geese, and Jay says, I wouldn't consider myself a coward, but there's no way I'm sailing a goose.
Sailing a goose, that would be an interesting feat. And Geedy is to continue. And Ratchin plays it up to mid-off, and there is no run. I've got half a run to play with. I need a wicket right now. Don't think it's going to happen.
Aren't there also a sort of disproportionate amount of mountaineers from New Zealand?
Well, I don't think that's because you think of Hillary.
I don't know.
I mean, there are a disproportionate number of mountains in New Zealand when you think about it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's mainly south, isn't it? That's mountainous, though.
Yeah,
yeah.
And spectacular, absolutely spectacular.
That's on the pads, trying to work it down towards fine leg. Ravindra, but he can't do it. And Klaassen takes it down the leg side. There's no run, no wide. Hit the pad. 29 for none. Young is on 17 off 16. Ravindra is 11 off 16. Reasonably slow start. Well, actually, it's not. They're nearly going at 6 and over. It feels quite slow, but there's been a few 4s in there.
And the pace of the
Suppose
outfield
it's-
is just amazing.
Well,
It really is.
New Zealand have never had a
Built
100
for
opening
batting.
stand in the last 60 odd games. I don't think that's a particularly enlightening stat in a 50 over, particularly. That's Ngidi defended up to mid off, and there is no run. It doesn't have to be a stand of 100, does it? I mean, nice if it is, but even a 50 or 60, 10 overs, get the next guys in. There's only 50 overs to go. You can afford to lose 1 or 2 wickets in a power play. Ideally not, but
Yeah.
we've seen from this tournament that you can lose 2 and quite easily rebuild to a decent score if you're smart, unlike England. Ngidi, slower ball. Ooh. Just chipped into the leg side area for a little while, but there's no one at square leg. Jansen fields it, and there is a single. Will Young back on strike. Field changes places. Still got all the fielders in the offside. As we look at Ngidi, that was a slower, it was a cutter. Already going to cutters, that kind of tells you a little bit, doesn't it? In the what?
Yeah.
What are we in? 6th over. The bowlers
Yeah,
don't feel there's a lot
isn't
there
it?
for them. Dale Steyn was saying it was going to swing. I haven't seen any bloody swing. So it'd be good to bowl on a hard length. I think that'll stand up and get hit. Looks a good batting track, one has to say. As Young just defends that square out to point, and there is no run. You know, if I was New Zealand and I looked at the South African batting and what they did to England the other day, I'd be a little worried. You know, there's a lot of power in there, and I'd definitely be thinking I want to get north of 320 and probably north of that. But they've had a good start, and it does look quite flat. And they've got their own hitters as well. Got Glenn Phillips in the middle order, can do some serious damage. Oh, that's clipped. I think he was trying to work it squarer than that, Will Young, but it was really slow, and he ended up chipping it up towards mid-on. It bounced before it gets there, and there is no run. Messy.
Sorry, they're happening a bit fast for me sometimes. I feel sorry for the locals that the final won't be played in Pakistan, says Andrew Cook. Exactly. I think that's pretty outrageous, really. So who was it? Francis says, who was the first to climb Everest? Tenzing Norgay and Edmund Hillary did it jointly. In the 50s, wasn't it? Mid-50s?
Yes. Was it 58?
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. Jay says there's a disproportionate number of Nepalese mountaineers. Oh, can't be asked to go there. Yes, there are a lot of them who get very little credit for the fact that they're the ones who've made it possible for Westerners to get up there.
Yeah, it's very true.
I was going to say, if you want to, like, I'm sure that some Nepalese bloke probably got up Everest first.
That one's knocked up to mid-off, by Will Young, although I thought it was Ratchet Ravindra was facing, so maybe it was mid-on. They changed that thing at the bottom of the screen so quickly in this game. They got a single anyway.
Yes, well, the British Empire celebrated Hillary in a way that you would have thought Tenzing Norgay wasn't even there, because he was the slave, effectively, in the scheme of things as they saw it.
It's a cross, Will Young. He drives it quite nicely, but only as far as mid-off. And there is a single. Yeah. And he was the one carrying all the shit too, wasn't he?
Yep.
Yep.
Ravindra is going to face up. He's only 13 off 19. Young's 18 off 19. And New Zealand going along quite nicely currently. Jansen is in. It's cut nicely. That's a good shot from Ravindra. Got up on his toes, punched it through the offside. There aren't that many gaps, but he got it through one. And it goes out to the cover boundary. It's 4 runs. Lovely shot. Nailed that. Sort of almost took a step at it. His back foot went out as he put the power through the shot. Found the gap. Really nice shot that from Ratchin. That'll make him feel good. Right out the middle of the bat as well. And well, if there's any time for New Zealand to get their first 100 partnership in 65 games at the top of the order, this would be it. One would think.
Yeah.
Ravindra plays that square on the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, just timed that so sweetly, that shot. Got himself right in position, knew that he wanted to hit it in the gap. Just opened the blade enough to be able to get it through there with power. Great shot. Janssen in again, clipped. That's beautifully timed as well through the onside this time. And Ravindra gets that out to the wide long on boundary. And it's another 4 runs. Starting to feel comfortable. Cut the 4s in the over, 10 in the over so far with 1 ball to go. Starting to look good.
Yeah, just easing themselves into it.
Yeah. But South Africa will look and go, well, we can do this too. So they won't be too worried.
True.
But going on nicely, 40 for none in the 4th over. Beats the man at cover this time. It's going to be 4 more for the Anthony over. That's a nice shot. Quick outfield. He just pushed that wide enough. I mean, it's good, well timed, but it was wide enough of mid-off. He's quite deep. He's not all the way on the 30-yard circle, but just inside it. And he had to go across. Couldn't get there. Slid under him and just raced away to the boundary for 4 more runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And after 7 overs, New Zealand are 44 for none. Messi.
We all look the same as Australians. Al Mac is with us. Well, I presume it's Al Mac. It could be AI Mac. Who knows? It says, will South Africa choke as usual? South Africa always look good, but they always choke. Not quite always, but yeah, scoreboard pressure is a big thing against South Africa. So
indeed.
It makes it interesting to the very end, doesn't it?
Well, exactly that, you know. They've certainly got the potential to chase a big score down. I mean, I guess a lot of these players, I mean, they had a valiant effort, didn't they, at beating, was it South Africa versus India? What was that in? When David Miller nearly got them over the line and then somehow they fucked it up. That was defended back down the track and there is no run. Was that the last T20 World Cup?
No, they got flogged in the final of the T20 World Cup, didn't they?
Yeah, or maybe it was the semi-final of the World Cup in India. When David Miller, there was an amazing catch on a boundary. David Miller looked like he was about to take him over the line, and then there was an amazing catch down a long off or something. And it was definitely against India. It might have been a semi-final of the World Cup before they lost to Australia. Ha. New Zealand, Will Young steps across and plays inside, clips it out wide of mid-off, and it's racing away towards the boundary. It is chased down by, is that Rabada? I think it's Rabada, who then fumbles getting the ball in. I think they ran 3, they did. Good bit of running.
No, it wasn't the semi-final of the World Cup because they lost to Australia in that.
Okay, so what game was it? Because it was a really big game. And it was a final. We covered it, and I remember watching the end of it in the car, picking up Lexi or dropping her off to a birthday party.
How old was she? You'll know when
well,
it
it was only a few years ago. It might have only been last year or the year before. But it was a big game, but I can't remember what it was in.
There are too many World Cups now, so you can't. It's really hard to sort of differentiate.
Yeah, and Geely bowls to Ravindra, who just knocks it up towards mid-off. They go off immediately and they get a single. Good running. Partnership moves to 48, 7.3 overs.
I was just looking at the World Cup scores. South Africa absolutely flogged New Zealand in the World Cup. They won by 190 runs.
Oh, there you go. That's probably what I decided to bat first. Put the runs on the board, they thought.
Yeah.
Did anyone hear what who's the captain of South Africa? Patemba would have done.
No, I didn't.
Had he won the toss? I didn't hear, no. I got there quite late. The traffic was pretty shit this morning. And then there was no gas. Cut. Oh, well fielded. Might feel he missed out a little bit there, Will Young. It was length and it was wide and he smashed through it. Bosch is on the field. He must be on for somebody. He's fielding at cover. He managed to stop that. It was hit pretty hard on him, but close enough to him. An easy stop.
Yeah, Bavuma said we weren't too concerned about the toss, but would have preferred to bat. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting when you get to the latter stages of a competition. Runs on the board count quite a lot, don't they? Oh, Will Young, it's a slower ball. He's got underneath that. He is going to be out. Will Young, they are not going to get 100 partnership. That was a good ball by Ngidi. You could see it came out of his hand really much slower. Will Young threw his shot way too early. Spooned it high into the sky. And it was caught simply enough at mid-off. And we have our first wicket. Anyone see who caught it?
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Will Young knew it as soon as Hayden Markram.
Markram caught it.
Yeah, Markram caught it. He's at mid-off. Simple catch. Will Young knew it as soon as he hit the ball that it was going straight up in the air. Told you! He's rubbish. 21. He got off 23 deliveries. A nice 20 and out.
Yeah.
Slightly upgraded Phil Salt is Will Young for me, but hey, there you go. So he'll be in next. It'll be the man, won't it?
Yep.
It'll be this guy.
The Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than Marty Crow. I know he's really great, but tell me, I wanna know, have you ever seen Kane laying strokes every which way?
Batted pretty well against India, but couldn't get him over the line. And although when I was watching, he refused Bracewell to use the last review, and from first look, it looked like it wasn't out. And he was probably their last chance to get across the line. He only needed about 60.
Yeah.
And Kane said, no, that was out, and it certainly wasn't out. The initial look at it hit outside the line and was not turning back in.
It even by then it felt just a step too far for him, didn't it?
Well, it did, but Bracewell can hit a long ball, and he is, he's a decent batsman. He's not a mug. Defended by Kane Williamson. Then there's a little crab shuffle 3 times down the track, thinking about a single. It's not there. It's just dropped a point. And there is no run. Ends the 8th over, 48 for 1. Ravinder is 26 off 24. Kane Williamson is just at the crease. Over to you, Messi.
Stephen Kelk's with us. He says, well, hello there. Bear, will you help me mark my integer linear programming assignments?
No.
Oh dear, you're mean. Jay says, to be fair, which is not my oeuvre, Hillary did want to celebrate Tenzing Norgay, but the papers preferred to paint him as a plucky little helper. Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
Something about the Empire and all that.
Yeah, back in the days of Empire, of course, still hanging on to it, thinking we were the greatest thing since sliced bread, but
Fluffy says Norgay was the reason Rutherford split the banana.
Oh dear.
Wasn't that the same year that sliced bread was invented?
I don't think sliced bread was ever invented as such.
No, but like
mechanicalised.
There was a
so you could buy it.
Oh, yeah.
That one is guided by Ravindra down third man, and there is just the 1 run. New bowler getting in before the end of the power play. It's this guy.
What's his name? He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killing this bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name? KG.
Good time to get
Now,
him
in the interest of historical accuracy, I've got to say, Everest was 1953 and sliced bread was 1928.
There you go. That is beats Kane Williamson, I think, on the inside edge, maybe, from Rabada. Second ball, and there is no run. A bit of a wobble seam, caught it. No, beat him on the outside edge. But Kane Williamson is always vulnerable first up to getting a little nick. I'm surprised that they have a slip in. They don't have a slip in. I mean, it's still only 8 overs down. He's first in. I would have a slip in to Kane Williamson for a couple of overs. Only him. I wouldn't have it to Ravindra. I'd change the field for that as he works that down towards third man. And there's a single, just in case, because you can get him out. That's good news. I see Jay slating me for being dull on YouTube. It's all right, Jay.
Well, he says you should eat more blue Smarties, which is, you know, a death sentence.
It's
for a
first thing in the
diabetic.
morning,
You know
exactly.
that,
I got to wake up. I've been speaking a lot of words over the last 2 weeks. That one is driven up to mid-off, and there is no run. And my morning spliff has kicked in as well, so, you know.
The rants are over, folks.
I'm chill. I'm chill. What's this?
But for how long?
Well, this is it. ODIs start quite a pleasant pace, you know.
Yeah,
Not crash bang
I
wallop.
think that's
Got to wait for the game to develop. That one's clipped out to mid wicket. Rickleton is fielding there, and there is a dot. Go on, Will.
I think that's kind of what I like about them, is that they still follow the kind of cricket,
the rhythm of cricket.
The rhythm of cricket, which T20 just doesn't. It has its own thing.
Yeah, I just wish. Look, I get the point that people want big runs and they want to see big shots, but in an ODI where it's 50 overs, you want to see more of a competition between bat and ball.
Yeah, definitely.
And they're just, that's kind of edge driven at by Ravindra. It goes all on the ground, through around where second slip would be. Janssen is pretty fine, and he manages to cut it off, and they get a single. Yeah, I just think there's more should happen with the ball. On a pitch like this, I mean, this is it. I don't mind that pitch in Dubai because it's quite a low scoring thing. It offers something to the bowlers. But on a pitch that's really flat, it's quite dull, really. It just goes on too long. Anyway, Messi, over to you.
Martin says Betty White owns the patent for sliced bread, Messi, or something. A Facebook meme said so. Yeah, if it's on Facebook, right. It must be fucking true.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Jay Grover says, I've been tripping, drinking and stressing for 24 hours. Don't twist me with skin tuggers, which is something that was mentioned. Stephen Kelk says, Dane Pete jingle. Yes, please, in any version. No, it's dead, it's gone, it's buried thanks to YouTube. I'm afraid, Stephen.
Maybe one day when we're making loads of money, we won't have to worry about that. And I'll start resurrecting old jingles. That one is clipped off the legs by Ravindra, out towards deep square leg. He'll get an easy single. Williamson will be back on strike. He's only faced 3 balls, scored the 1 run.
And reality hasn't stopped Stephen Kelk sending us a super chat for €2.
Ah, good lad. I'm not going to play a jingle.
Yay.
Just read it out.
Okay, he says, give the lad a bowl and Dame Pitt jingles, please. You remain such an optimist.
Well, as you did ask for a jingle, but I can't play the Dame Pete, I will give you a super chat jingle then. I'll give it to you after this ball. I'll play you a long one just for you. And Geedy is bowling to Kane Williamson. It's straight, it's out to point, and there is no run. I'll give you this one.
Super chat! A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're paying their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat!
I should also mention that the GPL is starting to get serious. Yes. It's 88 quid now. It's open for another half an hour.
Yeah.
So get in.
Work out how many runs are going to be scored in the day. Put your number in. You win it, you get the pot. A slower ball again by Ngidi, but a little bit full, and Ken Williamson just times it out to cover. No run. Yeah, South Africa started fielding pretty well this morning. Chased down all the balls. The outfield is really quick.
You may need to let Nick into the from the waiting room too, Bear, if he's
No,
there.
Nick's here.
Oh, he's there, is he?
Yeah,
Oh, that's good.
Nick comes in. He's only just down the road.
Ah,
Always a pleasure to have him in. Williamson facing up to Ngidi. Drives it nice off the back foot. Can't beat the man at backward point. And there is no run. Just the one run off this over so far. Wicket slow things down. Kane will get himself in, but I'm sure he'll enjoy this wicket if he does get in. Started to pick up some form latterly in this tournament, which is good for New Zealand. They scored 100 in one of the warm-up games, didn't they? And they got 2 low scores in the 2 games they played in the group before the last game against India, but then couldn't take them home. I half expected him actually to take New Zealand home. I've seen him do it before.
Yeah.
It wasn't a massive total to have to chase. It was well within his reach, but eventually he was out as well. That's cut and well fielded by the man at backward point, or square of point, square of the 2 points. Had to go across and stop them from getting any runs. And Kane Williamson can't get another run. There wasn't a chance at a
I'm
catch.
gonna buy
Huh?
I was just going to say, I'm going to buy myself Nick's book for my birthday.
Ah.
Because I very rarely get cricket books from family, because they don't know the weird sort of cricket book world.
Indeed. Ngidi is in. That's nicely driven by Kane. See, he's such a good batsman. He finds the gap.
Oh.
There's a small gap on the offside. Timed all along the ground. Out to the point boundary, and it's going to be 4 runs.
There's not one more for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And it's time for a change. That's the last ball of the over. Nick is going to join me here in the studio.
catch you later.
Yeah, and we should have Mog.
See you in a bit, guys.
See you in a bit. We should have Mog over on the tubes.
Morning all.
Morning, Nick. How's you?
I'm very well, enjoying the sunshine outside the window at Gorilla Towers. Looks
Yeah.
like a belter of a pitch in Lahore.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's not doing anything for the bowlers. There's a bit of a mistake from Will Young.
Yeah,
Good slower ball, and that was about it.
yeah. I think a couple of slower balls have had some success, but apart from that ball coming onto the bat really nicely, and I'm sure they'll be looking for something over 315, 320.
You'd have thought so.
As
Good-
Rabada's into his second over, it's pushed by Ratchin out to the man on the offside fence for a single.
Should of course say good morning to Mog, who's got something written above his screen that none of us can really understand. What does it mean?
It means I understand every word you're saying.
Well, there you go.
Morning, Mog.
Hi. If I start to get a little bit incoherent or fall off, just let me know, because I've taken a whole load of legal prescription drugs.
Nice.
Excellent start to the day. Well, not start to the day, I guess, where you are, Mog.
Nice end to the day, I'd have thought, isn't it?
8:49 currently.
There you go.
As a scattering of fans are starting to build in the stands, Rabada's over the wicket to Williamson. It's straight and it's pushed to the man at mid-off for no run.
Yeah, you can see Rabada's just trying to bowl straight and at the stumps.
Yeah, well, anything wide and anything short has disappeared.
Well, indeed, you've got to get it just right. And but Kane is vulnerable to the ball. That's quite straight. Only when he first comes in for a couple of overs or so, he can nick off. And that's one way to. I mean, you see it in Test matches when he's in a bad trot of form. That's how he generally gets out. If he gets out early, a lot of batsmen do, to be fair. But he's particularly vulnerable.
As Rabada's straight to him again, pushed through to Klaassen again for no run. Yeah, it's the old adage, isn't it? Make the new batsman play. You don't want to give him too many sighters outside the off stump.
No.
But down the other end, Ratchin Ravindra's looked in cracking form, hasn't he?
Yeah, certainly. Good timing. Plays it all around the wicket. There was a shot that he hit through the offside when he sort of stepped and opened his body and just found the gap. Hit it sweetly out the middle of the bat. It's a great shot.
Yeah, he's a
Shot
great
of the day
player,
for me.
great player to watch when he's on song.
Yep.
But he does have a habit of getting out in these 30s and 40s, so he'll want to go on for a big one. And I think that'll be crucial to New Zealand getting the kind of target that can put South Africa under pressure. South Africa struggles with chasing, well documented, but it's a strong batting lineup. I think we're in for a cracking game here.
Oh, I think we could be a good high scoring. This pitch seems to be the one that creates the high scoring close finishes.
Yeah, if I was on the GPL, I'd be going about 640s.
Really, yeah,
What are you saying, Bear?
Yeah, I reckon that's close to it.
Mog, have you got a GPL prediction?
I'm going to go just under 600, I think.
You were very close the other day when you suggested to Anindo, weren't you? In fact,
547, I think I said.
Yeah,
Was
you
it
did.
549 in the end, isn't it?
And you're something like that, yeah. It was really close.
You don't win the prize for being close, though.
No, you don't. You only win it if you get it spot on. Crowd starting to come in.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll build as afternoon turns to evening. Tickets now on sale for the final, 4 days ahead of it.
Oh, really? Fuck. See that? Yeah, see, that's crazy, isn't it?
Absolutely mental. And South Africa have enjoyed a little round trip to the UAE
Oh, no.
this weekend, so I'm sure they'll be feeling a bit
apparently,
weary.
it's only an hour and a half flight, isn't it?
Okay, that's closer than I thought.
Yeah, it's like literally, it's a hop across from here to Paris sort of deal.
Rabada's into Williamson again. That's an outside edge, but it's
see?
played with soft hands. It bounces in front of Klaassen and goes through him to the boundary for 4.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
See, that's where he's vulnerable. Got that one along the ground, but he was squared up.
Yeah, it was the soft hands that saved him. He
Yeah.
opened the face, but it was still right off the outside edge.
Yeah, he can be. Oh, sorry, he can be pretty dodgy out there when he's new to the crease.
As Rabada is in again, it's straight onto Williamson's pads, flicked away uppishly, but in the gap square of mid-wicket, out to the man on the fence for 1.
Yeah, that was aerial. That would have carried to mid-wicket if it had hit a bit straighter.
Very uppish, and you do
Yeah.
think if they can get Kane early, it's quite a bit of pressure on Mitchell.
Yes, who hasn't had a great
yeah.
tournament so far.
And then you're into what, Phillips?
No, you got.
Latham, Phillips. They bat deep,
Yeah,
but
they
you
do
think
bat
that
deep.
this is the partnership that they'll want to hang around for 15, 20 overs and really give them.
Williamson will at least make 27 because then he will have made 19,000 international runs.
It's a fair few, isn't it? Rabada stays over the wicket to Ravindra, who pushes that down to third man for a single. I just saw Steve Smith's announced his retirement from ODIs.
Yeah, I don't think that's that surprising.
No, he's 35. I didn't realise he was quite
Yeah, I
so
thought
long
he
in
was
the tooth.
Yeah, I thought he was a bit younger than that,
But interesting that we might be at a tournament next time around 2027 without Smith, Williamson, Root.
yeah. When is that? 27. 2 years
27.
time. I think Root will still be around.
Well, we hope so. Anyway, Mog, we got anything on the socials?
A lot. Not sure where we're up to. So I shall just say Matthew Cullen says Duckett bowling, Dane Pete and Gary's aqueous theories on swing. My favourite long-running guerrilla jokes.
Ah. God, you know what? I remember we were doing Test Match So for the first time Steve Smith played for Australia.
Wow, so what year would that have been, Bear? 2000 and...
It might have been the 2011 or 2009
That
Ashes.
sounds right, when he was a sort of leg-spinning all-rounder.
Yeah.
As
Coming in
Wian
at number 8 or
Mulder
something.
is into the attack. Round the wicket to Ravindra. It's straight, it's skewed off the bat to the man at point for no run.
And we all took the piss out of him. Because he was predominantly inside as a leg spinner. He could bat.
Yeah, I remember there was sort of the narrative around him was like, this guy's absolutely fucking useless. And it's turned out all right.
Yeah, that has. Clearly wasn't going to make it as a leg spinner.
No, a bit like the old Kevin Peterson started as a dodgy off-spinner batting down the order. It's funny how it can happen. Mulder again in, that's nicely played by Ravindra, driven, but straight to the man at mid-off. There's no run there. I think what other batters have started as spinners? I seem to think that either Atherton or Hussain started out as quite a promising leg spinner before.
Both of them,
Both
I
of them.
believe, yeah. Started out as leg spinners. I mean, certainly Atherton bowled when he first came into the side. I mean, I think he was picked as an opener anyway, but he was an opener who could bowl a few handy overs of leg spin. I think he's got a couple of 2 or 3 test wickets.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, I think he's got a couple of test wickets.
Onto the pads from Mulder, and it's flicked really nicely by Ravindra through the infield. There's a couple of runs there.
I think it might be time to go over on the amount of runs for the next wicket now. We're out of the power play.
Shock.
Yeah, the field spread. The ball's not doing anything, and the two batters, well, Ravindra certainly is looking very confident. Williamson 10 from 12, working his way into his innings.
Yeah, but he's faced 12 balls now.
Yeah, he's through that sort of real danger period.
Through the real danger period, yeah.
Wide on the crease from Mulder. Sure, it's flicked uppishly. The man at mid-wicket was interested, but it flies past him out to the man on the fence for a single. Just a couple of uppish shots in the last 2 overs that will keep the field interested.
They managed, when they've taken the pace off, they've really kind of taken it off quite hard.
Yeah, I think it's that slower ball that's going to be really effective today.
I think it's the only ball that's going to be effective.
Yeah. And Geedy's a master of it.
It'll be interesting to see when the spinners come on. Kane is a very good player of spin anyway. Ravindra's a pretty good player of spin actually too, so it'll be interesting when that happens.
Yeah, Maharaj bowled superbly, didn't he, on Saturday against England? He wasn't played very well.
No.
As Mulder goes over to Williamson, it's straight and it's defended for no run. But I mean, if they are to make it to the final, he's going to be a really crucial man. I think they'll have to change their combination if they get through to that game in Dubai.
What? Bring in Sabri Shamsi?
Yeah, I saw they've added George Linder, sort of slow left arm bowling all-rounder to their travelling reserve. So I wonder if he might get a game. I don't know how that works, whether they have to declare someone's injured.
He was brought in as cover in case Markram wasn't fit. So
could they pull a fast one for the final, Mog, if they get there?
Well, no,
Don't see
they
why
won't
not.
allow them.
As Williamson pushes out to third man for a single, that's the end of the over. 12 gone. New Zealand 67 for 1.
Eric J says Ashley Giles started as a spinner, I seem to remember. Sure didn't finish as one. Jay is suggesting that a certain Gorilla's book is very good, but doesn't excuse his hair. I don't know who he could be talking about there. I've lost what I was looking at already. That was pretty good. Will also says, I'm in the Mog zone of heavily medicated fuzziness. And I think there's talk about Category 5 storms in Queensland.
As Rabada is into his third over. It's on a good length, push to cover. Again, a tiny little bit uppish, but he gets away with it. There's no run there. And Jay, if it pleases you, I'm thinking of shaving it all off. So you might see the next time I'm on air a hairless.
Don't do it for
commentator.
free. Make him pay.
Oh yeah,
for you to do it.
if anyone wants to chip in, I haven't had a haircut in some time, as you can probably tell. So I've sort of forgotten how that all works. I've got no idea how much it costs. Might do it myself.
Just get some clippers and just go
Yeah.
at it.
I don't have a pair of those, so I wonder what's cheaper, a pair of clippers or a trip to the barber.
Probably a pair of clippers.
Probably the pair of clippers, yeah.
As Rabada continues to Williamson, again it's short of a good length, it's pushed to the man at short cover for no run.
Yeah, the rate's dropped a little bit. Good bit of bowling here out
Yeah.
of power play. Should be able to score at 6 and over here.
Bowled nicely. I've been impressed with Mulder throughout the tournament. He's bowled sort of hard lengths and tight lines, and really supported those 3 strike bowlers well.
Typical South African bowler.
Yeah. Same ball, same result. Again, just short of a good length. Pushed by Williamson to the man at short extra, no run. So the dots are tying together, and you wonder whether it might just bring a loose shot. Unlikely from Kane, but Ratchin's the man who you think might have a lash at something.
Well, he's doing it on 34 or 35, so he's nearly run a ball. Kane can catch up, and generally his strike rate ends up being 87 to sort of 90 something.
Yeah,
and if he keeps the innings together, and Ravindra scored a century in his first game back, didn't he?
Oh, that is uppish, and again it's just short of the man at mid-on who was coming in. It was Maharaj trying to catch, and Rabada doesn't look too pleased with him there. It was in the air for quite a long time.
It was. I think it dropped right at the end, didn't it?
Yeah, it was just
it looked like it was going to carry comfortably.
Mistimed flick that dropped on him, and he was nowhere close to it in the end. It bounced up into his shins. It was a leg cutter, I believe. Interesting one. There was no dive forward, but I think he would have been struggling anyway.
I think he would have been struggling.
Short from Rabada this time. Williamson ducks under it. No wide signal by Dharmasena.
But he did look like he didn't pick it up that quick either. It was like he was sprinting in to try and make it. I think he just misjudged it.
He might have made the choice, I'm going to stop the run rather than try and take a catch.
Yeah, as fielders often do. I think they're the nastiest ones if you're in the field, those where you've got to dive forward for them. I absolutely hate them and always pull out. Last ball of Rabada's over. It's a slower one again. Williamson tries to pull, but he doesn't get anything on it. It goes through to Klaassen. So that is a maiden after 13. New Zealand still 67 for 1.
Well, maybe the slower balls is definitely the way forward, because they're really struggling to pick them up. Unless they've got such a good change of pace that it's so much slower that it really does them.
But yeah, every slower one seems to be causing trouble. Have we got anything going on the socials, Mog?
We certainly do. Muttley says, I'm on my first pint of hobgoblin already. Ordered a sausage sarnie and bacon butty from Deliveroo. To which Jay responds, this is why I loves ye. Drake Mongreen says, drink well, Muttley. Eric J says, sounds awful.
Oh, terrible.
Francis says, today my bank recovered $2,000 that I was scammed. I'm celebrating with a bottle of whiskey and listening to you guys and hoping my Kiwi boys will make my day even better. Thanks for the commentary.
Well done getting your money back.
Do a bit of super chatting with that.
Yeah.
Mulder in for his second, wide on the crease to Ravindra, and it's pushed straight back past him to Ngidi at mid-on for a single. It was a nice shot from Ratchin, but just one. Been a while since we've seen a boundary.
Well, it has. Well, Kane is, he's going 11 off 20. Ratchin's not the problem. I think we need to see a few more balls.
But I've been struck throughout this tournament by how easy it is for batters to catch up in ODI cricket, that you can be sort of crawling along and then end up at 100 off 95, no problem.
That's the thing, isn't it?
Always got more time than you think in ODI cricket.
Absolutely, and that's what England have not remembered. Completely the thing they haven't remembered.
Mulder's over to Kane. He dances down just to defend it for no run, but so signs that he wants to push on. And I think this kind of partnership is where it can work well for Williamson, when you've got someone at the other end like Ravindra who can take a bit of pressure off you by scoring quickly.
Yes.
So you feel like you've got that license to bed in.
Well, Kane's I don't know how many ODIs he's played, but a lot. And, he knows his own ability. He's one of the best batsmen in the world.
Totally knows the game, he knows the format. This time it's slightly wide of off-stump. Williamson opens the face as he likes to do and glides it down to third man for 1. I heard Mark Butcher talking about this on the Wisdom podcast last night, comparing the amount of List A and ODIs England have played against everyone else, and it's quite stark.
Yes.
And England compared to the 2019 edition, and also how recently some of these guys have played List A cricket. I mean, it's well in the rearview mirror for some, for a lot of them.
The likes of Salt and Livingston haven't played
years. And
only played T20s, and you can tell that the way England play. They're taking unnecessary risks when there's loads more time left in the game, and their techniques aren't set for it either.
Mulder goes round to Ravindra, and that is a beautiful shot. It's short of a length, and it's a sort of short arm jab over mid wicket for a boundary.
So for that. And it was telling it was Root, who hadn't played an ODI for 3 years, who came in and was England's highest scorer in the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, he's one of the best in the world, but I mean, he paced his innings extraordinarily well.
And that was a gorgeous shot from Ravindra, picked up from the top of off stump and just whipped through the leg side. He's such a great player to watch when he's on song. And yeah, Root and Duckett, the two who've got a bit of experience in the format, the two who scored runs, and you do worry about the next generation. Mulder wide on the crease again. It's in a similar spot to the last ball. This time it's pushed straight down to the man at the long on boundary for a single.
Well, I mean, that's what you have to say. I mean, that is domestic as well as anything, isn't it? I mean, what it was, I suppose Duckett only got picked up by Brendan McCullum, so presumably he's been playing.
Yeah, he's been playing
List A and just county cricket because he was out of scene for a long while, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, hyped as a young player, came in, I think, what must have been 2016, 2017 when he got worked over by Ashwin, and then had a long period in the wilderness. But I think it's really telling now that these names like Sam Hain and James Vince are starting to come back in, as it's short from Mulder this time. Slightly leg side-ish, might have been a wide. It is Paul Rifle signals, so he's going to have to bowl that last one again.
Because they actually play it.
Even Sam Billings, I heard, being talked about as a potential captain, I think, for people who don't fancy Harry Brook or don't want to put too much pressure on him as a 3-format player.
Well, I've never had a problem with Sam Billings. Never quite scored enough runs.
I think that's the issue, isn't it? You wonder if he's quite good enough a batter to warrant a place in that top 6. Based on the other's current form, he might be. It's leg side-ish again from Mulder, but Fuller flicked away behind square by Williamson, who will come back for 2. A productive over. I'm trying to do the math. 6, 7, 8, 10 from it. New Zealand moved to 77 for 1.
Mog.
Yeah, what's going on, Mog?
A bunch of people are congratulating Francis on getting his money back. Jay Grover says, whilst Nick has conformed to the grey-black gorilla uniform, he is looking worryingly thin. Sort it out, Nick. Muttley has some recipes. Which is fair enough.
Well, I've been on a January-February cleanse because I packed on the pounds over Christmas.
I've got to do that. It's been belated, but I'm planning on. I keep telling myself I'm planning on it anyway. I'm never quite getting there.
I cut sugar out for January,
well, I so need to cut sugar out. I'm fucking type 2 diabetic and I munch sugar like a fucking nut job.
But I fucking love it too. But it's funny, when you give it up, you don't miss it. But as soon as you have a little bit, it's the cravings start again. As Rabada's into his 4th over, he bowls to Ravindra, who pushes it out into the offside for an easy single.
Yes. Do or do not, there is no try. Don't talk about it, just fucking do it.
Oh no, that's the only way to do it. You've got to go up one morning and go, right, that's it, I'm not doing it anymore. Oh, that'll be the doorbell.
Tip anything with sugar in the fucking toilet, move on.
As we've got Hendo at the door, so I think Bear's going to disappear for a second. You're stuck with me and Mog, the gruesome twosome, for the time being.
Lucky.
Rabada is over the wicket to Williamson. It's full and it's on his pads and it's flicked past the man at short mid-wicket. That's going to race away to the fence. I'm going to have to try and do a jingle while I'm at it.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Really nicely
Close
played.
enough.
A flick of the wrists. That might get Kane going.
Another 4 runs.
Yeah, I managed to do a jingle in your absence,
Oh,
Bear.
well done, you.
Multitasking.
See, it's easily done, funnily enough.
We try. Rabada's in again. It's short and it's Williamson's on the back foot. He's pulled it from outside the off stump out to the man on cow corner, and he will come back for 2. So the scoring rate increases. 10 off the last, 7 off the first 3 of this one. New Zealand just shifting through the gears.
Well, yeah, he's been out there long enough now, Kane, hasn't he? He's 20 off 25 now.
Yeah, exactly. That you can catch up.
You can catch up.
You don't have to be 25 off 10 in an ODI, as Phil Salt seems to think.
Yes, well, Phil Salt.
Just look at Cooper Connolly yesterday. Oh, wait,
Straighter from Rabada, flicked behind square by Williamson this time. They're going to come back for another pair. So, yep, all of a sudden Williamson 24 from 27. Ratchin is 41 off 39.
Yeah, they're going along nicely.
Yeah, I had them for over 315. I think they'll be wanting to, in an ideal world, push past that to 320, 325.
Well, if they have wickets in hand and one of these two goes big, I think they'll be looking beyond that.
Quite possibly.
I think Glenn Phillips will like a biff on this ground.
Wider from Rabada, it's skewed off the inside half of Williamson's bat. He was aiming through cover, but it squirts out to mid-on, so there's no run there. The first stop ball in a little while for South Africa. Yeah, well, we saw, I think the Afghanistan-England game was on the same pitch, and Afghanistan were crawling along for quite a while, and then Ibrahim Zadran really got going in the last 15 and pushed them on to, 325, I think it was?
Something like that, wasn't it? Yeah.
So, yeah, 350 plus, you wouldn't think out of the equation if New Zealand can keep wickets in hand. This time it's wide again, outside, off the outside edge from Williamson's bat, but I think he sort of half played it down to the man at third man. He finishes with a single. 10 again off the over.
Good over.
New Zealand 87 for 1 after 15, and it's drinks.
Ooh.
Well then, Muttley says, I'll put Nick on a strict regimen of sausages.
I love it, Muttley.
Very impressed by your multitasking.
I keep threatening to go vegetarian, but it's never going to happen. I don't like vegetables.
It's hard. I did cut red meat in January. I was really on a cleanse, and I found that not as difficult as I thought I would.
I don't really eat a lot of red meat. I eat fucking like chicken all the time.
As do I, Bear.
Yeah. It's cheap and cheerful.
I'd struggle without my
mostly
chicken.
Just eat hobos that I catch. In the Stephen Coke says, we all know who the new ODI captain of England should be.
The Duckette.
The Duckette. Oh, well, I don't think he's a bad choice. If he's in form and he's at top of the order, I think he's quite a feisty character. The problem I have with Josh Butler is that he just seems so not proactive as a captain. Yeah.
We had this conversation the other day. I said I think Duckett says too much stupid shit, and that's his biggest problem.
Well, yeah.
But you reckon it might curb if he's captain?
It might do.
Or he'd go on sort of turbocharge and start saying all sorts of outrageous.
Well, it works with the test side almost with Stokes, doesn't it? You know, Stokes and McCullum are so on the same page. Josh seems a little bit more reserved.
Yeah, I do think Duckett and McCullum sort of cut from the same cloth.
Yes, and I think that's what he wants in a captain. So I don't think he's a bad choice. I don't know what his captaincy, if he has ever captained before. But he's been around the side now for a couple of years. He's got a bit of respect. He's scored some big runs, and he's got his test average up into the mid-40s.
Yeah, he's experienced, and I mean, he's succeeding, thriving in the format, whereas you'd have to say Brooke isn't yet.
No.
I think, again, you've got the same issue that with the schedules being so packed, you risk a captain not being available for all your ODIs.
Well, we don't play many ODIs.
Well, that's true, Bear.
I think there's some over this year. Messi sent through what England games were on this summer, and there's a couple of series of 5 ODIs against this person and that person. We're going to go to Ireland, playing some ODIs in Ireland.
Oh, that'll be good.
Yeah,
3 of them.
Three of them, and then we've got India Test Series. I presume we got some white ball shit against India probably at the end of that, because that's the way the money is, boys. Yeah. It's India, so we'll try and milk that as much as possible and have them here as long as possible and play as many games as many different formats as we possibly can.
Cram them in.
Absolutely.
But I suppose with the T20 World Cup, just about a year away, it's who's going to be the captain in that format. That's a more sort of pressing, pertinent question.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, everyone would have gone to Salt, and everyone was talking about that. But I don't think. Well, actually, in the T20 side, he still works, doesn't he? Because he's shit or bust.
Yeah, although the World Cup's not in the Caribbean, so he's probably going to be bust.
It's in India. Yeah. It probably will be bust.
I would think maybe going Brooke there and leaving the ODI captaincy open for now might be the way to do it.
Yep. I don't even know when England's next ODI is. Probably not for about 3. Well, I think it's after the test. I think after the test against Zimbabwe. Before India,
I think.
As Mulder continues for his third over the wicket to Williamson, it's wide and it's full and it's sort of jammed in the ground. It rolls gently to Marco Jansen at cover. There's no run. So have England got a bit of a gap now after this Champions Trophy? Is there nothing until the English summer?
Nothing until the 22nd of May, which is why it's the perfect time for Gorilla Cricket to move.
Fantastic. And is that what, Zimbabwe Test next?
Yeah, 22nd of May, I think.
So that is a really quite a considerable gap, but I suppose you've got 2 months of the IPL in there.
2 months of fucking IPL.
Well, I'm the odd man out who's looking forward to that tournament.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This time it's back of a length from Mulder. They hesitate for a little bit and then scamper through for a single just to the man at backward point. So a good bit of running, well called by Ravindra. He knew he could get through there.
Watch more of the IPL if it wasn't on at a terrible time zone for here. Because all the games don't start until 11 o'clock or midnight or something, and I just can't be bothered.
Yeah, it's shit for you, Mog. It's quite nice for us, though. I think the games tend to start at 3:30.
They should really be organising it for me. You guys have had your day. You're an old world country, we're a new world country.
Quite right. We need to get onto the BCCI or whoever organises that tournament. Mulder stays over the wicket to Ravindra, who tries to flick it through mid-wicket, but he can't beat the long arms of Marco Jansen.
Problem with the IPL is just too long.
I think that's fair, Bear. And what I would say is that I always start the tournament with more enthusiasm than I end it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if the whole thing was done in 4 weeks, it'd be pretty good, I imagine. But I mean, the fact that it takes fucking 10 weeks or whatever it is fucking absurd.
I do feel it's a tournament that runs out of steam, and you often see that the sort of best side through the first half of it also run out of steam. They get to the final and then they're done by that time.
Yeah.
This time it's shorter from Mulder. Ravindra on the back foot pulls it out to the man at deep wicket, and again it's really good running by New Zealand. They get back for a scampered 2, so they're putting pressure on the South African fielders and keeping the scoreboard ticking.
You know, I mean, I guess they do it for TV and shit, but in the modern age of multi-channel stuff, I mean, you can have everything on a platform, can't you? You can have all games going at once, but if you're going to have it as a league, maybe space it out and actually have it as a league like the Premier League. They've got to have teams and then have weekends where there's games, and you know, you've got your Super Sunday and Magic Monday and whatever else. Go on.
That time it is short on Ravindra's pads, flicked to mid-wicket for no run.
So to
think you're the one non-ad man in the entire Guerrilla organisation, Beer, and you've come up with this idea.
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, I just think of it
I think it's the schedule, isn't it, Bear? I mean, I think it would be great if the games were less frequent and you sort of looked forward to them and you could build narratives around them, but I guess it's the procession of game after game after game and then 2 on the weekends.
Exactly. It's just and so many of them are shite.
Full and straight this time from Mulder. Ravindra flicks it away. It's gone to the towards mid-on for a single. They're 4 off the over. New Zealand now 91 for 1 after 16.
Again, you know, I mean, the whole problem with cricket, I mean, with any sport to a degree, but with football, you know, the margins of winning can often be 1 goal, so you're always in at the other end. Whereas in a game of cricket, you know, if a team scores 220 in a T20 and you don't get off to a train and lose 3 wickets inside 3 overs, the
it's
game's
instantly
done.
shit. Yeah.
You know, which can happen in an ODI, but it takes longer to get to the end of the ODI knowing exactly what the result is, which is the whole point of T20. But it's just the nature of the sport, is it can be really one-sided, and so you get too many games where people are trying to thrash it that end up being shite and not interesting and no close finishes, and it's day after day after day of that, and then you get 2 in a row and you think, oh wow, they were really good games, and then it's back to the shite again, you know.
No, quite. I think that's true. T20s are either great or they're awful. As Keshav Maharaj comes into the attack, have we got anything on socials, Mog?
I'll just give you one first. Rayon Pienaar says, first time here, listening sneakily from the office in Cape Town. Well done, guys, loving it. South Africa needs a wicket fucking now.
Well,
as Ravindra sweeps the first ball out to the man at deep backward square, they won't get back for 2, so it's an easy single. I think South Africa do need a wicket.
I think they do need a wicket. They've got to keep in mind that they can chase down a big score as well. If they get there, they've got to be strong in the head, which, you know, we know is not always the greatest talent that South African cricket has ever had in competitions. But
no matter how often the team changes personnel, it still seems to happen.
But they are on the cusp of 3 successive semis they've been in now in major tournaments, and they were at the last final, so you wonder if they're starting to slowly break that choker's image. Wide from Maharaj to Williamson, who just flat bats it out to the man at deep extra for 1.
Yeah, I think they're going on nearly 6 and over, well, 5.7 and over. But
yeah, I think they're going great.
I think they are.
Keep
They've only lost 1 wicket.
Keep ticking for the next 15 and then look to really explode through the back half. Straight and full from Maharaj to Ravindra. It's flicked straight back to him. There's no run there.
Maybe your 2 most informed players on the side are at the crease.
Yeah, and I think Maharaj's spell is going to be crucial. This time Ravindra advances down. He gets it out to the man at long on for 1.
That was quite cleverly played. He didn't quite get there, did he? But he flicked the wrist so he
Yeah.
got wide, and he knew that was up in the ring. So
Both these players use their wrists really nicely. And Maharaj bowling slowly. I think that was just at 50 miles an hour. He does look to vary his pace, give the ball flight, and then whip that flatter one through. He's a canny bowler.
yeah,
He's outside the off stump again to Williamson, who rocks back, but he can't get it past the man at point, so there's no run. That one was a little quicker. 3 off Maharaj's first 5, so if he can bring a bit of control, get through overs quickly, it will help South Africa's cause. And there looks to be a bit of turn for him. Williamson presses onto the front foot that time, but there's no run again, so New Zealand are 94 for 1 after 17.
Mog.
Eric J says maybe we should have a non-playing captain like the last one. We being England, I assume. Francis says, here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, I must listen until 6 a.m. for a result. The bottle of whiskey may be depleted. There's also some discussion about cow corner, or proto-cow as we were calling it the other day. And Dret Mongreen says, why are there never any cows in that corner? No? Okay. He also says 400 is coming into view.
Well, potentially.
Yeah, we're a long way away from 50 overs, but if these two can keep batting, I think they'll certainly be looking 350 plus. Mulder continues for his 4th. It's a bit of absolute filth down the leg side and short. Ratchin gets it past the man on the 45 for 4.
Yeah.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And that brings up his half century of 47 balls. So we're going to have a double jingle from
We
there.
are indeed. That's well played by him. What are we going to have?
Half a 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 century.
And it was a real bit of shit from Mulder. And as it is again, leg side-ish, a bit fuller, so this time Ratchin turns it away in front of square to just 1.
And 100 is nearly up as well.
The 100 is 1 away. So
the 18th over.
Yeah, so they really are moving on nicely. The milestones are coming thick and fast. Williamson is 2 away from his 19,000 international run mark, is that right?
27 was what he needed to get to the 19,000, so creeping up.
So yeah, 7 boundaries in Ratchin's 51, including 3 in an over. He's looked in fantastic touch. Mulder stays over the wicket to Williamson. It's short, but it's outside the off stump. Williamson turns it away to the man at deep backward square for 1.
And that is 100.
And that is the 100.
For 1 wicket.
Yep, 17 and a half overs, 100 runs scored. Very little risk. Not too much danger apart from the odd slower ball that's forcing up his shot. Belter of a pitch, but you have to say New Zealand going along really quite well.
Yeah. I don't know what it's like until both sides are batted, of course, but we know this pitch is a high-scoring pitch anyway. So they're doing all right while they're doing well.
And that's a lovely shot from Ravindra. It was on the stumps and he's picked it up out over deep mid-wickets, 1 bouncing into the fence.
Was it 1 bounce into the fence?
Might have been a couple.
I thought it was over the fence.
It looked like it was over this, but I'm a bit jerky on this feed, so...
I thought it landed just beyond the... We're gonna wait.
We're going to wait and have another look at this. It's a beautiful shot picked up from the off stump. And we're just seeing Ravindra for the time being, so the 4-6 debate is ongoing. Where does it land? You've got better eyes than me, I think, Ben.
No, you have. Oh dear, oh dear.
Well, we're both glasses wearers, but mine are working better than
Well,
Bear's.
I haven't had mine done for 3 years. So.
Neither have I, actually. I keep getting fucking Specsavers texting me.
Oh, all the time, mate. And I need them as well.
Freaking Four Eyes ramble on. Jesus.
I can't fucking read anything anymore. I'm getting to that age. It'll be a while for you, but for me, it's come, and it's come quick as well. The ability to read anything has just disappeared.
Mould around the wicket to Ravindra. It's on the off stump and it's pushed.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful shot inside the man at mid-on for another boundary, the third of the over. And I think that was
Some choir in Eastern Europe's going to sue you for that one.
Yeah.
That was the best of the bunch, wasn't it? He stood tall and just checked his drive.
It was lovely.
Lovely. It wasn't a half volley. Hit on the top of the bounce.
It's 3 4s in the over, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
14 off. This is a good over. Oh,
And
that's got me a bet in as well. I think I had over 107.5.
Lovely. And Moulder's figure's starting to look fairly unflattering. 32 off 3.5. It's leg side again. I think it's just flicked Ravindra's pad. It's beaten the man at 45, but he catches up with it, Kagiso Rabada, so there'll just be a single to end. 15 from the over. New Zealand 109 for 1, and they are starting to fly. What's going on, Mog?
Andres Rousseau says it's time for SA to win a big event. We've been understudies for too long, but I found probably in the last 10 years the guys played for money instead of pride for wearing the badge. Possibly. Trey Mongreen says
My
Kane is
daughter
the
is
best.
calling me.
Tell her you're busy. Kane is the best. I was always a Ross Taylor fan, but Kane is genuine and great. Which is probably true.
Yeah, I think he is genuine and great. I think Ross Taylor, another genuine great. As Maharaj continues, he's over the wicket to Ravindra, who pushes it out to mid-on for no run. But I agree that I think it is time that South Africa wins a global tournament. I've been really impressed with their cricket over the past 12 months in all formats. This time Ravindra's down the wicket. He doesn't get to the pitch of the ball and it hits the pad. He got himself into a bit of a tangle there, but there's no drama. Although we are seeing Maharaj able to exact a bit more control than the seamers, so he's going to be crucial for South Africa, and you wonder whether we might see a bit of Aidan Markram. This time it's filth from him right on cue, but he gets away with it. Ravindra looks to sweep, but it's straight to the man on the 45.
Yeah, I don't think New Zealand have got it. Well, I think to a degree someone can take a risk now, can't they? But you might as well carry on like this. They're getting the opportunities to score. Take them.
This time it's full. Ravindra uses wrists, gets it out to the man at long on for a single. Yeah, I think that at this stage keeping wickets in hand's probably more important than looking to push the tempo. I think if these two can bat through to 25, even if they do slow up slightly, they'll be in a really strong position.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, what it should be at 200 by 30, sorry. Double it at 30, that's 400, isn't it? If you've got wickets in hand, it's a possibility. So
Wider and shorter to Williamson. It's the one that goes straight. He rocks back and tries to carve it away, but he can't. So just one from Maharaj's first 5. He's bowled now 11 deliveries and only conceded 4 runs. He'll want to get out this over with another dot ball. He's wide on the crease again. It's short, and this time Williamson does carve it past the man at short extra for a single. So 111 for 1 after 19, all ones on the scorecard. What's going on, Mog?
Aranza says, cricket's been saved by limited overs. I can now watch and appreciate the game. Again with my bottle of OK whiskey and you guys. Thanks, go Kiwis. I don't know who I want to win. Royal Reynolds says, is Kane the most all-round loved cricketer currently playing?
I don't know, I think a lot of other countries have a respect for Root. You know, great players get lauded, don't they?
Sure it's not Virat Kohli, just on sheer weight of numbers.
Well, it probably is Virat Kohli on sheer weight of numbers.
Yeah, he's got the
Mohammed
most
Nabi,
Instagram
who
followers,
runs
doesn't he?
19
There it is.
19,000 international runs, Kane Williamson.
The
Play the
milestone.
19,000 run jingle.
Yes, no. You have to send one, quick.
Give me 5 seconds.
It's a genuine Nelson there, isn't it?
Yeah, 111 for one. If only we'd had 11, not 19 overs, then it would be a really interesting little scorecard. As Marco Jansen's back into the attack, he was a little bit expensive up front, went for 30 off his first 4, but he's bowled well throughout this tournament. As he is in round the wicket to Williamson. It's just short of a length, and I think it bounces a bit more than Kane expects because it's skewed off the bat, but there's no run there.
Interesting, isn't it? This pitch doesn't look as good as the other pitches have been here. It's a bit stoppy.
A little bit stoppy. I thought there was a bit of exaggerated bounce early, but the batters seem to have no issues playing the short ball. It's, as we've said, it's that
a
slower
one.
So Jansen really wide to Williamson with that left armer's angle round the wicket. It's this time pushed to the man at point for another dot.
He's trying to cramp him for room, isn't he?
Yeah.
Williamson's reached that milestone and he's choked up now. He's
yeah, the 19,000's in his head.
Yeah.
Maybe he's seen the Nelson too and he's thinking, what's going on? Are we going to be stuck on ones forever?
He saw all those ones and got really turned on.
Yeah, he's cramped him again, but it's a little bit too straight this time, so Williamson can use his wrist, gets it out to the man at deep backward square for 1.
Ravindra looking all right, 60.
Yeah, he's looked really untroubled thus far and played some cracking shots.
Hendo will be joining us shortly. He's made it in, brought his pillow with him.
Morning, Hendo. As Jansen comes over the wicket. Oh, is Hendo showing us a broken finger?
No, he's got his weird fingers back.
It's straight and Ravindra drives, but he can't beat the man at mid-on. So there's no run there. South Africa just pulling the scoring rate back slightly with a couple of stingy overs. 1 run so far from Jansen's first 4 balls, but the partnership is 64 off 72. You feel they need a wicket?
Yes.
Or several. Several would be nice for them, wouldn't it, Mog?
It would be lovely.
Just 2.
Just
don't aim too high.
A couple. It's short this time, and Ravindra gets an inside edge. It squirts to the man at mid-wicket, and they scamper through for a single.
And 1 more ball till we have a change.
Yep, Hendo is coming in.
Can you couldn't make me a cup of coffee? When
I
you
certainly
go
can. Are you staying on, Bear?
I'm on the first 4 apparently today.
Glutton for punishment.
Yes, good old Tone. I'm doing ball by ball, then I'm doing summarising now I'm doing socials, then I'm back to ball by ball.
As Jansen finishes, Williamson plays a nice drive, but he can't beat the man at short extra, so after 20 overs, New Zealand 113 for 1, and that's it from me for a little while.
Indeed. That's it from Mog too.
Before I go, I'll just say Salia 56. That was a good one. Okay, bye.
Bye. Will's back. Hendo's here. I'm still here.
I'm still standing.
Well, I don't know if I'm standing. I'm quite tired. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Well, decent platform for New Zealand here. Although we suspect that this is a higher scoring ground than Dubai. Maharaj in, bowls to Ravindra, left armour to left-hander, who forces, but straight back to the bowler, festooned in green with yellow stripes down the trousers and the shirt. Comes down the wicket, doesn't get to the pitch of it, well bowled by Maharaj, chips it into the air slightly on the onside, didn't go through with the big shot. Bavuma, such a good fielder, does what he needs to do. There is no run. And I had a little look. You may remember we were talking about team names, London Spirit, and that's a lovely shot from Ravindra. He's got that away on the drive. between extra and mid-off and picks up 4 lovely runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, we're talking about names, and I may have mentioned the Garden Route Badgers. And the Garden Route Badgers in the provincial one-day tournament in South Africa are 179 for 1 from 36 overs. Pushed back by Ravindra, who ended up reaching for that a little bit. There is no run, just 48 miles an hour from Maharaj. They're playing the Eastern Storm. Onto the back foot goes Ravindra. This ball is in towards his legs and he flicks it to mid-wicket.
What competition is this?
The CSA Provincial One-Day Tournament. Final ball of the over and a little bit of turn. Once more played to mid-wicket. Once more Mavuma does well, diving to his left to prevent the single. Just the 4 off the over.
Is that like county cricket level? Or,
or
is it like...
It's first class. It's first class 50 over cricket. I mean, technically, so is what we have in England now. But you know, you argue about whether it's first class really because there are so many players that don't play in it.
Well, indeed. Garden Route Badgers, says Jay Grover. Yes.
Indeed. Is that all he says?
Yeah.
Fair enough. I'm more than happy for people to just say that.
Jay Grover says, Hendo, I love you dearly, but please do not ask me for money. It causes me physical pain. Anyone else? Fine.
I never ask you for money, Jay, because I think you've contributed over the years. I mean, possibly the GDP of Sheffield to our cause. Can you have a GDP of a city? I don't know.
Yeah, I presume so.
Defended into the...
I suppose so.
On the side. Oh, who's that? It's Will!
It's Will!
Hello, Will!
Hiya!
He piped up. Suddenly he realised he was there. Just looking at some of Ravindra's shots on his way to another ODI 50. He's a
run machine at the moment.
He's a run machine. He had a little bit of a blip, but he seems to be coming back. He's on to 65 off 63, and Janssen is over the wicket, bowls to him, and he pushes calmly through mid-on for an easy single. I think it'd be fair to say that this semi-final has not captured the imagination of the Lahore public.
Presumably they were hoping for Pakistan home time, weren't they? You know.
Absolutely. But it hasn't worked out that way, sadly, for the host team's supporters. Round the wicket now, Janssen to the right-handed Williamson, who advances down the wicket, giving himself room. And then, as the ball is slightly back of a length, he just guides it down to third man. He goes to 30 from 42. God, I've got a bad headache today and neck ache. Anyone skilled in the arts of massage wants to pop round and give me a seeing to? Good. You know, one of those people. You know, I don't have to take my clothes off. One of those people that just comes around and does. You know, they often
head reiki.
Yeah, they often go into companies, don't they? Outside the off stump, back of a length, forced. Trying to free his arms, Ravindra didn't have much room to do so, but still got it out to the cover boundary and played a pretty impressive shot. Singles from every ball of this over so far, 4 of them, and New Zealand have moved on to 121 for 1. I didn't see who'd won the toss. Did they bat or were they put in?
New Zealand won the toss and batted.
Ah, okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we had a chat about that. I think they might choke.
Yeah, well, there's a point. Forced up to mid-off. This time they won't get a run. And that was a slower ball from Janssen at 76 miles an hour.
You know, they're not very good at chasing when it comes to knockout events, are they? Historically.
No. It's a difficult one to call because I think that generally speaking, New Zealand are the stronger side on paper. This is an attempted pull from Williamson. I'm not sure whether he got bat on that. Yes, he did. And he gets another single. He'll keep the strike. He's on 31. Ravindra 67. 122 for 1. And the wonderful Nick Brooks has bought us both hot drinks. which much required.
Is that the end of the over? That's me. Drake Mongreen says, money that I get usually ends up covered in chocolate.
The money I get ends up covered in chocolate. I end up covered in chocolate almost every evening when I sort of tuck into my sort of binge eating period. Chipped by Williamson as he came down the wicket to Maharaj. Didn't get as much on it as he would have liked. It has, however, cleared mid-on. I wouldn't say comfortably, but by enough, and they've got back for 2. 124 for 1. Lots of batting to come. Mitchell, Latham, Phillips, Bracewell, Santner can crunch the ball around as well. And Maharaj is in once more. He's chipped that in the air, but I guess he knows what he was doing there, Williamson, because there was no mid-off. There was a man back at long off, and that pitched in front of him by a few yards, by about 10 or 15 yards.
Trying to get after Maharaj here.
Sorry, Will?
Glad I'm not the only one that does the TV thing. Stick in front of the TV. Evenings.
I think I spend most of my life in front of a TV these days. This is flicked up to long on for another single.
Well, Jay Grove says, Hendo, I recommend drugs.
What, for pain? Well, I did stop at the garage partly to top up with petrol, but also to get some paracetamol, which I have taken, so hopefully they'll kick in. This is neatly laid down to the man on the 45 on the offside. No run. Sorry, Will.
You want to get yourself some triptans for if you've got a migraine brewing.
Oh no, I haven't got a migraine. I've only ever really had a couple of migraines in my life, really, and they are, well, when you get that pain across your eye, forced up to long on for a single.
I've had migraines all my life.
Have you?
And the symptoms changed. When I was a kid, I used to just get a headache behind the eye, and then mostly since my 20s, when I get them, I lose vision. I can't read, and my memory goes. I can't remember words and people's names. But it only ever lasts for about half an hour to an hour.
Really?
And then I get a headache.
You lucky bastard.
Are you sure that's...
Well, then I get a headache, and then I can feel groggy for a few days, but not really incapacitated in any way.
Okay, good.
Maharaj...
If you don't get the migraine hangover, then I'm pissed off.
We'll come back to the hangover. Maharaj bowls this one outside the off stump, which Ravindra tries to jab out behind square. Misses. Could have got a little edge through. Didn't. Let's talk more headaches.
Well, if you get a bad one, yeah, exactly that. You can feel a bit drained for a couple of days, but not in any real horrible way.
I don't know. You feel like I feel all like tender and emotional for a day or two.
I know. See, I just feel a bit dulled and a bit not quite with it, but yeah. But then I had one. I went to hospital thinking I was having a stroke about 3 years ago. It turns out I was having a migraine. It's like fucking hell. And I realised when I was in A&E after a couple of hours, because actually the headache kicked in and everything went back to normal.
Right.
But it was like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, I don't like that idea of sort of not knowing people's names, and that's all a little bit worrying.
When the first time it happened, I was selling encyclopedias in Australia.
Oh, goodness. And
I was in someone's house trying to explain shit, and then suddenly I couldn't read what I was doing, and I couldn't remember what I was supposed to say, and it was really disconcerting.
Did they throw you out?
No, they were really good. They let me stay there until the guy came along. I had to apologise. I can't read something. I'm going migraine. I can't read it.
Nasty. Markram is going to come in. A little bit of, I guess, spin that's not necessarily testing, but worth a look and worth a little bit of change of pace. Bowling from the Iqbal end. And his first ball is full and whipped up with bottom hand by Williamson to long on. We're in the boring middle overs potentially here. Let's hope that New Zealand can make them less boring. We are saving you for the moment if you have Sky on, from Ian Bishop, who's decent, Sean Pollock, who's okay, and Pommy and Bangwa, who's absolutely awful.
Yep.
How does he keep getting work everywhere? Markram in bowls, pushed back to the bowler, and there is no run. I can only assume that producers and people who actually employ these people, they just see a name, they see a name that's been used elsewhere, and they just, oh, he's a commentator, let's give him a job. Here comes Markram. Onto the back foot goes Ravindra, trying to give himself room. He exposed his stumps rather, but couldn't get any power in the shot. Looks like there's quite a breeze out there in the middle.
Because he was a pretty unremarkable player as well, probably in Bangor, wasn't he?
I honestly don't remember him as a player. Markram in, bowls full, and Ravindra stayed back, and that excited Markram, but he met it with the full face of the bat and steered it out into the offside. 128 for 1. There's been a very good over so far, just a single from it. And he's in again, and this time whipped up again by Ravindra, this time to long on. Second single of the over, 129 for 1. One ball remaining in the 24th. Current run rate is 5.4, which is a good platform, but when you've got so many wickets in hand, you can't fiddle around for too long on what looks to be a decent pitch. Chipped again, slightly in the air, but another easy single. 3 from the over. Williamson 37, Ravindra 69, 130 for 1. Bear.
A lot of people having conversations between themselves.
Do you know, that's quite rude, isn't it? That's just rude.
I know.
Talk to us.
Well,
they
probably are.
Do you reckon he still gets work because it's producers looking at it and going, oh, bell ends get like interaction and traction and stuff on social media?
I don't.
So, like,
I wonder whether he's in with a production company or something.
Well, it's possible that I think more that is likely. He's got a very good agent.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think that he's controversial enough to get much. He's anodyne, if anything. Maharaj round the wicket to Keir, who made room immediately outside the leg stump, almost signalled that to the bowler, and then lofted it over extra cover. He's trying to get it over extra cover. He's going the aerial route to do that, but he's trying to keep it away from the long off, and he's done that successfully to a point. He'd prefer to have got a couple or even a boundary from that. He's just got the one. Back over the wicket, Maharaj, and Ravindra advances. He looked for a moment as if he was going to heave that. He was nowhere near the pitch of the ball, and he bailed a little bit, and I think wisely so. But this is a good little spell of spin at both ends. He's down the wicket this time, and he aims it straight, and that's a good shot, because again, he wasn't at the pitch of the ball, but he kept the ball going straight. He kept his shape, as someone like Hardik Pandya did yesterday when he came in, and he lofted the ball but kept it away from the men in the deep.
Indeed, they're quite wide.
Well, it's a fall for a boundary where here's a rope. The bowler don't like it, but it had to go.
And Maharaj says, well, I bowled that pretty well and possibly didn't deserve that. Now, this one is a bigger effort, and it's a very, very good shot. It's cleared the boundary by some distance, so Ravindra getting on top of Maharaj. Just as I was saying, it was a good little period for the bowlers. And he's messed a bit with Maharaj's length. He's not quite sure what length to bowl now, is he? Because of that, he's in again once more. A foolish delivery, but Ravindra has time on this pitch to go back and place it through the offside for another single. And it's ended up being a pretty good over, this, for New Zealand.
Every once in a while they biff a big over still, don't they? And they keep nagging along at about 6 and over.
Still one ball to go. Driven by Williamson up to long off. So, what is that off the over? 10, 11, 12, 13.
Good over.
And if you consider that Maharaj had bowled 4 overs for 14 before that, you can tell what a good over that was for The Kiwis, 143 for 1. We're halfway through their innings. Have we got anything on YouTube or Twitter or Blue Sky?
Bear, what is in your massive mug? Coffee.
Your massive mug. Good God, Duckett's still top of the most runs in the Champions Trophy. And Root is second.
Yeah.
How extraordinary. And that's really...
3 games.
Duckett's, well, yeah, but Duckett's is... What did Duckett get in the final game? I didn't
He
really
got about 30, 20 or 30. He got 164, didn't he? And then obviously
Yeah.
he scored another 60 runs, so around about 30 odd in each game.
Here comes Markram, and Williamson is advancing. Just plays that defensively because it's speared in quite flat, straight to extra cover. There is no run. Here is Markram again. He's brought out the reverse sweep, and I don't know where that's come off. It may have come off the back of the bat. It's looped up. It's found its way to short fine leg, but I'm not sure how exactly. I'd have to see a replay. Ravindra has 80, Williamson 39. He got 81, of course, in that run chase against India. This is on to his leg stump or even slightly outside, and he guides it past the mid-wicket in the circle for 1. He had a couple of failures, didn't he, in the first 2 games, but came good. You can't keep a good man down for long, and Williamson is one of the best.
Really is.
Driven by Ravindra. Hurried a little bit, though, I sense, by Markram on that occasion. He's bowling quite intelligently, I have to say. I'm not saying that he's not an intelligent bloke, but he's bowling cleverly, doing what needs to be done, although that's a little bit wider and cut, and well saved on the boundary. Is that Rassi? I think it might be. Rassi van der Dussen, and they've got through for 2, so he's actually saved a couple there, probably. 147 for 1.
Again, it was aerial, I thought.
Oh, it wasn't that far away from Bavuma, was it?
Yeah. Can't stretch too far, can our Timber, can he?
No. I mean, imagine if he was a little bit taller. I mean, he's a brilliant fielder anyway, but if he had a little bit more stretch as well. 99, this partnership worth, a second wicket partnership. Young is the man who's out. Markram in. Out comes the reverse sweep again, but it's well connected with. Straight to the man on the 45. Frustration for Williamson. Any more for any more?
Well, Fluffy says, could someone ask Bear if his boss was called Rick when he was selling books in Oz, circa 2000, 2005?
Seems
I
unlikely.
can't remember what his name was, and it was 1989-90.
That would be a hell of a long time to have been in encyclopedias, wouldn't it?
All I remember is he was a bit of a wide boy, and he had a Brocky Commodore, which was a V8 car, and he let me drive it around, and I hooned around Adelaide very fast one day in his V8 sports car. It was great fun.
While having a migraine.
Well, no.
Oh, now there was a stumping chance for South Africa. Ravindra came down the wicket, played a big shot, missed it completely, and the keeper got a glove to it, but wasn't able to stop it. And to add insult to injury, it's gone away. Oh, he's got an edge to it. He edged it. I've done him a disservice there, because any keeper would have done well to get that with that kind of deflection. And so, presumably, he's picked up 4 runs. Partnership is now worth 103. Ravindra is within 13 of 100. Maharaj will feel a little bit hard done by then. Next ball, onto the back foot goes Ravindra and eases it up to long on for 1. It may not have come in the way that he expected or even wanted from an aesthetic point of view, but Ravindra getting a 4 off the first ball of the over is always handy.
This is exactly what we were talking about earlier, Bear.
Yeah.
Now. Very clever from Maharaj, because Williamson went way outside the leg stump too early, and he saw him and he pushed it wide inside the guidance line for wides, but he's not the tallest man, he hasn't got the biggest reach, and he couldn't reach it. Had to leave it alone. He comes down the wicket to that and he's chipped that exceptionally well. That's a chip of great skill from Williamson. He barely put any effort into that, but his timing was exceptional. It's 6 runs.
That was lovely.
Not the longest boundary, 76 metres in terms of the carry of that shot, but, well, he's picked his boundary and he's picked it off really well. Maharaj in. Suddenly, his figure's not looking anything like as impressive, driven all the way along the ground up to long off for a single this time, but that's what, 5, 11, 12 off the over. Still a ball to go, so what, 25 from Maharaj's last 2 overs, and it's still to finish. It finishes with a dot ball. He'll be happy about that. He's bowled 6 overs, none for 39, but New Zealand getting a little bit of a push on.
Rion Pinar says, I think they can give the winner of the game the ICC Championship trophy, and India can do what they want and make their own trophy. Yes.
Quite funny.
Well, Eric J says, England batsman, are you watching? Yeah,
indeed.
This is how you. Well, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because with 3 overs to go, England were nearly at 200 on this pitch. For about 1, weren't they? Because this was when Duckett got his. We were probably for 2 because we lost Jamie, what's his name, earlier as well, Smith early. But Root was with Duckett at this point, and we were coming on to 200 at 30 overs. They'll be somewhere not too far off.
Down the leg side from Markram, he saw again Williamson creating room for himself, but he adjusts the batsman and will pick up a single. He's doing a lot of this going outside the leg stump, is Williamson. We've seen it against India. He's on to 48. Ravindra tucks the next ball away off his legs through mid-wicket. Again, I'll take a single. 161 for 1, 89 to Ravindra. Is Kane Williamson going to get yet another international 50?
I think he is.
It's looking that way. Although I may now have completely stuffed him. Markram in. He's down the wicket. He's chipped that up in the air. Is it going to fall safe? Just! Again, was it Rassi running in off the boundary edge? And it wasn't that far away. Maybe a little bit of fortune there for Kane. But it does take him to yet another international half century. That is his 48th in one-day cricket.
You know you lift me with your 50.
Not one-day cricket per se, but one-day international cricket. Markram into him again. Out comes the reverse sweep, and that's a good connection. And that is 4 runs for Williamson. That's much better. What a player this man is.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This is looking dangerous for South Africa, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Especially when you look at the strength of batting that to Australia. Well, they're playing like Australia has often done.
Yeah, they got a lot of batting in South Africa.
Well, yeah, they got a fair amount. Markram in.
Has a bit more batting.
Yeah, I would say so. Tickled away into the onside. Oh, horrible misfield. They think about a second run and then decide against it. They might have got there because the throw wasn't that great. Anyway, highest batting average in ODI since January 2022. Minimum 10 innings. Would you believe? Is it Shafane Rutherford?
It is, yeah. Dawid Malan's on that list.
Dawid Malan. Imagine that. Onto the back foot goes Ravindra. And we'll take another single out to Rassi van der Dusen on the cover boundary. He goes to 90. Williamson 55. 28 overs bowled, 169 for 1. Oh!
We have
Use your pride, super chat.
Jay Grover says £2. Distracted. Forgot how shit Bear is at socials. Yeah, I've also been on. This is my third session in a row. I've got a commentator at the end of this one.
Bear. I did 5 sessions in a row the other day. 5.
I know. I've done it before myself, but I've also done. What game are we on? 14. I've done 12 out of 14 days here.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good going. Now, I was really annoyed last night because Wimbledon managed to lose a second game 1-0 to the team, one of the teams in the relegation zone of League 2. I worked out now that in the last 3 games, Ngidi back into the attack. Maharaj is taken out of harm's way for the time being after going for 25 and 2, or was it 27? This is driven down to long on for a single. I worked out in our last 3 games we have had 40 shots on goal and we have scored 1 goal.
Wow.
That, for professionals in that kind of conversion rate, I think
That's
for a professional outfit is appalling.
It's true, and you say that, but there was a period in Klopp's last year at Liverpool, there was a period where we were fucking having 30 shots on goal and not scoring.
Yeah, I know it can happen. Onto the back foot, that one comes back into Williamson, but he plays it so late that he can angle the bat, keep control, run it down to third man.
Big game tonight, PSG.
Yeah, that could be fun. I think there could be lots of goals in that one.
They potentially could be. We could get hammered.
You could get hammered, actually. Although,
I think we're less likely to under Slot than we would have been under Klopp, though.
Yeah.
I mean, PSG have had a bad run, haven't they? But they've actually...
no, they haven't. Not recently.
Well,
they have started off on a bad run.
But
they've won 13 out of 13 or something.
What, in the league? Or
in all competitions.
Now, clever ball from Ngidi that was much slower. And Ravinja didn't really read that. And he's beaten by it as he tries to shovel it into the offside. I mean, it happens that you can create, and you got to give credit to the defensive side of the game from the other teams, but it's pretty poor. Mind it didn't help that we onto the back foot he goes and carves that away. There's a man down at third man, and I thought for a moment he wasn't going to get there, but he's so stretchy, he's so long, he's so elongated, is Marco Janssen, that he was somehow able to flick it back, and they've only got through for 2. Ravinja, 93 to him off 85.
And I do love that about New Zealand, how they just sort of sneak up on you. They sort of stealth scoring heavy runs.
Yes, they don't draw attention to the fact, do they? They just sort of get on with it. And Ngidi in bowls, slower ball again, defended into the offside, but they will pick up a single. Well done by Ravindra. So 5 runs off this over with 1 ball remaining. I was going to say it didn't help that we decided to leave out our leading scorer, but having played pretty much the same starting lineup for about 5 games, and not changed it when perhaps he should have done, maybe with 1 change here or 2 changes there, he decided to make 5 changes and left 24 goals on the bench. In fact, more than that, 27 goals on the bench, and there was only 8 goals amongst those who were on the pitch in the season. Edged by Williamson, another good ball from Ngidi, who goes down onto the ground in disappointment because the man behind the stumps was not able to haul it in. Klassen, I'm afraid. It was a decent enough effort. He had to dive away to his right. He got there, but it was never into the centre of the palm. It was more into the webbing, and it didn't stick, I'm afraid to say.
Just on their fingertips, wasn't it?
Yeah. South Africa, and that's actually unfortunate for Ngidi because that's been a very clever over, I would say, and it's ended up going for 6 6 runs, I think it was. 175 for 1 is the score.
Andres Rousseau says, do you guys think South Africa has a chance if this goes to 350, 380? 380 I think would be a struggle. 350, look, it's possible. This pitch has got runs in it. If they can do it, you can do it. They've got some biffers and they've got some quick scorers in that South African side. Yeah, exactly.
And Australia chased down 350.
Yeah.
This is true. Williamson plays a reverse sweep to Markram again. He connects with it well, but finds the fielder, so there is no run.
And you'd say that South Africa side is better than the Australian side.
And I was going to say, South Africa are much better than Australia at the moment.
He's in again, Markram. Lot of room given or taken by Williamson. He thrashes it in the air, not that far away from extra cover, and he's picked up 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Well, if one of these goes big, it will be a big score. It's certain, isn't it? If they both go big, it could be up near 400.
Yeah. I'm not sure it will. And of course, it's more difficult for batsmen to come in, and if you lose 2 quick wickets and you've got 2 new batsmen at the crease, they've got to start again. But once a huge amount of room taken by Williamson outside the leg stump. It's fired in outside the leg stump, but he still manages to tuck it away for a single to deep mid-wicket. Williamson dropped on 56 by Klassen.
That's a fingertip, wasn't it? Never really quite got to grasp it.
And also, perhaps, the fact the pace was off it, maybe the wicketkeeper didn't quite pick that up. Onto the back foot goes Ravindra, looking to force through the offside. Can't. Finds Bavuma at extra. I love the way that Ngidi almost undercuts the ball with his slower one.
Really takes the pace off, doesn't it?
His action.
Back goes Ravindra, cuts. Certainly going to get 1, won't get a second. I thought for a moment he might, because he'd managed to hit it behind square. Klassen's quickly to it. Lovely throw on the bounce over the top of the bails. And I have 1 more ball before I can go and have a little rest again.
Oh, good for you. I can't. I'm on. Nick's coming back. Mog's coming back. I'm staying.
I'll be back for the final 10 overs. Markram in round the wicket, giving himself too much room. Was that a catch?
No.
He drove it with a slightly cross bat. Did Williamson. Not always easy to tell whether that has gone in the air. The camera work. I mean, the camera work is good. It's just not an easy thing to pick up as a cameraman and a director. 181 for 1 after 30. Time for me to.
Mitchell's.
It is time for me to get out of the way. Mog's coming back. Nick B's coming back. We've got quite a stretched team today, it would appear.
Well, I'm stretched. I know that much. Stretched over all of it. So.
But you're not going to do the next 3 in a row too. Calm down.
No. Yeah. What do you mean? I'm off for the next stretch, and I've got lunch, and then I'm back on for the first 2 after lunch. Joy. It's all right. You love me. I love you.
See you later.
See you later. Doing really well here.
They're cruising, aren't they? I wonder if South Africa might come to rue those couple of Klassen missed chances.
Wow.
They were tough, weren't they?
They were tough. The first one, as a keeper, I don't think you're ever getting that. And the second one, very much in the fingertips. He needed to get his hand just a little bit further across so it's in the palm. Just tipping it around a corner, wasn't he, essentially?
But you're right, Bear. They're flying. Tough to see under 300, and you think they'd be thinking well in excess of that now.
Wow. Well, Katie's mathematical statistical study was you double it at 32. If you double it at 30, even that's 360, isn't it? They've got 9 wickets in hand. They've got some. If Daryl Mitchell's got licence now to pump, Glenn Phillips can hit it hard. Latham, if he gets going, can also give it some big. Who's that dying down?
I think that's Mulder, and they go deep as well because they got Santner and Bracewell and Jameson who can all bat. So,
but Jameson's at 9.
Yeah, so this kind of situation where those players don't have to come in and play substantial innings but have licence to swing, you think it could be danger on a really good pitch.
Well, exactly. And then the flip side of that is, the South Africans have got some big hitters and some quick scorers in Markram and Klassen. They all hit it hard. Rickleton can hit it hard.
Yeah, I was hearing Klaassen's ODI numbers. That ridiculous. I think he averages 45, striking at 120.
Yeah. And we saw, you see what he did against England the other night. He was fantastic. Okay, he didn't get 100, but he got 77 in double quick time, won the game for them essentially. Well, they were always going to win it anyway. But that innings against England in the World Cup, fuck me, that was outstanding.
Yeah, he's a special player.
Yeah, and Guidi, tries to run that down a third man. It gets beaten on the outside edge through the keeper, and there is no run. A dot ball, a rare dot ball, 181 for 1. He's 6 runs from his 100. It's just coming. His 95 is of only 89 deliveries so far. Again, a little bit of cut. Again, it doesn't really do
5
a
runs
lot
from
of
his
this.
100. 5 runs from his 100.
5 runs from his 100. True.
Yeah, he'd done him one short there.
Yeah. Over the wicket. Ngidi to Ravindra. Onto his pads this time though. He clips it out in front of square. They're going to see. Yeah, there should be an easy 2. They do. We're doing the overs on the partnership in the middle overs.
Oh yeah, that's been going nice.
Yeah. Got 2. I only have 7 runs and I get the next one, I think. 8 runs.
I have hit a bad run. I spent the last of what was in my account on New Zealand over 314, so hopefully that'll be a rare win.
That will be, yeah. Yeah, one-day cricket, white ball cricket in general is quite tricky, I think.
You can get on good runs and then it can all go up
horribly
the wall.
Test cricket's a lot easier. Did he edge that? There's an appeal from behind. I'm not sure the bowler appealed. The umpire's not interested.
Klaassen looked very interested.
He did, didn't he? I don't know. Well, it was a slower ball again. It was a cutter. It went across Ravindra. He sort of approached it and
they've gone up for it.
Temba's not sure, but you are on the 30th over. They're only 1 wicket down. You haven't used a review yet. You might as well use one.
Yeah, totally. I think given the context, you've got to go up there. I like the look of it.
Well, it's certainly close to the back. Klassen was convinced, I have to say.
Hit the pad on the way through.
Yeah.
He's miles from it when he goes past the ball. So I don't know what he heard behind the stumps, but there's clearly nothing on ultra edge and a good centimetre between the bat and the ball.
I think even Joel Wilson can't give that one out.
Even blind Joel couldn't miss that one, but it's not Joel because it's It's Kumar.
No, Joel on the 3rd.
Oh right, okay.
I was reading this morning. Joel Wilson didn't play professional cricket, which maybe is partly why he's so poor.
Well,
it's quite rare, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. A lot of them are ex.
Yeah, I noticed the 2 men on the field, Dharmasena and Rifle, shared a World Cup final here 29 years ago.
Wow. Yeah, I remember Paul Rifle.
Does a blind Joel have a better record than Rifle decision?
He certainly did in one series. He bunted that. Another slower ball from Ngidi. It's bunted down towards third man where Marco Janssen is fielding. And it is a single. Paul Rifle had a bit of a howler. I think it might have been in an Indian series. It might have been the England series when we lost 4-1. Kept getting overturned. And I thought he was a pretty decent umpire, but it might have been a series in England. But I mean, there were loads you've got loads of decisions that got overturned. And he was almost or as bad as Blind Joel for that series, I think.
Oh, that sign says the GOAT, not what I thought.
Kane tries to work that into the leg side from Ngidi. It's a thick outside edge, just drops into the offside and there is no run. Getting to the who's going to go? I guess Ravindra gets his 100 and then
you would have thought
goes
so,
even
right?
harder, right? Although you don't really want to throw it away still, and you've still got plenty of time. Another 10 overs of this, and you're up at nearly 300 with 10 overs to go. Well, no, not quite, are you? More
well,
like
what, 240?
240, 250 with 10 overs to go.
Then with 9 in hand, you back them to add, 100, 110 off the last 10?
I mean, you should do, yeah. Ngidi, down the track comes Kane Williamson. Is that going to be given as a wide? It went down the leg side, but he did come across the stumps. It didn't miss the leg stump by much, and it has been given as a wide. Rare.
Yeah, I think New Zealand been a bit hard done by there.
Well, are they? He did go across his stumps trying to work it into the leg side. And I come down the track at it. Anyway, Mog, over to you.
Stephen Kelk says, I have almost finished grading my students' homework despite no help from the bear.
I'm sorry about that, Kelky. Is it large language models again? Or linear programming?
Jag Rover offered Dataism to help with the homework. But I don't think that was taken up either. Luke Hallahan said, when is the Bishop on? I want to take a nap soon, and his dulcet tones help me drift off.
He's not on today.
Not saying he's boring, very interesting guy, but he has a wonderfully relaxing voice.
He's skiving off once again today. He'll be in on Sunday. I don't think I'll be in on Sunday for the final, funnily enough, having done all the group games, done all the heavy lifting.
Someone else can come and take the
star fuckers will come in at the end.
Yeah, the hard work, the hard yards bear, leave the glory to the Bishop.
I might pop in.
I've
got kids footy. Well, kids footy. I don't know if we can really. Oh, he is a kid. I suppose he's 17. It's not really kids footy. Youth football.
Youth football. How's he been going?
Oh man, they got so cheated on fucking Sunday. It was unbelievable. They played this team and they were so much better than them. They got scored against in the first half from a corner, and it was 1-0. Then we had. So what happened after that? After this ball, Rabada's back into the attack. First ball is onto the hip of Ravindra. He clips it nicely out in front of, well, sort of very straight mid-wicket out on the boundary, and I'll get back for 2.
And there it is.
And there it is. That's his 100. Well batted, sir. That's his second of the tournament. Did he get 100 in one of the other games, or did he get 89?
I think it's his first of the tournament.
Yeah, he might have got
no, he made another 100 earlier on.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain he did. We shall give him a jingle because he is a
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Well done, sir. Next ball onto his toes. He clips that around the corner down to the long left boundary. Great shot. And that will bring up another boundary for him, and he's going to hopefully race along. Yeah, so my Nipper's team, Sun's team was, they were 1-0 down at half time, come out second half, again they were battering them. There was a penalty given, and then the guy took the penalty, smashed it against the bar, and literally about 3 minutes later there was a whole kerfuffle going on, and some kid that's cut hard out to the man on the point boundary, and it'll be a single. Some kid literally scored from about 35 yards out on the right wing, belted one in, and it went in the top corner. But they're all celebrating, and their fucking linesman comes on and starts babbling on about some offside that happened about fucking 4 minutes ago, and their referee gave it. It was a mad, total bullshit. So we were obviously really angry. One of the dads on the touchline was fuming. He was getting ready to go over and fight the linesman.
You've got to love sweary dads.
Yeah,
the ugly side of parenting in sports.
And then we should have got another penalty. That's pulled into the leg side by Kane Williamson. Uppish, but down towards long on. They'll come back for another 2. Yeah, so there was a foul. It's clearly inside the box by about a foot, and we were quite up the other side of the halfway line. And the referee gave it as a foul on the edge of the area. That was outrageous. And then, not only that, after the foul happened, before he blew out the whistle, the ball ended up in the back of the net from the follow-up play, and he didn't give the goal. It was fucking outrageous. It was. We were fuming.
Well and truly stitched up.
Very much stitched up. It's a bit like when
You're
you
not holding a grudge, though, right?
No, of course not. Oh no, he's got inside that as Kane. He's given the old ramp. He's not got it for 6, but he's got it for 4. One bounce just inside the boundary. Great shot. Well, they are motoring along now, aren't they? How many is that off this over? 13 with 1 ball to go, I believe.
Yeah, and Guidi's the only seamer who's been able to find any control, which I think is a reflection of how often he's gone to those slower balls.
Yeah. Well, exactly that. You don't want to put pace on this pitch. It tends to go, it would seem.
Quite right. And so New Zealand at least have the benefit of 2 spinners in Bracewell and Santner.
Yeah. Aerial driven through extra cover, finds the gap, and it's another 4 to end the over. And Guidia's gone for 37 in 5 overs, and that over has gone for 12, 16, 17 runs.
Big one.
That is a big one. And that's 200 up for New Zealand. 201 for 1. Wow. Motoring along. That's another win on the betting as well. Shall I try one more? Over for the fall of the next wicket.
I reckon there might be one more.
Brave. Very brave.
It is brave at this stage.
Well, it's only 228, so they're bringing it down because they are expecting a wicket to fall, and so would I. But they have got, 5 overs, 6 overs? They're nearly 8 overs before they get to 40, which is when you really take a chance. So I'm going to go for it. What the fuck, eh? Yeah, so that was my Sunday at kids football, and I've got the same again this Sunday as well. I've got a home game. I think it's the first home game they've managed for the entire... In youth football, basically, they're supposed to play a game every weekend from December all the way through to February, and you end up playing about 3 weekends because either the pitches are frozen or they're flooded or, this, that and the other. You hardly, for the 2 months at the beginning of the year, you hardly ever actually get a game, which becomes quite addictive in its own right. It's like, I don't have to go out.
You're going to take your brass
I don't have to.
yeah,
exactly. No, not me. I leave that to the other dads. I get upset, but what the hell.
I remember looking forward to those cancelled games in freezing cold, especially.
Exactly. Thank God I don't have to go and stand in a field for 2.5 hours.
I was like that with tennis during summer. I didn't want to go and play tennis in 42 fucking degrees.
Yeah, well, I can imagine that. Yeah.
Anyway, let's read some of these things.
Yes, let's do that. Choose.
Stephen Koch says, okay, so Paul Rifle is now a bad umpire. That explains why England hit 10 million runs against the Dutch in Amstelveen a couple of years ago. He was the umpire. The truth is now known. He was only bad for one series, not that one. Francis says, soon the batters will lash out. The fun is coming. Which he said that before that last over, I think. So there you go. Drake Mongrain says, Gaffney is so old, they've got hieroglyphs of him in Egypt. Gaffney is so old, they have a statue of him in Göbekli Tepe, is the way you spell it. He's other things about how to spell Göbekli Tepe, which means pot-bellied hill, funnily enough.
Where? You just make
it's in Turkey. It's a sort of one of the first proper organised settlement kind of places.
Uh-huh.
Keep up with the news, Bear.
Okay, all right. I think we're having a drinks break now, aren't we? That's why.
Yeah.
You can carry on yapping, telling us what the people out there are telling us.
Her answer says, no guarantee, but I'm confident my Kiwi boys are in the final. That might be a whiskey-based early crow.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, it's looking good, but you don't know until both teams are batted, and I do think it's going to take a high score to...
you don't know until both teams have batted. It's the same way of saying you don't know until the game is over and someone's won.
Yep, exactly.
Quite right, Mog. But I reckon we've got a cracking chase on our hands here.
That was a cracking game.
I hope so.
That was the semi-final of the World Cup in, what was it, 2019? Or was it, no, it must have been 2013, 2012, or whatever it was, when it was down in Australia.
2015.
15 was.
Was it when
England crashed out in the groups?
Yeah, well...
And then...
Yeah, we were really shit. This is live. We're back. Maharaj is going to bowl his 7th over. He's gone for 40 in 6, and his first ball he's played up to mid-on for a single. Long on for a single. Was that when Grant Elliott scored those runs or something? I can't remember.
His name did just pop up on a scorecard there, so yeah.
I just remember Australia hammering them in the final.
Yes, very much so. Yeah, Stark. They were all
wickets?
out for about 180 or something, wasn't it? Yeah, Brendan McCullum was out in the first over, dancing down the wicket to Stark, and that was the end of the tournament for them, as that one is drilled out to wide, long off, and there is no run. Well, this is it. I think New Zealand fancy a chance against India, even though they got beaten in that last game. That'll be a competitive rematch. They beat them in the semi-final of the one-day World Cup in 2019 in England. That one's played up towards long on.
Yeah, and they did all
single.
right with the ball, didn't they, to keep him down to 250? They just got stuck a bit in that chase.
They got stuck a bit in that chase, and as I said, Bracewell should have fucking reviewed. Not changed things drastically, but he was at least capable, and they had overs, and the run rate was only about 7 and over. That's tossed up wide and full. Kane's eyes light up. He smears it out with no great timing and aerially to deep point, and get himself a single. Really creature. There was a big top edge, really. Bringing Ravindra back on strike. 107 off 97 for him. He sweeps that. Thinks about coming down the track and then holds off. Decides to go down and sweep instead. Gets it out to deep backward square. It's a single. 5 off the over. All in singles. See, this is all they've got to do with a couple of big overs between now and 40, and they're on what, 260?
Yeah.
With 10 overs to go and 9 guys in the heart.
I mean, and that's a hell of a platform.
That's a hell of a platform. Kane's got hold of that one. Slog sweep over wide, long on, all the way into the stands. Well, not into the stands, just short of the stands, but over the greens. And it's 4 runs. 6, sorry, what am I on about? Yeah. I've been on too long.
Into the stands for 4.
My mind's a bit frazzled. I'm really hungry as well.
I'm starving. I haven't had any breakfast.
No, I had a slice of toast, exactly.
I did sneak one of those chocolate fingers.
Oh, you can have one. Cool.
Jesus Christ. The hardship.
Yeah, it's Spartan up in Gorilla Towers, Mog.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I've got to move everything out of here as well. Christ.
Can't you just hire some crazy weirdos from the train station to do it for you?
No.
50 quid and a slab of some shit beer.
In the old days you probably could, but nowadays everyone wants like 200 quid and they're all lazy. And they lose stuff. That's tempted to work it into the leg side. Gets maybe a bit of inside edge onto pad. There's no appeal. Ravindra was hobbling, so maybe it got inside his pad and hit the top of his leg. And of that being no run. Someone holds up a sign saying thanks for coming. With all the flags except for, of course, India's.
Oh, what a shock.
Quite pointed. Only 7 flags, 8 nations.
Maybe they just forgot.
Well. 212 for 1, 33.1 overs gone. The current run rate is now up over 6.39. It's very full. In fact, it was a full toss. It was jabbed down by Ravindra. There's 2 guys behind square on the offside. But there's a 3rd man on the edge of the circle. Sort of backward point. Can't beat either of those. Speed was 140, so it was a quick delivery. There's no run though. The sun is going down clearly. It's getting in all the batsman's eyes. He's got sunglasses on there.
Yeah, sunglasses and his cap.
Yeah.
Still not doing it.
Rabada in. Oh, flashed out. That is out, surely.
Yep.
Yes, finally Ravindra goes. Finally lost one. God damn it.
It was the slow finger from Paul Rifle, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a slow finger, but it was across it. It was thrown up wide outside the off stump and slower delivery, a lot slower, I think. Ravindra threw the bat at it, got all out of shape. Big thick edge. It sort of ballooned up. Yeah, ballooned up to Clarkson behind the stumps. And Rabada gets his wicket. His wicket is Ravindra, and he goes for 108. Very good innings of about 98 deliveries. And he's set up a really, really good platform for his team. And we have to say goodbye to him, so we'll send him off for this one.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Well, that's unfortunate for New Zealand, but I still think 350 is on the cards.
It certainly should be. Batted beautifully, Ravindra, but now, well, South Africa will think they've opened the door a crack.
Aye. Well, they think they've opened the opportunity to maybe slow it down a little bit. Daryl Mitchell's the next man out. I'm guessing he gets caught at cow corner. Although I'm not going to go for that, because I'm going to go for a run out. But It is.
You'll get one eventually.
I will eventually.
Son of an old black ferny on Peep Show wrote that book. Oh, Daryl, not David Mitchell.
There aren't many ways to really get out. You basically get caught on this wicket, and that's about it. You haven't hardly seen any LBWs, any bowls.
Yeah, you're doing badly if you're getting bowled or LBW on this wicket, aren't you? So you would think the run out could be in play.
Aye.
And expect Mitchell to go after it from pretty much ball one.
Indeed. That is clipped into the leg side. Goes across the stumps. Well, actually, LBW is 12-1 and the run out is 12-1. And I'm guessing LBW actually might be more likely than run out. I'm going to go for an LBW. I like those odds. Someone goes across the stumps, new in, pinned in front of the stumps on a full toss. Hopefully.
Can happen. Do you think they might have thought about sending Glenn Phillips here ahead of Mitchell?
No, not with 17 overs to go. I think no.
Probably
no.
a bit soon.
Yeah, it is. He's the kind of guy who can... Well, he got 60 or 30 balls, He only needs 10 overs.
Yeah.
He's a finisher. You don't really want him coming in before about 43rd, I thought. Let's work around the corner for a single by Mitchell. Get off the mark. And Temba gets the ball, pass it back. The wind's getting up a little bit in Lahore. It's quite a breeze. 213 for 2, so they've got, 16 overs at the end of this? 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah, I think 160 they'll be targeting minimum.
They would like that, wouldn't they, with those in hand, yeah.
That would get them, 375, which would be a really good score.
Would be a really, really good score. Will they get there? Funny feeling they won't get there. Things will happen. Ooh, that's a slower ball bouncer. I'm not sure if Kane Williamson got on the top edge on that. It went through to Klassen, and there is no run.
He could have autographed that as it went past his face slowly.
The slower balls they've bowled have been pretty good slower balls in general. They've taken a lot of pace off, not just a little bit. And the batsman's timing has been all awry.
Cosmic Seer says, I think New Zealand are going to win this tournament. All who didn't win trophies are winning now, like in the BBL, the ILT20, the SA20. Well, New Zealand has already won this.
Yeah, they have won
2011 or 12 or 9 or something.
First one, the first tournament, wasn't it? 1999 or something? I don't know.
Stephen Koch says people who cleanse don't need breakfast.
That's, maybe true, but that's driven by Daryl Mitchell up towards long off, and there'll be a single.
Ferron thinks that 360, 400 should be the target. 400 should be the target, 360 minimum.
It's kind of looking that way. Projected scores 10 and over gets them 366. Yeah, currently they're on for 316. Cut by Kane in front of point, out towards the man in the deep. That'll be a single.
But things can fall apart in the last 15.
Yeah. Well, this is it. If you chase runs and you lose wickets, suddenly it all gets gummed up a bit, doesn't it? And they might only get 90, 100, and which is 6 and over. That's swept and swept hard. Don't know if it was a catch. Rickleton's in at short mid wicket. He's shaking his hand. I think it was bounced before it got to him. It was hit hard and flat. No, it wasn't on the ground. That's a good stop in the end. Kane back, punches out to cover. There is no run. No, sorry, it's Mitchell.
And I think 330, South Africa would reckon they've got a decent chance of chasing that.
Well, exactly that. Well, I mean, you've got to only go back to that England game, haven't you? Down the track. Oh dear, comes Daryl Mitchell. Doesn't connect with it properly. What did I say? Cow corner, didn't I? Maybe long on. For a catch for Daryl Mitchell. He does tend to go straight, to be fair. And if he does get going, he can be very destructive. But Jim told us he hasn't had a great year or two. Certainly off his peak, which was last time he was in England. Williamson back on strike, 81 off 79. Round the wicket, Maharaj back and across. Kane again mistimes his cut out to the covers, and there is a dot to end the over. So that's good over, only 3 off it. 216 for 2 Mog.
That was quick. Right says 3 hours long travel back to Dubai. What a tragedy. How will New Zealand be able to cope with 3 long hours travelling? It's cruel. Might be a bit sarcastic. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, it's not just that. You've got to get to the airport, you've got to pack your bags. You know, there's a lot more involved than just the flight. It's the getting to and from, all the fucking checking in. It's tedious, yeah.
It is. Fluffy 3-0 India says, meanwhile, in an air-conditioned hotel room in Dubai, Virat is being hand-fed grapes.
Yeah.
By his personal chef.
Yeah, exactly.
That's about right. And Messi says, worth remembering that 350 wasn't enough for England.
Yes, well, that's the point, isn't it? And England should have got more than that. Well, there you go. Daryl Mitchell has gone aerial. He's going to be caught. I was right. No, I'm not right. There is no one down at wide long, and he must have seen that. He was trying to go over wide long on. He didn't get all of it, and it didn't even get forward. He only got back for 2 as it dropped short of the boundary. But mid-on was up inside the circle. He toe-ended that horrifically.
Yeah, it was an ugly shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I saw a great quote from Gambir this morning saying, what are people talking about this advantage? We haven't even practiced on our pitch. So he's not on a PR charm offensive.
No.
No vested interests.
That's turned into the leg side, out towards deep square leg, and I get back for 2. Good running. Yeah, not necessarily on the same pitches, but you know, you get used to the atmosphere. Everything about it is just you're just in one spot. It's an advantage not to have to move around and play in the same conditions all the time.
And they've packed their side with spinners.
And they've packed their side with spinners on what is the most, historically, and everyone knows it, that Dubai is slow and low and favours spinners. And they've got the best spinners in the world, you know, probably. Attempted to work around the corner by Mitchell. And it's a slow ball again, and you can't get anything on it. It's a dot ball and there's no run.
They've also got the ego boost of knowing that worlds have been moved to ensure that they get what they want. That's going to be worth a few runs, doesn't it?
I think all these things add up. I mean, I think the pitches in Pakistan just play very differently. They might be slow, but they don't really take turn, and they don't stick as much as it does in Dubai. You know. So whilst they're all different surfaces, different characteristics. That's cut out in front of square, out towards deep cover. Mitchell gets himself a single and gets himself off strike.
Yeah, and I think you have to feel that if South Africa were playing all their games in Dubai, they would have picked a slightly different squad. They wouldn't have.
The thing is, they don't have the resources either, do they, to match India in those conditions? And you know, I mean, that's fair enough in any cup that's in Asia, subcontinent. It always kind of favours spin anyway, or balls that. Pitches are slower, they're not as hard, they're not as bouncy. We had this discussion right at the beginning of the tournament. Rabada in, that's driven hard by Williamson square, out behind square. This time they won't get to. And it's always going to favour the home nations. Well, it should do. Obviously, Pakistan aren't a particularly great side at the moment. But teams like us, teams like Australia and South Africa struggle with that second and possibly third half-decent spinner. I mean, England were trying to get away with Root and Livingston, which,
it's embarrassing.
Well, yeah, it just wasn't good enough. You need a better quality second spinner than Livingston. And Root's your third, really. That's pulled by Daryl Mitchell down towards long leg. It's a slight misfield. Get back for 2. Actually, LBW was a really shit decision, wasn't it? They're banging everything. they're banging everything short. 36 overs gone. Mog.
Drake Mongret says Rafi's out. Damn, I was about to praise him. Now I have to bag him. Like, if I have any skills to the game of cricket and being a way better player than me. In saying that, he sucks because he got out.
Well, he did get 108 runs before getting out.
Right says nowadays ODIs are just a longer form of T20. That's why chasing is a good option on flat tracks. If New Zealand can't score more than 330, then Africa can chase it. And Andres Rousseau says, hold your horses. SA still has to bat and beat New Zealand.
They do, indeed. And they're
Could
not
wait till
just
both
along.
teams bat, as you say.
Kane Williamson plays that over the top of cover. There is a man out in the deep. He's reasonably straight. They'll get back for 2. It's not just along a form of T20 though, is it? Because England play it like that and they're shit at it.
Yeah, I think actually, especially overs 10 to 40, the key is to be able to score, to manipulate
Rotate the strike.
with risk-free, as Virat did yesterday really
Yeah.
well. If you can score at 5.5 and over and not lose wickets.
Which you can quite easily when there's 4 men out and you're good enough to manipulate the bowling into the spaces. It's quite easy. Look, Kane Williamson was scoring after his first 20 balls. He had 11 runs as he plays that up to long on, and there's no run. And he is now 85 off 83. So
I think he was 20 off 25 balls. Wasn't
Yeah. So you can certainly catch up. Mitchell's 10 off 11. They've still got a lot of overs to go. That's he waited and waited and waited. Darryl Mitchell has thrown up, slog swept behind square. They're going to get back for another 2. So over's gone for 5 in the first 3 balls. He really had to wait for that. I must have taken all the pace off of it by Maharaj. Really thrown up. There's a real under edge, but enough on it. He's got a lot of strapping on his other hand, doesn't he? On his fingers. That's short, wide. And Mitchell, he'd be going, oh, I missed out on that one. Should have missed the fielder at cover, but he didn't. And it'll be a dot ball.
And Maharaj really taking the pace off. That one was down at 49.
Yeah, he's bowling a lot under 50 miles an hour here. That's wide again. This time Mitchell can find a space, but straight out to that man on the cover boundary. It'll be a 1 run. 6 off the over so far. Not so bad. He's gone for 59 in what is 8.5 overs. He's going over 6 and over. And he went for what, 12 of his first 4 or something?
Yeah, and then had that one that he went for 13.
Yeah, followed by one that went for about 17. That slog swept. Has he got enough of that? I
don't think he's got all of it.
Oh, he's got it wide enough for the man at wide long on there. It's a great slog sweep from Williamson. He's pulled it out a long way from outside his off stump. He's got it wide enough for the man at long on. There isn't anyone really at cow. And first one of these for a little while.
4.
He's looked fairly comfortable taking the attack to Maharaj, hasn't he, Kane?
Yeah.
And I think 13 to go. Now's the time you want to see Mitchell start to explode against the seamers from the other end.
Well, he's faced 10 balls. I think it takes a little bit of time to get yourself in here, doesn't it? Older ball, softer ball. Still not doing much off the wicket, to be fair, but the one with cuts and the slower ball seem to die. If it doesn't get dewy later, it might not be that easy to chase.
Oh, in response to Muttley's question, saying that his PC is telling me he has no internet access, but he can still see and hear everything from here. It seems to be working, so
good.
It should be okay.
Mitchell clips that up to long on, no run. Sorry, 1 run. Sorry, I'm just doing something here.
Well, while you do that, Farong says Duckett, the leading run scorer in the tournament, in theory has run a greater distance than Team Tata has from their hotel to the ground this tournament.
Well, yeah, then the hotel right's next to the ground as well.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
Gosh,
maybe it's not. Maybe that's a complete bullshit, actually, because I think all the grounds in Dubai, part of the reason they didn't get such big crowds is that they're out of town. Well, Vian Moldo, who thought might have been injured earlier, but he's back into the attack, and he bowls it short at Williamson, who completely adjusts his shot. He was coming down the track at this delivery, bunted it just over the top of Gully. Got himself back for 2, though. Or was that Mitchell? That was Kane.
No, it's Kane. Didn't clear that fielder by a mile.
No. But it was good enough to adjust, wasn't he, after it hit the pitch.
And he's into the 90s.
And it was a very short delivery.
And that seems to be how they're going to go, short and pace off.
Yeah, which isn't going to be an LBW. 237 for 2 after 37.2 overs. Kane is facing up, cuts that one. That's a great shot. There's a guy on the third man short on the 30-yard circle, and there's a guy at backward point, and again he's giving himself room outside leg stump, just cut it into that space. Has got himself 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
So much time, and Hendo will be loving this. It's a lot of it's on the ground. Oh, he's hit a few aerial shots, it's to be fair, and he's spliced a few, but a lot of shots on the ground. In ODI cricket, you don't necessarily need 6s, do you?
No, absolutely.
Ran along with 4s.
Something Duckett does well, and that was lovely the way he opened the face and pierced those 2 fielders.
Into the pads and out to deep square leg. And there will be 1 run. So Mark Jansen's still got a bowl, hasn't he?
Yep, still I think 3 from Ngidi.
I presume Rabada's got a couple up his sleeve. Could have a look at the scorecard and it'll tell me, but
Too much work.
Too much work. I'm sure they'll show me a graphic in a minute. Tell me all what I need to know. Mitchell is going to face up. He's on 14 off 15. Short again, pulled. Can't beat the man on the 45. I think it's Rabada. And there is no run.
Hasn't quite got going yet, Darryl Mitchell.
No, but he's still going to run a ball. 30 off 26 his partnership, so it's not the end of the world. They've still got, still got 10 overs to go plus 2. So 12.1.
That was interestingly phrased.
Yeah, it was an interesting way of putting it. They had 12.1 overs to go.
That's the man who's commentated for 38 overs.
Yes. His brain and mouth are starting to disconnect. Mulder is clipped. That was nicely timed by Darryl Mitchell. Out into the deep at square leg. And get himself a single. So that over's done. What was that? 9 off that over?
9 from it.
That's not so bad. Over to you, Mog.
Andres Rousseau says we need to recall Duminy and Paul Adams for the final. Are you optimistic that's the way? Wright says, I need to tell you guys one fact. If India would have played in Pakistan, the PCB was planning to organise all matches for India at Lahore only. It's authentic info. So there's your exclusive.
Well, that may have been the case, but still think they should have gone there.
Well, yeah.
We've had this talk before, and
it's not going to change anything now, is it?
No, it's not. 243 for 2. 2 overs till we have a change. Mitchell is going to face up to Maharaj. He's going to bowl his last over. Pulls out. What I want is a missed slog sweep, LBW, pinned right in front.
A real slow, loopy one that he's threw early.
That's not it, as it's just driven back to Maharaj, and there's no run.
Jacko Robertson says, hi, how are you doing today?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah, we're doing all right here.
Not too bad. Should have let that go. That would have been a wide. That was a horrible ball.
Gosh.
Short, really slow, well outside the line of the wide line, outside the off stump. Mitchell went across and managed to bottom edge it into the ground. He would have easily got a wide. He just left that alone.
But you have to think, with him bowling so slowly, a big shot can't be too far away.
I think you've got to come down the track if you want to do the big shot there. You've got to go through the ball going at it, not hang off the back foot. I think you've got to put all the pace on it then. That's just bunted up to long off for a single. Whereas if you come down, you go with a swing of the bat, you get through it.
I think that's the one for Mitchell. He's strong through the V, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Back over the
couple
bowler's
of
head.
steps and slam him.
244 for 2.
That ball's starting to look pretty mangled.
It is looking pretty mangled. There's all sorts of shit coming off it. Well, Kane Williamson's on 96. Could be a second centurion here for the Kiwis. That's thrown up wide again by Maharaj. Williamson drives it straight at cover once more. Good last couple of overs he's had as well. He's just got battered in the middle, hasn't he, Maharaj? 2 balls left of his spell. Coming around the wicket to Kane Williamson. Again, it's wide, and again he tries to find a space on the offside. Can't beat that field, and it's at the point. No run. 1 off the over so far. Can he get out of it? It would be fantastic if he got out of this with 1 run, wouldn't he? 10 overs then for 64. Kane will be thinking, I need to find a space, get a boundary off this last ball. And he doesn't. He just clips it up towards long on. It'll be the 1 run. Over to you, Mog.
Francis says, time for my Kiwi boys to lash out. Also, where are you guys?
We're in London. London, England. We're currently in Sydenham in London, England. And this is our last broadcast. Not this particular one, but...
our penultimate from Gorilla Towers.
Unless we do manage to do some IPL, we'll probably have to do some here. But potentially, our last broadcast from Gorilla Towers will be on Sunday. We've been here since 2016, since the year of Brexit. But we are moving. And we are moving to Sydenham, to Lewisham. We've got a commercial space, so our costs are going up, which is why you should all, super chatters, smash that like button and subscribe, super chat. Become patrons, though, and that's the best way to help us, because obviously knowing what we've got coming each month knows that we can cover our bills. And the costs are going to go up having to move to a commercial space, considerably more expensive than here. And patrons, you get lots of extras with the patron. You can see them on there. You get merch, and you get access to archives, exclusive access to content early. You get on a Discord server that's just for Gorilla patrons. If you want conversations and stuff, so there's loads and loads of benefits to becoming a patron, but it just keeps us going. Kane Williamson has got himself 100. He has scooped that over the keeper. Fantastic innings. Kane is on a roll. 101 off 91 deliveries. First of all, he gets a short one of these, and he gets himself second of the game.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
What did they get in the last 20? In the last 10 overs in that game against whoever it was, they got 120, wasn't it?
Who was that, Bear? Afghanistan or New Zealand?
New Zealand against somebody in the last 10 overs got 120 runs. He's thrown it out the stumps there. Once again, Kane Williamson went to give himself some room, missed the ball between his bat and his pads, or jabbed down on it, went behind the stumps. There was no run.
Well, with a well-set Kane and Phillips to come, you'd think they would fancy at least 100 off the last 10.
Yeah.
Surprised that's only Williamson's 15th ODI 100. I would have thought he'd have more than that.
Wow, it's hard. It's not always easy to get to 100 in an ODI, is it? I mean,
it's got nearly 50-50s.
Yeah, he's got nearly 50-50s, which means he might have not had time to get to 100 a lot of the time, one presumes. That is played out into the deep mid wicket. That will be a single. At the end of this over, we'll have a change. I'm finally going to get a break. Way! Hendo's going to come in and take over for me. Nick's going to take over for Mog on the socials, and Mog is going to take over for Nick on the old rapping on the sides. Clearly, we don't have a massive amount of people today.
The old workhorse Bear finally getting a break.
Ah, indeed. Daryl Mitchell is going to face up. Vian Mulder, who's only his 6th over. He's going to bowl. It's short. It's pulled down towards deep backward square leg. It seems to me the only way to stop runs is the short, slower ball. I hope they mistime it. No one's timed them particularly well all day.
Yeah, that's certainly been the most effective ball.
Yeah. Not really in terms of getting wickets, but just in terms of not getting hit too far. They've only bowled one. Oh no, Markram bowled a few overs of spin, didn't he?
Yeah, I think Markram had 3 or 4 overs. New Zealand have 2 spinners to turn to, but their 3 seamers, Henry, Jameson and O'Rourke, I don't really think of any of those as sort of especially slower ball bowlers.
No, O'Rourke's definitely quicker balls. They've got Ravinder can bowl left arm spin, can't he? Again, he's gone for it. He could be out this time. Kane Williamson goes. It will be caught. He tried again to do a scoop over the keeper, but this time he had to go too far across. Didn't get himself in position at all. It was almost like French cricket. didn't get got the elevation, but not the length on it. It just popped up in the air. It's caught by Rabada, I think, down there. Or was it down at the man on the 45? Yeah, it was Rabada. On the edge of the square. Was it? No, it's Lungi and Gidi. Kane goes. Another fantastic innings. Another ton for a Kiwi. And we have to say goodbye to him. It could be the perfect time, really, to get Glenn Phillips in.
Messi confirms it was 113 in the last 10 overs against Pakistan that New Zealand made.
Yeah, there you go. And one of those people is just about to come out to bat. I know it'll be Latham next, won't it? Or would you think they might chase it around?
I think now they promote Phillips. I would if I was in charge, but what do I know?
Yeah.
Soon find out.
And that is Tom Latham, I think.
That is Tom Latham. He can hit a ball, but takes a bit longer to get going.
And it gives him a left-right combo.
Yep, he's got jingle.
He opens up a thing or sometimes keeps wicket. He doesn't bowl great, but I still don't wanna face him, Tom Latham.
Was Ngidi.
And it was well bowled by Mulder. I think he saw Williamson premeditating it and went very full.
And very wide. And he just couldn't get across, could he, to cover it. He got away with it the ball before. He's got away with it a couple of times during the innings, but yeah, Tom Latham will now face up. There's still 6 off the over with that wicket. And Tom Latham will face up to Munda. He's got 1 for 47. He's come to the end of his 6th over. This is my last ball. And then Hendo will come in and replace me. You two can natter away whilst he takes his time to get in here, no doubt.
Yeah, I'll shift into your seat, Bear, and take control of the jingles.
Okie dokie. Played up to mid-off. Ooh, they go for a quick single. If that had been a direct hit, it could have been interesting. But it wasn't. And after 40 overs, New Zealand are 252 for 3. 2 centurions in the hutch. Latham is 1 off 1. Mitchell was 17 off 21. You two natter. Hendo will come in. I'll see you later.
Bye. This is posted before Kane went out, but Fluffy3 Nil India said Kane is fucking able, which wasn't bad. Francis asks, you two come to New Zealand, you'll love it and they'll love you.
Right. Well,
it's a long way.
I was looking forward to seeing Williamson batting those last 10 overs. It's been a fantastic knock from him. Quite slow to start with, but he really blossomed, played some innovative shots. Those of you who think that he's an orthodox player, yes, he is, but he can adapt. He can adjust. He's flexible. He's a brilliant placer of the ball as well. Marco Janssen back into the attack. 6 overs, none for 37. Left arm over the wicket to Latham, who's on 1 off 1. They're going to run a quick single as he pushes this into the onside. In fact, they were looking for a second. He'd deliberately, I think, played it quite softly, so they had a chance of getting back for 2. Now, I'm a little bit surprised, despite that Tom Latham is a hell of a batsman and scored 100 in the opening game against Pakistan, I think it was. I would have been inclined to push Glenn Phillips up.
I very much agree, Hendo. 10 overs, I think that's where you want your most destructive player, and you'd say Glenn Phillips is that man.
Yep. And I mean, Mitchell has been going along quite quietly. I mean, he's a man who can hit the ball, but hasn't really loosened the levers yet. He's going to get a single up to long off here off the back foot. He goes to 18. New Zealand 254 for 3. Just a sense, perhaps, that without that acceleration from the kind of acceleration that someone like Phillips can give you, that 350 might be a bit of a stretch. Anyway, Mark.
We're going to have to go 10 and over from now on to get there.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I think they went at well over 11 and over, didn't they? In that, in those final overs.
11.3.
11.3 against Pakistan. Yes. Imagine having that stat to your fingertips, Mog. That's brilliant.
I know. It's amazing.
Incredible. Jansen bowls as a very pleasant drive by Latham, but it's straight to the man on the cover boundary.
Got to be thinking sort of 2 boundaries and over.
Well, you've got to be looking. Yes, absolutely. You've got to be. If you want to get to 350, I think that's absolutely true. 5 fielders maximum outside the circle now. 255 for 3. 6.3 is the run rate, which only gets you 320. That's thrown wide by Jansen and toe-ended by Mitchell, square out to the boundary. But by bowling out there, it does mean that the batsman is on the stretch and less likely to get it in the middle of the bat. The miscue can come. I don't like to see it because it's a kind of against the grain of cricket. You're not trying to get someone out. You are trying to get someone out, but you're not really trying to do it in a way that looks aesthetically pleasing. Pushed up to mid-off's got to hurry. Gets there. Bavuma is the very quick man attempting the run out, but they're safe enough. Yeah, it's quite a risky run to someone like Bavuma, although he had to sort of run round to get the ball onto his right hand to throw. 5 off the over. I think South Africa will be very happy with that, as long as the final ball doesn't go for a boundary. Here's Jansen. He's round the wicket. Mitchell steps across and he's completely foxed by a very clever slower ball from Jansen. He's ends up being doubled up because he's trying to reach the ball that never seemingly reaches him. 7 overs from Jansen. That was a good one. He's gone for 42, yet to take a wicket, but New Zealand have moved on to 257 for 3.
And what have we got? Eric is saying that was a Root-esque dismissal from Williamson. It was very Rootian. Adam is saying June 11th to June 15th, the ICC World Test Championship final, South Africa versus Australia. Everyone's sort of got Australia there. I think South Africa have got a decent shot with the seamers they've got. And Muttley is saying, don't forget the pillow, Hendo. I can't see the pillow. Have you got it?
No, I've forgotten the pillow.
Forgot it.
I forgot the pillow. Well, I have got it here with me, and I had it for my first session, but I've forgotten to bring it in.
Who knows? Maybe Bear might be kind enough to ferry it. Yeah,
maybe if he hears, he'll take sympathy on me, and
we know how that's going to work out, though.
Here he is, right on cue.
There, he passes it. He passes it like, I don't know, Elliot Genji. Is he? Isn't he a rugby player? Now, well, the Latham. I wouldn't say it was the experiment, but he's tried to do something a little bit different, a little bit too early. He's tried to scoop that up over his shoulder, and he's been bowled by Rabada. A little bit of a run of wickets here.
That was Root-esque too, wasn't it?
Yep, he's gone right across. He's been bowled middle and off, and Rabada has a wicket. Are we having a
I'm on the jingles. I haven't done this in a while, Hendo, so you've got to forgive me. Here is the wicket.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
Well, it does mean that we'll probably get Glenn Phillips. I'm just wondering, maybe you should stick to the jingles and let Mog do the socials so that you're not overloaded. Are you both happy with that?
How do you feel, Mog? You've been doing socials for a while.
Yeah, I don't know anything about cricket though, so.
Well, if you don't mind, Mog, that would be very kind of you.
Fine by me.
Mog steps into the breach yet again.
Top man he is.
Amazing.
Please be fucking pay rise.
Yeah, well, it's difficult in this financial climate, Mog. You know, we've got wars to pay for and
wars and austerity and all.
Computers to buy.
Here is the man who we thought might come out last time.
for the bad, love for the good. Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips.
Right, well, he's got about 9 overs to launch. And can he? This is the question. He's got, well, two big hitting batsmen out there now. Maybe Phillips just wants to see a few balls first. I would think, because he can up the scoring rate so quickly that he doesn't necessarily have to go from the start. Here is a Rabada into Phillips. He's probably a Yorker, and it's a good one, a straight one, which he digs out. You're not going to score many runs from one of those, has to be said.
But I think you have to say, Hendo, for the first time South Africa might feel that they've won a 5-over period, and now if they can keep him to 70-75 off these last 8 and a bit, it's around 325, 330, which I think they'll like the look of.
Yeah, and I think if you start taking a couple of wickets, it makes a difference. It slows any team down, generally speaking. They'll get a single here. Phillips is off the mark as he pushes through the covers to the boundary edge. 258 for 4. The current projected score at this rate is 311. New Zealand would want to get up to 10 runs an over gets them 343 now. 8 runs per over will get them 326. I think they 326 has got to be a minimum, really, hasn't it? He tries to bowl a slower bouncer to Rabada, misdirects down the leg side. The batsman waits for it, but then fails to take full advantage because he hits it down to long leg when he possibly could have picked his spot. So Mitchell, who's just struggling to get going, really, 20 off 25.
Yeah, hasn't been much timing at all.
He's not really come off in this tournament so far. Phillips gets a glove to this one. He was trying to help it away down the leg side. Good piece of keeping by Klassen, quickly across to it. Dot ball, so a wicket and just 2 singles off the first 5 balls of this over. A very good point that Nick has made about South Africa winning a little 5-over spell. I suppose the next thing is that they have to go on and try and win the next 2 5-over spells, and then they are right in the game. Again, a slower, shorter one, but Phillips waits for it and swats it out to deep cover. Janssen is a surprisingly good fielder for how tall he is, and he slides into that one, picks it up with one hand and returns it very quickly.
Bit of Stretch Armstrong about him.
Stretch Armstrong? I don't know Stretch Armstrong.
That sort of, that kid's toy that has elastic arms.
He has stretchy arms. That's its entire.
Well, funnily enough, you say that because talking to the Bish on the way home last night, and there was a discussion about financial problems with a couple of toy companies, and I said, I've never heard of these companies. What do they do? He said, they're toy companies. And I thought, it's because I've not got kids. I don't know these things. Anyway, 261 for 4, 8 overs remaining. Bracewell, Santner, Henry, Jameson and O'Rourke still to bat, but New Zealand just faltering a little bit here. Janssen to Mitchell, wide and full, frees his arms, but pace is taken off the delivery, and so the drive goes straighter than he perhaps would have wanted. It's just a single. Looking at the variety of ramp shots played by, what would you call, what if Ramp Prakash had ever done the ramp shot? A ramp.
How very meta.
Indeed. Janssen in again, bowls to Phillips. Good ball, probing around the off stump, and a good length to defends.
I quite like the ramp.
The ramp. That would be good, wouldn't it? The ramp. That could also be
chance for a jingle there.
He's always thinking.
I was thinking it could also be a dance that he would do on Strictly. for ramp. I'm sure someone can sort that out. 262 for 4. Phillips 3 facing up, and clever bowling from Janssen. Oh, I say that was clever bowling. I thought he cut over the top of that delivery, but it's been given as a wide.
Reckon Damascena's done him a bit dirty there.
Yeah, I have to see a replay of that to be absolutely sure, but my inclination was that was a little bit harsh.
Making up for that one that wasn't called a wide. I think before.
Yeah.
We do like an umpire who can balance the scales.
Janssen in again, looking for another wide one, chopped away with good power, good timing, but straight to the cover fielder on the boundary. Just a single.
Do you feel, Hendo, that as the ball's gotten older, that it's gotten a little harder to strike?
Yes, I think that's true as well. I mean, they use 2 new balls, don't they? So, you never get more than 25 overs on a ball, but it does appear to have gone softer, and it's not quite coming onto the bat as it was, but also, these guys are expert in their variations. This is struck straight by Mitchell, who finally gets one where he wants it to go, and picks up 4 runs.
And one of these at last.
That's a good shot, and if you hit it dead straight and can keep it on that line, you're pretty much guaranteed of a boundary. But that's not an easy thing to do necessarily.
No, he's finally got hold of one, and he'll hope that it can get him going.
Indeed. I mean, if it was easy, you'd do it every ball, wouldn't you? Janssen in again, bowls to Mitchell, who clips this as the ball is angled into his legs. He's coming back for the second, and in the end quite comfortably. Well, I say quite comfortably. It was quite comfortable for Mitchell because he was not running to the danger end, but Phillips was. However, Phillips is so fast that he actually made it look comfortable.
So fast, other DJs say, "Damn."
Indeed. Is that what
Ice reference?
Oh, is it? Okay. In comes Janssen, bowls, and nicely played by Mitchell. He's lifted that up and over the man inside the circle on the 45 on the offside, down to third man. 4 runs. Good shot. And it gets them going again, those last 3 balls. 4-2-4, 274 for 4. Lots of 4s there. Og.
Ruby NZ says, "Take us home, Phillips." And Peter Smith says, "Kiwi's trying to go hard too soon, didn't have to. Could have waited another 5 overs." So, well,
I don't know. I mean, I think I would have brought Phillips in ahead of Latham. It's a tricky one. Bracewell can hit a long ball, Santner can hit a long ball, and they are still to come as well. So I think it was probably about the right time to get going. I mean, Williams batted really well. That said, could have been caught once or twice, and then ultimately he plays a ramp shot.
Get Mitchell in anyway.
No, Rabada.
Phillips, rather.
Phillips, yeah. Full toss on leg stump, clipped away. Only going to get a single to deep mid wicket. Is that Rickleson out there? I think it might be. Yeah, just he tried to bowl the sort of slow bouncer cutter. Did Janssen the final ball that over, and it was really well put away by Mitchell, using the pace on the ball. In comes Rabada again, bowls wide outside the off stump. That probably would have been a wide had Phillips not splashed it out to Janssen, just backward a point on the boundary. 276 for 4.
And singles at this stage a win.
Sorry, guys.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry, Mog.
One of you. One of you.
Right. One of us. Is it better, do you think, to leave a ball and take the wide, or try to hit it?
I generally think it's better to leave it and take the wide, unless you're in such a good position that you feel that you're gonna absolutely smash it. Well, Phillips has smashed out. He's hit it very well on the drive, but hit it too well. He's hit it with such power that it reaches Bavuma in no time, and doesn't have time to even really get a yard or two down the wicket. So this has been a decent over so far. We're halfway through it, 2 runs from it. Rabada in again. Once more it's a full toss on leg stump, but you can't say he's not bowling to his field. Low full tosses aren't necessarily the worst balls if you've got fielders out there. And it's Rickleton again doing the work, and it's just another single. Frustrating for Phillips and for New Zealand and their fans.
And I agree with you, Hendo. If you can't hit it for 4, let it through for a wide. How often do we see batters chase those wide ones and then clump it straight to the fielder?
That's true. Rabada in, slower bouncer. Mitchell has to wait. Plays a controlled hook shot down to long leg for a single. 1 ball remaining, 4 runs from the over. Bavuma standing there considering his options.
And another really good over for South Africa if he can get out of it. Those 350, 400 conversations starting to seem a very long time ago.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, in a strange way, that's what happened to England here as well, isn't it? We thought that they might get up to 370 even more at one point, but I don't think England have got the batting strength that New Zealand have got now. That's pulled. It was rather inelegant from the batsman Phillips, but he'll get a single for it. That is the end of the over. Just 5 singles from it. 279 for 4. Mog.
Great Mongrain says, "Come on, Kiwis, need more runs than a bum on laxatives." Farong says the collapse is on. And Ruby NZ, ugh, this is painful.
Well, the previous over was good. That wasn't so good. But it means that Phillips has got the strike. It's 27 off the last 24 balls, so only just over 6 runs and over, 6.5 runs and over. A wicket has also gone down, and it's going to be Ngidi who's bowled some impressive slower balls today. Here he is into Phillips. He goes for the pull shot. I think he may have got an under edge down onto his pad. The ball runs out into the offside. They come through for a scampered single.
Yeah, been the pick of the bowlers for me and Ngidi, and I don't think we'll see much pace on through his last 3.
No, I mean Maharaj started extremely well, but got some treatment after that. Floodlights are on against a glorious blue sky, which is a little odd looking. Ngidi wide on the crease as Phillips got hold of that one. There was a flow about that. It's Mitchell, in fact. There was a flow about that one. A relaxed shot, but hit very well over square leg for one of these. Yeah, 72 metres, well away from the fielder back there as well. Important runs for New Zealand if these two can get going in this last 6 overs. And Ngidi in again, another slow ball that's gone up in the air. I think he's going to be in trouble. Oh, it's been put down. It's been put down, and it has run away to the boundary for 4. Who is that guilty party? Is that Mulder?
I think it was Wayne Mulder.
Oh, well, I mean, you know, I may be being a bit unkind. Maybe he didn't quite get there because it was a little bit between the deep square leg and the deep mid wicket. I think he's just misjudged it. Finally found himself not quite in the right position. Had to stretch and also had to come forward. It was very low to the ground when he got his hands to it, and he couldn't hold on to it. But to add insult to injury, it's run away for that boundary. So 11 runs from the first 3 balls. Mitchell's now into his 40s. Slower ball. What's happened there?
I think
it's been crunched for 4 over the man at backward point. I thought for a moment from the camera work that it might have been snatched by the man there, but no. And Ngidi is getting some treatment.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
And there was not really pace taken off that, and there was width, and it was a very good shot from Mitchell, actually. Well placed and hit with power.
And it's the big over New Zealand we're looking for, just as I was singing Ngidi's praises.
Yes, indeed. 15 so far, 2 balls remaining. He's in again, and this time Mitchell waits and flicks out to deep square, where Mulder will field. And they get through for 1. Mitchell on to 48. Another New Zealander heading for a half century. Are New Zealand the only team to have had 2 centurions in 2 games? Was it Young and Latham in the first game against Pakistan, and then we've had Ravindra and Williamson here, which just shows you they're spreading it around. Everyone's having a go. Wide outside the off stump, chopped into the ground by Phillips. He will get a single nonetheless. And 17 runs from the over. 296 for 4, 340s on, 340 maybe. 5 overs to go. Mog.
Andres Russo before this over says 325 will be quite close. Might be a little bit low now. And Jay, weirdly, I think Vanilla Ice is the only rapper Mog and Hendo might both have heard of. Have you heard of Vanilla Ice?
I've heard of Vanilla Ice. Yes, I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to pick him or any of his songs out of a lineup. Put it that way.
Not even Ice Ice Baby.
Oh, Ice Ice Baby. Is that him? I suppose the clue's in the name of the song. Janssen. 2 overs to go, is around the wicket to Phillips. Crunches that, but he crunches it straight to the field. They think about a second, they decide against it, probably wise. Decent throw. 297 for 4. I was watching The Godfather rap the other night on YouTube. I was sitting on my telly YouTube up, and I was watching The Godfather rap himself, Gil Scott Heron, absolute genius. And I was watching his portrayal of a song called, as Janssen is in, bowls to Mitchell, full on the leg stump, looking for a single, looking for a second in fact, but won't get it up to long on. He does a brilliant riff on a song called B-Movie, which was really based around Reaganomics. But listening to it, and of course the recorded version and the live version, I was watching the live version, he changes things, he improvises a little bit. Pulled by Phillips, good placement, gets that away behind square leg. That's 4 runs, 300 up for New Zealand. 302.
1, 2, 3, 4.
But it just.
We also have a super chat.
Oh, go for it.
Oh, and where do I find those, Hendo?
You find them.
I'll just read it out, shall I?
You find them under Marketing 1.
Go on, Mog.
Is it Marketing 1?
Jay Grover, £2. Mustn't sleep. Whale song instead of jingles, please.
Whale song.
Whale song I cannot do, but a jingle I think I can manage.
YouTube Prime, Super Chat, no shipping unlike the bucket hat.
And an even worse ball this time, and he swivels and pulls that with better timing. And it's 4 more consecutive boundaries for Phillips. They're beginning to motor, 306 for 4. But going back to Gil Scott Heron, I hate the rap that involves women with dollars between their butt cheeks and enormous chains. But Gil Scott Heron is something else. He's a poet, really.
I've just learned there's a kind of rap other than the dollars between the buttocks. What?
Absolutely. Well, I never realised that he was considered the godfather of rap when I liked him, and I do still like him, but he won't be producing anymore because he's no longer with us. A lovely straight drive from Phillips. A third 4 in a row. 22 off 16. 310 for 4. This is exactly what New Zealand wanted. The timing there.
coming thick and fast, aren't they?
Exquisite timing. And is it going to be a fourth four in a row? Yes, it is. It's another pull shot from Phillips. Excellent stuff from him. Away between square leg and mid wicket, and Bavuma has something to think about. 18 runs off the over.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just to finish that thought about Gil Scott-Heron, I didn't realise he was the godfather of rap. I learnt that later. I've seen him live a couple of times, Jazz Cafe in London. He's got such a... I mean, can you imagine? He's got a voice. He's got a singing voice. If you can imagine Morgan Freeman singing, that is him, really. But have a look at B-Movie, if you can find the live version on YouTube, because there are a few parallels between what's happening now in America. Anyway, 314 for 4 is the score. 46 overs. Boulder got some tweets, maybe.
Pirate Badger says, isn't there more than one ice rapper? There's Ice T, there's Ice Cube.
Yeah. Ice Cube, the best of the ices.
Oh, steady
no,
on. Best of the ISIS.
Give me Ice T or give me death.
The ISIS rap. I don't want to hear ISIS rap. That would be really worrying. Ngidi bowls and smacked in the area of Proto Cow. And at Proto Cow is Rabada. And he takes a comfortable catch running in. Mitchell's fun is ended a run short of a half century. But he really did get a shift on in those last few balls that he faced. Slower ball from Ngidi. He was fetching it from a long way outside off stump, which is kind of restricted his ability to get as much length on it as he would have liked. And well done, South Africa. Mitchell goes 4 fours and a 6 and a strike rate that's very acceptable in the end. 132.
The crowd says. The crowd says. The crowd says you.
Crowd doesn't say much because it's not a very big crowd.
Speckled, isn't it, rather than packed?
Yeah, a speckled crowd. That should be some sort of bird, really, shouldn't it? A speckled crowd. Mog, any more? Any more from you?
Quoth Ruby NZ, to sleep or not to sleep? Come on, boys, make it worth the zombie status tomorrow, please.
Don't sleep.
Francis says, my Kirby Bros are 20 and over going forward. Then bowl and field as we can. Yeah, okay.
And
Messi would like you to explain what the fuck Proto Cow is.
Messi would? Was he not here for Proto Cow? Well, if you remember, someone said that's been a hit into Roughly Cow, as in Cow Corner. And from that, I think it was Muttley who suggested that Roughly Cow wasn't a very good description and Proto Cow might be better. So that is Proto Cow, somewhere between deep mid wicket and long on.
Proto Cow.
Proto Cow.
In the heart of Cow, and we got this man.
Heart of Cow.
Even if my clover is well, sturdily keeps wicket.
Ngidi round the wicket to the left-handed Bracewell, and he drives. He'll get a single. Who is that fielding? Ngidi, I think, is it? Or is it Rabada coming to extra cover for the left-hander? They get through for that one. And, well, that's an important wicket because those two were threatening to take the game away from South Africa. I mean, Phillips is still out there and he might still do that, but Mitchell was joining in with the fun. 26 off 17, Phillips, as he faces up to Ngidi, who's into his 9th over. He's into the stocky New Zealand all-rounder, and he bowls one wide, very wide indeed, and Phillips has no hesitation in leaving that and accepting the run and a repeat of the delivery. 316 for 5. Don't go to sleep if you're from New Zealand. Don't go to sleep if you're from South Africa. Don't go to sleep if you're from England. It's the middle of the day. Don't go to sleep if you're anywhere. Stay with us at Gorilla Cricket because this could turn out to be a thriller. A thriller on Gorilla. Short and crunched by Phillips. He's played that cut shot several times since he got out there, but rarely got it to the boundary. because he tends to hit it where the fielder is, and that's probably why he's placed there. 317 for 5. Bracewell can hit the ball. I remember watching him against Ireland in an ODI where Ireland looked like they were going to beat New Zealand, and he came in and started hitting sixes for fun and won the game. Here he is facing up to Ngidi. Clever slower ball, very full, almost up into the block hole. Bracewell spots it, waits for it, but can't do much with it apart from fiddle it out backward of square on the offside, and there is no run.
Super chat alert.
Hey!
Oh, I thought we might. Shall we jingle him up?
Go for it.
YouTube Prime Super Chat. No shipping, unlike the bucket hat.
Is it running in yet?
Yeah, let's hang on to the message from the Super Chat until after this ball, although there is a bit of a delay. Here he comes, round the wicket again to Bracewell, whipped away, lovely shot, that might find its way to the boundary. It does indeed. There's no one down there at long leg, and it's for the Bracewell. 321 for 5. What's on the Super Chat, Mog?
Muttley with 5 English pounds says, music is like a box of chocolates. You need to throw away the wrappers.
Good point.
Very good.
Although actually a box of chocolates, I'm not sure about that, because you need them. You need somewhere for the chocolates to wait for you to eat them, because you can't eat a whole box of chocolates in one go, can you? Down the leg side, it's another wide.
I reckon you can too.
Yeah, I can do it. Certainly can do it at Christmas Day. So what have we got? We've had 2 wides, a wicket, and 6 runs from the bat. So 8 runs in total. It's a lot been going on in this over, I think we can fairly say. And there's 1 ball of it still to go. Current run rate says 344. 8 runs and over says 347. 10 runs and over says 353. There's not a lot of difference, is there now? Ngidi in, bowls wide of the off stump, cut. Nice shot. They might think of coming back for a second, and they do. Rabada got it in the air quickly, but well, Phillips is so quick between the wickets, and Bracewell was probably not going to the danger end. 2 more, and this is getting pretty exciting, isn't it? Mog.
Pirate Badger says, Hendo, don't remind me of that match Bracewell stole from us.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Traumatic memories. Stephen Cox, long live the proto-cow and its approximate udders. And Tahir Muhammad ponders, who do you think has a better chance to take down this unstoppable India force? To which Eric J says Pakistan.
It seems unlikely. It's been tested once, this tournament already. It's not going to be tested again. I think New Zealand, really, although, they didn't manage it on Sunday. We thought at one point they possibly were. I think it's India's to lose, isn't it? Especially in Dubai. Rabada in, bowls, driven straight. What a shot from Phillips. It was in the slot a little bit. It's gone all the way for 6 runs. 330 for 5. He's a monster, isn't he, Phillips?
He really is.
Coming in here with 10 overs or so to go. I mean, that's gone like an absolute bullet.
And he does everything. He bowls, he bats, he fields, he keeps wicket. He really is a complete cricketer.
He is, although I'm not over keen on his bowling. I'm just saying, from an aesthetic point of view. Anyway, this is way down the leg side from Rabada. It's a wide.
I'm inclined to agree, Hendo, but I'm always surprised how well he does in Test cricket, especially considering it's something he's sort of picked up in the last couple of years.
Yes, I mean, I couldn't believe it when they were actually playing him as a genuine frontline spinner in Test cricket. That just amazed me, but he did all right. Rabada again in, bowls a high full toss on leg stump. This time he forces up to long on, and he says to Bracewell, you got to come back for the second. Miller throws, not taken cleanly by Rabada over the top of the stumps, and so even if he had been stretching to get back, it was going to be all right. I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone quite as quick. Those legs, they're not big. They're chunky. They're not long, but they go at an incredible rate. The muscle fibres must be incredible.
Move like whirlwinds, don't they?
They really do. Slower ball outside the off stump, but crunch through the offside by Phillips. Oh, my word, this is an exhibition. He goes to 39 from 21. It's 4 more.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
He's picking the slower one. He's seeing the ball extremely well. And those forearms. Everyone says those forearms. You say, well, he's only got 2 arms. Imagine if he did have 4 arms. Bob-omb. Rabada is in again. He's gone for 13 already. Bowls a slower bouncer, and he's got a little bit of top edge on that. It doesn't go very far. I thought the wicketkeeper Klassen might get around and take the catch, but he can't. Throw comes into the end. Phillips is running to. It's a direct hit, but he's home. It's all happening.
It really is exciting last 10, and with a couple of big overs, suddenly 360 might look back on the cards.
Yeah, it did him there with a knuckleball. Did Rabada. Oh, he's well home. It's not even close. He's run past the stumps actually. 42 of the last 16 balls. At a run rate of 15.7, they should get past 350 from here, I would say. 12 only short at the moment, and 14 balls to go. Rabada to Bracewell. Bracewell tries to pull, keeps a little bit low, but he's still got lucky because it's gone off his trouser leg and away down to third man for 4. So that's pretty unfortunate stuff for Rabada. I thought there might have been a shout for LBW there, but maybe it was a little high. But 4-leg buys. It doesn't really matter how they come at this stage as far as South Africa are concerned. Sorry, New Zealand. It matters very much to South Africa how they come. And that they come at all. In comes Rabada again. Short, slow, pulled out into the deep Janssen fields. I think they'll just settle for 1. They do. It's the end of Rabada's spell. 10 overs, 2 for 70. That's a pretty good return for New Zealand off a bowler of Rabada's pedigree, it has to be said. 2 overs to go. New Zealand 343 for 5. Mog.
Eric J says the South African bottling factory in full swing. Yeah, we'll wait till they start collapsing with the bat before we say that, surely. And Tahir Mohammed, how did Phillips get to 40 already? This is crazy.
It is kind of.
He's not hanging around.
It is kind of. Now we're looking at South Africa chasing 300 plus in ODIs. They've played 40 matches. They've only won 7 of those. They've lost 33. I mean, again, that is a stat that has to be nuanced. Can you nuance something? Can you use it as a verb? To nuance?
You could finesse it, maybe.
Finesse it, maybe. Yes, absolutely. But I'm going to go with nuance it.
I think nuanced works there, Hendo.
I think it does. I think I've just created a new verb.
I like it.
Because, of course, it's in all sorts of different conditions. And we'd have to work out exactly where they were. Janssen then in to bowl his final over. And Bracewell tries to pull and misses it again.
And once upon a time, 300 was considered quite unchaseable, whereas that's very much changed. Although that said, I just had a punt on South Africa chasing these down, was hoping for a limp finish, which has not materialised.
How long ago did you do that?
It was about 15 minutes ago, Hendo, when I thought they might keep them under 350, but it looks now possibly closer to 370.
Oh, I think they'd very much take 370. I think 360 is definitely on. That's well placed by Bracewell as he carts it into the onside, and also well fielded out there. I think it was Markram. No, it was Miller running around from long on. They get 2. Bracewell moves into double figures. He's gone to 10. Phillips has 40 off 22. They would prefer Phillips, I think, to be getting the majority of the strike now, but Bracewell's got 10 off 8. That's not a bad return. Coming in so late. Janssen bowls and he hauls this into the onside without any timing at all. Sets off. They'll get 2, though he wanted to. Phillips is thinking, no, I quite fancy another go.
Yeah, that was a leave this to me.
Yeah, I think it was. He didn't show any inclination of wanting the second, and he is the man that can get back for seconds more often than most. And he's on 40 from 22. Can he get a half century? Could he grab himself a milestone from this game? Janssen it is then, I presume. Not coming around the wicket anymore to the right-hander. Outside the off stump, crunched, but doesn't time it. He's only going to get 1. I'll be a little bit annoyed about that. Long off, Miller this time, doing the fielding. 4 runs from the first 4 balls, so an improvement on what's happened in the last couple. I don't know what. Are they
going
the
on with the
scorers?
calculator?
Are they the scorers calculate? It looks like they are.
Yeah.
There certainly are some scorers of some sort. Whether they're the official scorers, I'm not sure. Bracewell down the wicket gets a big swing in, gets an under edge, and it's well stopped by Maharaj on the 45. But they do get through for 1. Again, if that had gone a little bit finer, it would have been away for 4, no doubt. Phillips has to make the most of this last ball. He needs a boundary, really, ideally, or a single to get him down the other end. And who's going to bowl the last over? Because Rabada is bowled out, presumably Ngidi. Janssen in bowls, driven with power, a full delivery up to mid-off. They will settle for the single. That takes them at the end of the 49th over to 349 for 5. A big dash and they can get to 360, but we will see. Mog.
Fluffy 3-0 India says that schoolbook triggered my PTSD. Stephen Kelk says RSA do.
Oh, I see. I thought you said RSA, as in the Republic of South Africa. But is
well,
R?
Maybe them too.
Yeah.
What's the ICC tournament's record? This seems winning, says Dan De Castro. Both Australia and India and England have made more runs than this particular score so far.
Oh yeah, just by what did England get? 351, wasn't it? Something like that.
I think it was there.
It's just over 350.
And Australia chased them down fairly comfortably in the end.
Well, yeah, pulled by Phillips. He's trying to get it wide of long on. He's done that successfully. Miller slides, and they'll get back for 2. That was what they wanted. If he couldn't get a boundary to get Phillips back on strike, and they've done that. 351 for 5, so they've equalled England's score here. Yeah, but I mean, you have to say that Inglis played a fantastic innings, as did Carey. I mean, England were well on top at one point during the Australia innings. Wide on the crease, outside edge as he aims a big booming drive at that, and Phillips will happily accept that. It goes fine. It's gone for 4, and Geedy can't believe it.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
That is the risk, I suppose, when you do bowl it quite wide of the off stump at this stage. That if you don't get the toe end and the ball goes up in the air for a catch, that you can get the edge and it can fly down in places where you haven't got fielders. And Geedy in again. He's looking for the pull shot. He's toe ended that onto the offside, and they'll only get a single. Phillips goes to 49. Will he get another chance to get to his 50? We don't know. There are only 3 balls left. 356 for 5. Bracewell will face. He's on 12 from 10, and Phillips wants a word with his teammate. Both meet in the middle. I think he may have just given him a word of encouragement along the lines of smash this next one out of the ground. If not, we'll take a single, and I'll try and do it with the next 2 balls. Anyway, Bracewell has a little look around.
And you'd expect him to run whatever happens here.
True, and Guidi's going to come round the wicket to the left-hander. He's in, it's wide outside the stump. He drives it with some power and some precision. One bounce, very flat indeed, and he's picked himself 4 runs. Brilliant shot.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Yep, you can't do much more than that, to be honest. It's all slow, undercut deliveries from Ngidi, but it's almost as if they're expecting them now, and they're picking them up quite easily. He's in again, wide of the off stump, driven and caught at extra cover by Rickleton, who then shakes his hand and that hurt. Or did it go down? No, it is a wicket. Just for a moment, the way that we didn't see a wicket go up, I thought maybe he'd spilled it, but no. That was travelling. It's quite low and it's pouched well. And that means that Glenn Phillips will not be able to get a 50. And it means that I guess the captain, Mitchell Santner, will come in for 1 ball. 360 for 6. They've got a 360 anyway.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Seems a little harsh. That's really harsh.
I gave him a harsh one. I've got my South Africa hat on after my bet's gone in.
I see. Yes, I understand that. 3 for 70 now, and Ngidi. Bavuma seems like a man slightly detached from what's going on around him.
Looking very pensive, isn't he? Staring into the distance.
Well, Mitchell Santner is coming to the crease, and we know that he can hit a long ball. He's asking a lot of him to do it from the first ball that he faces, but he has got free rein to do that because they need to maximise the score from the final ball. What was Phillips? Phillips?
I think he fell over.
Did he? I was going to say he either fell over or he thought he was taking part in the 400 metres.
Yeah, was it a Usain Bolt sort of sprinter start?
Yeah, it was.
I thought it was like he'd set himself for a sprint.
Yeah, it's coming out of the blocks, wasn't he? Right, we have another left-hander out there. It is the captain. And Ngidi comes in to bowl the final ball of the innings. It's shanked into the offside, and the sprinter is so fast down to the other end that he makes the second look relatively simple. He can't get a 50, but he can be proud of his efforts. He's 49 not out from 27. Santner 2 not out from 1. New Zealand have made 362. South Africa will need to chase down 300 plus for the 8th time in 40 matches if they are to accompany India to the anthems on Sunday morning. Well, what do we say? You got to say another well-paced innings from New Zealand.
Really well-paced innings, beautifully set up by Ratchin and Kane, and nicely finished off by Mitchell and Phillips. They've done a really good job there. 363. I don't think it's unchaseable, but it needs someone to go off for South Africa, doesn't it?
It does really. I'm thinking of someone like Klassen maybe. Although if you've got down to Klassen, you've already lost a few wickets, haven't you?
Possibly a Markram or a Rickleton.
Rickleton has been in good nick, hasn't he? Ravindra made 108, Williamson 102. And the amazing thing is that Ravindra and Williamson had got hundreds under their belts, got out with still 10 overs to go. I mean, it's almost, I'll just pack away my 100. I'll just pack away my 100 and I'll let the rest of you do the finishing, if you don't mind. 3 for 72 and Ngidi, Rabada 2 for 70, Mulder 1 for 48 from 6, Maharaj none for 65 from 10, Markram none for 23 from 4, maybe underutilised as the 6th bowler. Janssen, surprisingly, for a man who seems to get good figures in almost everything, whether it's with ball or bat, ended up going for 79 from his 10. 11 runs and over from overs 41 to 50. That tells its own tales. Look at the acceleration. 5.6 the run rate in the first power play. 5.7 from 11 to 20, 6.8, 21 to 30, 7.10, and then 11 for the last batch of 10 overs. Now, if that is not the way to build a one-day innings, I'd like to see other alternative construction methods. What do you think, chaps?
I think it shows again the value of wickets in hand. They kept them, and then they were able to explode off those last 15.
It's extraordinary. It's almost as if sort of a cloud of cricketing talent has just dropped over New Zealand in the last 15 years and produced some utterly brilliant players from a pretty small population, and where really rugby dominates. It is odd. I don't quite understand it, but it's brilliant. We have what? Well, I'll leave it to you, Mog. We've got a super chat.
We have a super chat.
Let me jingle it up.
Do the second one down. I love the second jingle down.
This one, Hendo.
Yay!
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Jihan Ariaratnam for $14.99 Australian dollars says, felt Australia could have bowled first yesterday like in the World Cup final. Ball skipped on and stopped gripping under the lights. Australia got bogged down by Jadasia's pies, hit boundaries, but wickets kept coming.
Yeah, I think there is something about batting second in Dubai that it does seem to come on a little better in the second innings. I don't think it's a massive difference, but it may be enough of a difference. But that said, I do think that the India team that is being put out there is a lot stronger than the Australian team, and it's not that particular Australian team's fault. It's that their three best bowlers have decided not to take part, which says something, doesn't it? That that someone like Pat Cummins would go and play in Major League Cricket earlier in the season, and then miss the Champions Trophy for his country, and I find that a little bit distressing. But there you go, not massively distressing. But,
was he not on some sort of maternity leave? Is that not one of the excuses?
In which case,
excuses.
In which case, I stand corrected, but
I could be wrong.
You could be wrong, but
Often am.
Hazelwood, I think, he's carrying a little bit of an injury, isn't he?
He does seem to sort of always be carrying a bit of an injury, though.
Well, I guess if you get to mid-30s or so as a quick bowler, that can happen. With English bowlers, it tends to happen at the age of 22. And, of course, there's Mitchell Starc, who would have been another point of difference. And, he opted out. We don't really know why. Personal reasons was basically the way they were talking. Which it kind of shuts down any discussion, doesn't it? Because personal problems or personal reasons can range from the sort of really serious to the relatively minor.
Bereavements to babies to I just don't fancy it.
Exactly. Right, let's do some final contributions from YouTube before we put on a little bit of a cassette tape for you to listen to.
Just make sure it's rewound properly
Yeah,
before you start.
Okay, let's have those, and I'll have a search
Francis.
Yeah.
I posted an hour ago that my boys can go 370. The task is bowling and fielding to win. Yes. Andres Rousseau says, do you think South Africa will be able to chase this? How is the dew?
Well, we don't know exactly yet. We don't know. We shall see.
Fluffy 3-0 India says Judy Dench.
Judy Dench?
Because of the dew. Judy.
Do you mean Judy Drench? That would be more like it, wouldn't it? If it's very wet.
If it's very wet, yes. I read that as Dench. Okay, anyway.
Oh, no. No, I'm just saying Drench. But did they say Drench? I can't see.
It is Drench.
Oh, right, there you go.
Dan De Castro says, Clarkson, 50 ball ton needed.
It might be. Might happen.
Let's see what else. Francis confirms that as a Kiwi, he's not happy. 29 runs short, apparently. Andrew Cook says, after professionalism took hold, games shifted from the afternoon to the night so that Northern Hemisphere fans could tune in live. Okay.
I really can't get my head around that at the moment. I'll have to have a little think about that at lunchtime and come back.
No, meaning that younger kids couldn't go to the games as much.
Okay.
And Chris got a gun time. That boy Mitchell was on fire.
He was a little bit, wasn't he? Once he got going. Any more, or shall I go to the? Well, you might want to hear more of Mog's voice, and you will in a minute.
Ah, fuck. I mean, yes, obviously.
Because he was one of the Australians that stormed the Bishop and Bear pub. They broke the doors down. They evicted the Bishop and the Bear. They said, this is our house now, and we are going to have our voice heard. So I'm going to resume their particular podcast, the Bishop and Bear episode 90, without Bishop or Bear. We will be back in, about half an hour's time for the South Africa reply. Don't forget to join us if you're popping off, but otherwise have a listen to this this wonderful, humorous discussion between three of the finest Australia-based gorillas.
Tournament. I know this.
It was revealed during the course of the tournament. The first thing Josh Inglis did after scoring his century, came back into the dressing room, he picked up his phone, and he checked how Coventry City had done in the.
Afghanistan.
Poor Afghanistan. What about Josh Inglis?
Well, the most important thing is, before we go over to Mog to talk about Josh Inglis, and perhaps the biggest news of the entire tournament.
I know this.
Is it was revealed during the course of the tournament. The first thing Josh Inglis did after scoring his century, came back into the dressing room, he picked up his phone, and he checked how Coventry City had done in the championship, because he's a massive Coventry City fan. And if I'm ever going to feel warmly towards an Australian, then it's going to be Josh Inglis.
Fair enough.
Gee, I quite liked him up until that story.
Go on, Mark. Come on.
I have long been an advocate for the Josh Inglis experience. Whether or not he's in the side as a keeper or just as a pure batsman, I think he should be there regardless.
Yeah, he struggled a bit for the first 3 or 4 overs, I guess, but his capacity to hit relatively good balls for 6 is a bit Maxwellian in the way he played towards the end of that innings, wasn't it?
Also, he's English, so there's that moral victory thing looming up again.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we get through an entire episode without those 2 words being strung together, but no.
I've got a contract here and it says moral victory must be stated.
I will just give a little shout out for Nathan Ellis from the bowling point of view, who I thought his variations on a boring, dull, slow pitch were one of the differences between the two teams. He's got at least 3 significant variations, whereas the English bowlers didn't really have any. And I think that was one of the differences between the team. I thought he bowled really well.
And he's a Tasmanian, so that's why he's...
No, of course he is. Yes, he's clever.
Yeah, I don't think he actually took any wickets, did he? But he
no, you don't have to. You don't have to.
That's exactly right. He certainly kept the scoring down. And, I mean, I agree with Mog that Australia are missing at least one of those big 3. But at the end of the day, brain is as good as pace a lot of the time in 50-over cricket. And although there's not huge pace amongst those guys, if they can bowl intelligently, then they can at least restrict scoring and maybe get a few wickets in the process. Although, as you say, they were playing on a road, so it was almost a matter of batters having to get themselves out.
Just a quiet 700 runs for the match. So
yeah. And so we come to England, where it sort of doesn't get mentioned a lot, but Duckett made, 156, something like that?
Well, it gets mentioned a bit in the sense that that's the biggest ever score in a Champions Trophy match.
Yeah.
So it's not his... I wouldn't put any blame at his door in terms of England not winning this match. I thought, conversely to how they performed in India when they were all over the place, to be honest. I thought this was, paradoxically, because they lost, sure, did a lot of things right. They actually fixed a lot of things and played well. The two areas where they let themselves down were at the end of the batting performance, where Butler and Livingston, first Duckett went, and then the three went in pretty quick succession, where a quick 40 or 50 from Butler there would have made all the difference. He's batting too low. Don't know what he's doing coming in the last 6 or 7 overs. He's England's finest ever white ball batsman. He's coming in with 6 overs to go. Doesn't make sense. So hopefully they'll fix that for the next match. Arguably too late. And then they just bowled 3 almost identical right wing.
Get those fascists on, come on.
Breaking
almost
news.
identical right arm.
England's
Fast
Nazi Party supporting bowling lineup.
Fast bowlers. Don't let that be. Don't let me doing that be a screenshot which goes out around the world, please.
Well, fortunately, we're only going to put this out in sound rather than anything else.
I could take my shirt off finally.
Please do. So no variations. What we had perceived to be the problem before the match started, which was you're trying to hide Livingston and Root as the fifth bowler, didn't actually turn out to be the problem. Arguably, they should have bowled more, because I think they ended up bowling 11 overs and they were the most economical, which just goes to show that, in fact, the problem was... And I wouldn't actually blame the individual bowlers, apart from Cards, who had an absolute nightmare. Archer's coming back from injury. Mark Wood just bowls fast, as he's told to do. It was just... If you're going to blame anyone, blame the team's strategy for not putting Butler high enough up in the order and not choosing the right bowling attack.
So swap Butler and Smith was at 3, wasn't he?
Definitely.
Swap them around.
That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, you'd think, wouldn't you? I mean, Butler's obviously really concerned about his form and trying to find a way of recovering it, but I don't think putting him at number 7 is a solution to that at all.
Maybe the best way to fix that is to give somebody else the captaincy, because he's shit at it.
Yeah, he's not good. I don't know who, but and almost anyone else, actually.
Give it to Livingston. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
Except he's not making any runs, but yeah. Okay.
Moral authority is important.
He's a good man in the dressing room, though, no doubt.
Yeah. Great team man.
Great team man. Great cricket man.
So, fourthly, when you say they haven't picked the right bowlers, who do they need to bowl who they're not picking?
Well, Sam Curran, who's not.
I thought you might say that. I mean, I can't stand Sam Curran, but I actually agree with you.
He's the Nathan Ellis equivalent. He bowls at about the same pace. He's got lots of tricks up his sleeve. You're going to bowl on the. You need somebody with lots of variation on wickets. Like they don't keep turning up and putting it in the slot.
Yeah,
and even the ones that are good balls, they disappear at such pace they'll go over the boundary in matches like this. So you need a couple of dibbly-dobbly guys. Not really in the squad though, are they? They've come with the wrong squad, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? Of course, Cask can no longer play because he's got this dreadful blister on his toe.
Well, he can't play because he's shit. It's a shame because he 3 matches out of 4, Brian Carr's actually tends to bowl pretty well. He's got this efficient off-stump line, which he bowls well. And then in the 4th match, he bowls like an absolute drain. I don't know what it is.
How many stitches did he get on that blister? I think he had to go and get it stitched up because it was just that gaping crater in his foot or something.
Imagine if Mallory and Irving, it's just on the morning of their ascent of Everest or whatever, I can't go up there because I've got a blister on my toe.
Imagine storming the beaches on D-Day.
Yeah, so I've got a blister on the toe. I'll be behind you. I'll be thinking of you all the way.
It's a sort of excuse I use to get out of PE.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, well, I mean, as it turns out...
people have played with broken toes in the past, haven't they?
Oh, yes. Well, no doubt if the Bishop was actually in his own pub, he would be talking about the bloodied boots of Brian Statham.
Bloodied boots of Brian Statham. Well, of course, I know we love talking about football here, but let us not forget that Bert Troutman once completed an FA Cup final with a broken neck.
Since we're not going on video, I should tell the audience that Mug just fell off his chair in boredom at that statement. But
all right, well, we can all think of Steve Waugh and Gordon Greenwich. We can think of Glenn Maxwell, who completed a double century. Get it
Let's
back.
talk about Matthew
On
Richardson,
no
who played
legs.
with a broken skull in the AFL.
Broken skull in the AFL, yes. I remember him being interviewed as he comes off the pitch at half time. He said, "Hey, how you doing, mate?" He says, "Oh, not too great."
Oh, well, yeah. I think AFL and soccer should both be banned from our podcast.
Message received.
Yeah, I mean, occasional little things, but
Just to contrast how good the cricket is.
yes. Yeah, absolutely. So we end up with a situation where England are up against it. They are playing Afghanistan today. By the time this goes to air, that match will be done and dusted. But should England manage to win that, it puts them in an interesting situation of facing off against South Africa in a few days' time to determine who will qualify.
Well, if they can't win, if they can't beat South Africa, who are probably the third best team in the competition, then sure, you're not going to win, are you? Just to find out.
Yep.
That was easy.
Any predictions?
South Africa will absolutely win that game.
South
I was
Africa
going to
will
say
win
South
that
Africa will absolutely bury them, but they probably won't bury them.
I wouldn't be completely surprised if Afghanistan beat England as well, the way things have been going. It's not impossible.
Yeah. Well, that will be interesting. They're playing today in Rawalpindi, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. But I think there are a lot of runs in that pitch. So, actually, no. Sorry. Where were they yesterday when it was round off? Was that Lahore? Yes, it will be Rawalpindi.
Rawalpindi yesterday, wasn't it? No, it was Lahore. No, sorry, I'm thinking of the day before.
Yeah, there were two in the same venue for two in a row. Anyhow, it could be a very interesting game, the South Africa versus England game. Anyhow, if, however, England managed to beat Afghanistan, the downside from their point of view is that will then mean that there's a strong likelihood that Australia will qualify irrespective of whether they beat Afghanistan or not.
Oh, it's just a Champions Trophy. Let's not get too upset if people win it or lose it. It's not a very important competition.
Yeah.
Well, we already know who's essentially already taken the trophy home. So
yes, we do.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the semi-finals, because if South Africa do manage to beat England, then the likelihood is they'll end up top of the group because they've got a very good net run rate at the moment, which will mean the second team is likely to go to Dubai to play India and get thrashed there. Whereas New Zealand would come to Pakistan to play against South Africa, which actually could be a very interesting game.
I mean, you can't. We're talking all this is a fait accompli. Was it the India-Pakistan? What was the competition where Pakistan actually beat India in the final?
It was the last version of this, I think.
Was it the last version of this? Right,
I think it was, yeah, in England at the Oval.
Yeah, absolutely can happen. And of course, India fell over against Australia.
Yes.
So that can happen.
Yes, at the Modi Disaster Dome.
Exactly, yes, that was funny. So it'll be funny if India can find a way to screw it up. We'll all enjoy that.
I've been setting up the vibe for the universe to punish me for saying they're going to win, so let's not ruin that magic.
Oh, sorry. Hex induction hour.
Powerful magic indeed.
Certainly is.
So, moments of the tournament for you so far. Any particularly memorable pieces?
Glenn Phillips' catch.
That was superb, wasn't it?
Good.
That was good. Oh, you've caught me unawares there. I don't think I've got one yet, because there just hasn't been anything incredibly funny. There hasn't been a hilarious run out that I'm aware of.
No shithousery.
There's been no particular shit. Harris Raff looked like he might be losing his rag at one point. I thought this might be quite amusing. It's actually Glenn Phillips' catch does come to mind.
Yeah.
But sorry, I should have come more prepared with a magical moment. What about you?
Well, I was thinking of Glenn Phillips as well. I think also the degree of whining about India being given such favourable treatment in Dubai is quite funny, because the fact is, as you said, they're probably the best team by a significant margin, and will be likely to be well placed wherever they play. But in a way, they've shot themselves in the foot by insisting on this arrangement so that at the end of the day, people will say, well, even if they win, it's got an asterisk against it.
You've always got to have an excuse lined up. Why?
There was one quite funny moment I've just remembered when Glenn Phillips missed out on a hook and did that thing that batsmen do where they go off and play the shot they should have played. And as he completed the swing, he nearly took Richard Kettleborough's head off, which was quite funny, but slightly clutching at straws.
I'm not sure Richard Kettleborough would have been all that amused had he done so.
It's always funny till someone gets hurt, and hilarious for everybody else except the guy on the ground.
Yeah, it's funny though, isn't it? We are so unempathetic when that happens.
I know.
Oh well. So, gentlemen, we're just about at the end of our. This will be a perfect length episode to play the whole thing during the lunch break, actually, so that we won't have that thing of just the first half of every episode getting shown. I'd like to thank you for your visit to the Bishop and the Bear. Thank the Bishop himself for giving us the keys. And I do notice that he's all of a sudden decided that he can replace him whenever he wants. He says he might be late for the beginning of the next game, so he asked Mog and me to do it. I'm a bit worried that this might be a trend towards the Bishop becoming invisible and expecting other people to do his work for him. So hopefully not.
Well, if that Watford scarf is still nearby, I'm going to go wipe my ass on it.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. It's been good fun. We'll catch you at the game, as they say.
Always a pleasure.
I'll say goodbye to love.
The one thing we do lack is the genuine all-rounder. I mean, we've got lots of spinning all-rounders, but they're not genuine. I mean, Livingston's not a genuine. I mean, Livingston's great in a T20 as a potential bowler because you can get 4 overs out of him. But if you've got to try and get 10 overs out of Livingston, you're struggling, right? So that brings in, your potentials for Root bowling a few overs. And who was the other one? Bethel's now out, so we can't have him as a potential either. So, I mean, we're struggling in that all-rounder role, which doesn't lend balance to the side. I don't think Atkinson's an ODI player. He's too up and down, doesn't have enough variation. So I think actually Jamie Overton looks a good prospect, but as the sort of Liam Plunkett enforcer role, but you don't want him batting at 7. He's got to be 8 or below.
Yeah. What about lack of left-handers, Bear? Once you've got rid of Duckett, we've hardly got any.
I don't put too much store in that, really. Bowlers don't like switching, but nowadays, in the modern game, this happens all the time, and people do switch and swap. And
it'd be nice to have a few more, but if they're not there, you've got to pick your best players. You can't just shove someone, we need a left-hander, so you shove someone in who's a left-hander because we need a left-hander. It just doesn't work that way. You pick your best side. And if you look at the opening, I think Salt's a bit variable. Duckett seems to have hit some form. If Salt hits form, he's good. Root is a stabiliser at 3, Brook at 4. 5 is your problem, because I'll have Butler at 6 and Livingston at 7. Who we got 5 now then? I can't remember who we got in there, but it'll probably be Butler, won't it? And then Livingston at 6, and you'd have had Bethel at 7, or the other way round. Yeah, I think. And then you'd have had your bowlers. A loss. Bethel is a loss, actually. I mean, he's got potential. But again, he's inexperienced, so he could have fallen over. He didn't have a great time in India. He got 150 in a T20 or an ODI or something, didn't he? Not a lot else. So if you can be Baz McCullum's fairy godmother, which is a scary thought, but if you could be, and you could give him one wish, when you look at England's form there, it's since the World Cup, played 14, won 4, lost 10. Last year, played 11, won 3, lost 8. Played 3 series, lost all of them. It's horrifying. It's awful. What would be the one thing you could change if you could have the one wish? What would it be to try and turn that around? I try and find someone who's. My wish would be that they actually got rid of Butler as captain. I think that would make a big difference. I think you need someone who's a bit more proactive. I just think who inspires the team. I don't think Butler does. I think that'd be a big call on the eve of a tournament, though. I know it would. But he's just not a captain. They just picked him because at the time they made him captain. He was having a fairy tale season in the IPL, and he's a great hitter of the ball. But he's just not management. Well, that's the problem. I don't know who is my captain in that lineup.
Well, that's a question we've asked several times. All right, Billy.
Can you hear me there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, well, I left my my usual microphone and things I've left at home when I went home a couple of days ago. So I've just had a big panic on that.
You sound perfectly fine. Just keep your head near the computer. Good. So what do you reckon? All right, Mog.
Look, I think this is a huge target to be chasing in a major semi-final. I mean, with all the power, the pitch looks good. With all the wind, there isn't going to be much dew formation from what we've heard. So it'll be an intriguing chase. I mean, as I say, South Africa have great power to their lineup. So if there was a team to be able to chase it, they'd be up there. Yeah,
it looks a tall order, doesn't it? Although we thought that when England got 350 odd against the Aussies and they chased it down, they still had 3 overs to spare, didn't they? So it is possible.
But our bowling, I think New Zealand will be far more disciplined with their line and length than we were.
Yes, very true, probably. Well, let's have some jingles to start it all off. South Africa start with... They don't start with them, do they? They start with this guy.
Ryan Rickleton! Up and comer! Ryan Rickleton! We got the winner!
With?
Nice little mover! Front foot, back foot groover! Now it will behoove ya to keep an eye on.
The first delivery from Matthew Henry comes the inside half of Rickleton's back to Henry, and they'll get no run.
Okay, what I see, I've got me doing commentary, Ajit and Mog, but Ajit's not here, so am I going off the wrong thing here?
No, mine was.
Hang on! I've come on 10 overs too early. That's why.
But you can stay there, Billy, because Ajit hasn't turned up.
Okay.
So I will do. You're doing ball by ball next, so I'll carry on. That's an inside edge from Rickleton. He gets lucky, goes past the keeper, and will be the first boundary of the innings for the Saffers. Got a bit lucky. Yeah, it's quite handy you turn up 10 overs early. I wonder whether you had the wrong thing, but Ajit often gets his timings wrong, it has to be said. Poor Ajit. Probably would turn up in about 3 overs time. That's probably because that's how Ajit works. Sorry, mate.
I just assumed that this was the change that had been arranged, and I wasn't aware of it. So
yeah, well, there's also that too. Flashed out outside the off stump. Seemed to keep low from Matt Henry through the keeper, and there's no run. Obviously, if New Zealand want to get early wickets, because that'll just set them back quickly.
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, I think we're both in agreement that this is a very tall order. It would be a remarkable chase, one of the best ever, if South Africa managed to pull it off. I mean, New Zealand's innings was awesome, so disciplined, the perfect.
Timed it really well. Oh, there's some funky fielding going on here as well. They've got 2 close covers. One just over the shoulder, the other one. Rickleton hits the first one, who's straighter. Then there's no run. So they've got a very short cover. They've got a man just behind point. Did they have a slip in as well? Don't know. Probably got a third man and a long leg, I'd have thought. Henry tends to bowl fuller, doesn't he, than shorter. He's not the length guy. He's the guy who sort of puts out there, tries to get some swing.
He does. They've got a close offside field cover and extra cover.
That's nicely driven by Rickleton inside mid-off, and he'll get himself a second 4, and that's how they need to start. This outfield is quick. Now, you said it was. I think the wind has died down. They were just talking about this before they came out. It was windy at around dusk. I think once the sun goes down, it all sort of dies down a little bit. I mean, there's no ruffling of shirts now.
But from what I've heard, Bear, I meant it in the context of the fact that wind means that there isn't any or as much dew.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. If it dies down, and it might be. I don't know. I mean, that'll be one thing they'll be counting on. That one is driven out to the deeper. Kane Williamson of the 2 covers. And there is no run. I mean, if it does get dewy, it'll come on, and something similar might happen to what did to England. As we said, they bowled poor lengths that day, but it certainly helps it come onto the bat. End of the first over, 8 for none. Mog.
Well, there's a lot of discussion about who's going to win. Fluffy suggests that it's New Zealand's final to lose. Kenneth Hughes says it's game over. SA has won this. Furness Fan Fake says, let's go SA. Need at least 8 runs per over for the first 10, and then stay with the rate up until the end. Lots of firepower in the middle order. They've certainly gone for 8 runs in that first over, so he's on his way.
Indeed. At the other end, it's going to be...
And that's the story of how Kyle Jameson became a man.
His first ball swings a little bit, beats the outside edge of Bavuma's bat through the keeper, and there's no run.
He bowls such a wonderful back of a length stock delivery, Kyle Jameson, and against a batsman of the stature of Temba Bavuma, size-wise, lots of his deliveries will be kind of up around Bavuma's ribs, and he might just push a couple fuller and try and trap him on the crease LBW.
Well, yep, he may well do that. I stupidly went for LBW. There's not a lot of LBWs on this pitch, though. There is an Abu Dhabi, but not, I mean, at Dubai, but not here. That one is defended square by Bavuma, no run.
Did you get a good price for it, though?
Yeah, I got 12 to 1, but it turned out to be, it was pointless, because all South Africa were doing was bang slow balls into the middle of the pitch. So there was never going to be an LBW. Ball rifle standing with Dharmasena, Kumar Dharmasena at the other end.
I've always wondered in international cricket, do players chat to the square leg umpire like they do in village cricket, or is it all pretty silent?
I imagine it's all pretty silent between those guys. That's clipped nicely into the leg side, but it's a good bit of fielding at mid-wicket. Silson can get a run. Will Young, no run.
Something that South Africa were good on, especially early on, was their fielding, I felt, and it's certainly something that New Zealand and teams really can use to put the pressure back on the opposition. Like there, if that goes for a little single from a misfield, it's just deflating for the whole team, and it's those kind of fielding standards that will make this chase even harder than it already looks on paper.
Indeed. Well, Temba can go at a good pace if he gets going. Rickleton tan too. You've got Rassi after that. That's driven, but again can't be the field. Bavuma at point, and there is no run. And then of course you've got the powerhouses in the middle. You've got Klassen and David Miller.
Yeah, their middle order is incredibly strong.
Yeah, it can be. Aidan Markham as well can go a lick too. They're all strong lads. So I guess South Africa, you've got to back yourself, haven't you? You've got to get off to a good start. You need I mean, this is the other thing, is they got to 200 with only losing 1 wicket. South Africa need to think that they've got to do something similar. That one is short and beats the outside edge of Bavuma's bat. He hangs inside it, really, through to keep no run.
Sorry, Bet. I think that, to an extent, that's how all decent ODI innings, they really start quickly and end quickly, and the middle overs are more controlled.
Exactly.
Because I think I know Australia's a slight outlier because they were 160 odd for 4 maybe against England, and then posted and then chased down England's total with ease. But most of the time, you've got to have wickets in hand towards the back end.
Indeed. That's full, driven by Bavuma again. Good fielding to cover. Presumably that's Phillips there. Maybe it was Bracewell. No, it's Phillips. Who knows? It was no run anyway, and over the Mog.
I've already lost where I was. This is wonderful stuff. Liam Mahoney says they have the batting power to chase it, and it's a flat wicket. Drake Mongreen, I love those medieval type jingles. Lol.
Yes.
Fluffy says Jim Croce is medieval. Oh, it sounded like Jim Croce, and it wasn't. It was me. Sorry. Francis says the game's not over until the last ball. If my Kiwi boys deliver, we are in the final. And then hopefully you'll actually win it, and India can.
Yeah.
Fingers.
I think it's one of the first times I properly wanted Australia to win a game of cricket yesterday.
Yeah.
That's a terrible feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a terrible feeling. That's driven by Rickleton again. Can't beat inside mid off this time. Santa, the skipper, is there, and there is no run.
I mean, it's such a sadness and farcical that I think both these two teams had to go to Dubai to see if they were maybe playing their semi-final there, and then had to come back.
I know.
If I'm right in saying. It's just such a shame, the whole thing, and for Pakistan to be hosting a tournament where the final and the semi-final are not in their country is very sad.
It is indeed. It is only an hour and a half flight from Karachi, I think, to Dubai. That is defended on the back foot by Temba, out to cover, and there ain't no run.
Made an over in the last one from Carl Jamieson, and so a good start from him. I think he's a bowler. I've mentioned this before on some New Zealand commentary that I really enjoy watching. I think he's got a wonderfully strong action, and he's a really important figure in this New Zealand bowling lineup. And I think all the bowlers complement each other well there, I'd say, in this lineup. It's a very balanced attack.
It is pretty. Oof, crikey. Now, Henry didn't get a wicket there, neither bowled nor nicked off. Bavuma beaten on the outside edge by Matt Henry, and there is no run.
Yeah, wonderfully consistent line and length there from Matthew Henry. As you say, maybe it just shaped in a little bit. It looked like, we'll see in a replay here, it looks like the seam was bolt upright. It was slightly scrambled and then just fizzed off the surface.
Yeah. You're watching, I presume you're looking forward to the game tonight, Billy Boy?
I am there. Yeah, well.
Across the stumps goes Temba. It's clipped out to mid wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, we'll have to have some discussion about that later. But I'd definitely take a draw, or maybe even,
I'd take a draw or 1-0 loss, or
I was about to say maybe even a 2-1 loss or something.
Away goals don't count anymore, do they?
No, they don't. They do not.
So,
but did you see any of last night, Real Madrid Atletico? The goals.
No, I didn't see any of that. But Arsenal bumped past PSV, didn't they? Crikey! That's driven up to mid on by Temba. They scoot through for a quick single, and they get there. Just 2 off this over. Temba's struggling. He's got 1 off 10. Ryan Rickleton's 9 off 7.
Yeah, we enjoyed watching both those games at the pub with a few. Washed down with a few beers, which is good fun.
Of course.
Bavuma 1 off 10, as you say, starting
very
slowly, but I don't think that's a problem at all, really. The power of that lower middle order can catch up any total easily, and as I mentioned earlier, it's all about keeping wickets in hand, really.
Yeah.
And trying to get off to as good a start as possible.
Very much so. And then there is rotating it, going at sixes during the middle for as long as you can before accelerating at the end. Nicely driven by Rickleton. This time again, he gets it inside the man at mid-off. Very straight, and he just punches it. There's no real flourish to the bat. It's just all timey. He just punches it back past the bowler and pretty straight. It's a great shot. and brings in 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Wonderful. Over to you, Mog. As it is over.
Miklos Munkaksi says, so whom will have the opportunity to play India at home? Have to respect Australian bowlers for resting during a BCCI India protected competition.
Yeah.
A bit of a conspiracy theory. Furness Van Veek says Bavuma can't rack up too many dot balls. And Drake Mongreen says New Zealand need a wicket right now.
Well, that'd be handy. Oh, no, there was a bit of glove down the leg side, Bavuma. It came down a little bit at Jameson. And then tried to waggle it around the corner. Got a glove on it. It went down and dropped just short of Latham.
That drive from Rickleton, very similar fashion to the one he hit earlier. Left-handed drives better, be it an on-drive, off-drive, cover drive. But I always just think they look superb.
They do. Why do they? The funny thing is,
They
why
just
do
look
they look
different.
so much better than a right-hander? It's just the opposite thing, but they always look more beautiful somehow. Don't know why. Jameson in. That's straight and it's defended by Bavuma.
Because some people say that left-handed golf swings look better than right-handed, but that's something that I don't quite see.
No.
But cricket, definitely. I mean,
Yes.
I always think Moeen Ali is one of the best timers of the ball. This is maybe going back a few years, but I always thought he was a wonderfully underrated timer of a cricket ball.
Oh, he was. At the end of one of the games here, actually, when one of them finished early, they played his maiden test ton against Sri Lanka on a highlights package. And he looked fantastic back in those days. It's just the fluidity. It was David Gow, the languid drives, you know. That's played up to mid-on by Temba.
9 dot balls so
swing
far
there,
in
yeah.
Jameson's spell.
1 of 13 for Bavuma. Can't be hanging around doing that for too long.
But I don't think he's necessarily the kind of guy who, you know, if a Phil Salt was being tied down like this, which he would never be, then you'd certainly think he's going to have a dash and get out.
Well,
but Bavuma, I feel like, is far more circumspect and has his emotions under control to not do that kind of thing.
Well,
Salt
yeah.
would be out by now.
I was trying to
Yeah,
say,
he would
Salt,
be.
Salt wouldn't have managed 13 balls. Well, that's edged, driven up, and he's got a fat edge, Bavuma, this time. Goes down a third man. I'll just get the 1. It's not looking particularly in good touch, Temba, but as you said, if you survive, there's plenty of time to catch up, and this wicket does provide. It's a good surface. It comes onto the back quite nicely with a harder new ball. Not a lot in it for the bowlers.
No, there isn't, but it's always good when the bat is slightly on top.
Yeah.
Is it?
Well, I like the ball to do
I
something.
think so.
I like
Yeah,
something
yeah.
in it for the bowlers.
But there still is something in it for the bowlers if they bowl the right length.
Not off the surface. I mean, with the very new ball, yeah. But I mean, I guess my big problem with white ball cricket is that how quickly the white ball stops doing things. That's clipped nicely off the pads by Rickleton. Wrong line from Jameson. Too full on the pads. Clips nicely out towards mid-wicket boundary. No one there. 4 runs.
You ask where I live. Here's the address I give. The phone.
But I mean, you shouldn't be getting any assistance if you bowl that kind of.
No, you shouldn't.
Right,
No. But I mean,
a
if
leg
you
somehow volley rightly put away. No, I know that's not what you were saying. But I think he's just strayed ever slightly fuller. A couple of deliveries. Jameson's first over, he was slightly more back of a length, and I think Rickleton going around the wicket would be a better approach to him, to be honest.
possibly that one's across Rickleton. Decent line, decent length, and he lets it through to the keeper. Only 5 off it. 19 for none after 4. Mog.
What a find Rickleton has been for SA cricket. Good in SA 20, double ton in January, and a beautiful 100 earlier in this tournament. Waxes Werner's fan fake. And Kenneth Hughes says, is Bavuma a good batter? I know he's captain, but he looks a little timid.
He has his ups and downs, does Bavuma. He can look really good and can score very quickly.
I think he's been in pretty good form.
He has been.
Recently.
He missed one of the games. Did he miss one? No, he didn't miss one of the games. Didn't he get a 40 in the first game? 40 or 50. He didn't quite get to 50, I don't think, or may have just got 50. Didn't do much in the second one.
Yeah.
Well, the second one was rained off, wasn't it?
Rained out.
Didn't do much against us, I don't believe, but didn't really matter.
You've got to go back a little bit further to find where his good form was, but still.
Yeah. Well, he's facing up to Henry. He's got 2 of 14. And Henry is in, that's full, it's driven. Can't beat mid-off though, there is no run.
Yeah, no real timing on the shot. As said, 2 of 15 just looks to be struggling a little bit, Temba Bavuma, but I think if he gets a couple away in this over, if Henry bowls him a kind of leg stop half volley or that kind of thing, he can put a couple to the boundary, then he'll start to settle down. We saw Daryl Mitchell struggle a little bit for fluency. I know that was slightly later on in the innings.
Yeah, ball was much softer. The ball was knackered at the end of the innings. Down the track comes Bavuma. Trying to drive it back past the bowler. There is no run. Do you think they'll...
pretty knackered after about 30 overs.
Yeah, it was.
Ratty as.
I know. Well, do you think they'll try and make that new Australian Kookaburra into a white ball for the white ball game?
What does India think about it?
Well, it's difficult. Of course, they have 2 new balls at each end, so a ball only goes through 25 overs.
Yeah, but these balls... Oh, that's popped in the air down towards mid-on. I'll get through for a quick single. Yeah, but a white ball, it's just the way they process it, isn't it? To get a white colour, it just gets knackered and soft so quick.
Is it because they use liquid paper?
Is that what they use?
Paint a red ball with the liquid paper on it?
No.
Not sandpaper, Mog, this time.
No.
Well, too soon, man. Too
It
soon.
must be something in the processing to get the colour white for the leather that makes it soft and shit. Don't know why, but
well, it's because the colour just gets knocked off, and as you were saying there when we had the discussion about with the 2 new balls taking out the element and the art of reverse swing, you were saying part of the reason was because the fielders couldn't really see the ball.
That was
come
part of the reason why they changed the rules. Yeah, because they kept having to change the balls so often. Anyway, towards the back end of an innings, it's defended out to mid wicket, and there is no run. So they came up with the idea of the 2 new balls from both ends, partly to help the bowlers as well. Although the teams that were expert at reverse swing got a bit narky about it, and I guess understandably so. It takes the art out of the game. But then if you were changing the ball so often as well, that altered things in the game as well. Henry around the wicket this time to Rickleton, who has popped that one to cover. Just maybe stopped in the wicket a bit, maybe it threw his shot a little bit too early. It doesn't seem to be a slower ball, and Rickleton has blocked it. His timing's been superb, and he timed it very sweetly from just defending it, but straight at the fielder, and couldn't keep on top of it. And out of nowhere, really, he just stopped the shot, didn't he, and just popped it up.
I think it might have just stuck in the pitch a little bit. I think your first observation may have been correct.
Maybe a little bit.
It just a little bit lifted on him slightly and caught him on the bat. It's a shame because he looked like he was going well.
He did indeed. It did happen a fair few times to the Kiwi batters, but it seemed to pop into no man's land when it happened to them. They got lucky, but Rickleton hasn't, and he has to say goodbye.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you.
And the first wicket falls. 20 for 1.
I mean, it's not the start they necessarily wanted because it.
Not the end of the world either.
No, it's not the end of the world, as you say, but it can quickly become the fact that they're 2 down, and then the pressure really will be on Rashid Anderson coming to the crease now.
Well,
at 3.
you know what? If they are 2 down, then all they'll have to do is take it deep, and I think that if the decision was made for them, they'd have a strategy to play. If another wicket falls reasonably quick, it will just be let's get to the last 10 overs and see where we are. In which case they rattle along at 6 and over, get themselves to sort of 210, 230. See if they can blast it at the end, I suppose, maybe. They'd have to go along a little bit quicker than that. They got 7 and over, haven't they, basically across the whole innings to get.
Yeah. I mean, they bat so deep. Rabada's batting 10.
Yeah.
He's certainly a decent batsman, so they bat all the way down to that.
He can certainly blast it if they need 30 off 3. He can
Out of these two teams, Bet, who would you think are the more likely to topple India?
Well, South Africa. What was that tournament that South Africa came so close in?
Was it the T20 World Cup in the West Indies and USA? Was it?
No, I'm sure it was an ODI competition of some description. Maybe it was the World Cup. Did they play them in the final? That one is clipped really nicely by Van der Dussen. Bavuma can't get it off the square, but everyone else can. Van der Dussen clips that sweetly for 4 runs out through mid-wicket. Hold on.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I seem to remember India...
Well, the 50 over World Cup final in India was India v Australia.
Exactly.
And South Africa, if my memory serves me correct, lost to India in the final of the T20 World Cup, so that's why I thought that's what you were...
maybe it was that then.
Let me have a look, let me fact check myself, but I'm pretty sure that was the case.
Well, it might have been the T20 World Cup then, and David Miller was out there and he was chasing it down and got a fantastic catch on the boundary.
Yeah, it was the T20 World Cup. India won by 7 runs.
Okay, right.
In the final.
Okay.
Berners van Veek has also confirmed it was the T20 final.
Okay. So so I remembered right. I just thought it was a real different format. That's it.
Wrong format, yeah.
Bavuma.
But go on, sorry.
No, it's alright. Bavuma, go on.
They always seem to be the kind of these two teams both seem to be the nearly people, really both having decent performances and not getting over the line. I mean, New Zealand, of course, lost the 50 over World Cup to England on boundary count, which was
joyous. Let's be honest.
Bullshit.
Defended by Temba out into the covers, and there is no run. Out of these two teams, I don't know. I mean, both of them could beat India, but you just think with all the shenanigans going on and the team that India got and the wicket that they're playing on, everything is kind of lined up for India, really.
I mean, of course, from the Test point of view, New Zealand whitewashed India 3-0 in India.
Yeah.
And lots of the players transfer over to the Test format. I don't know whether psychologically that would have an impact. You'd think not.
Well, they just played a game out there, didn't they, in Dubai, and India beat them. So Temba clips that one sweetly out through mid-wicket. He's going to finally get himself a boundary. That's a nice shot, similar to the one that Rassi van der Dussen played in the last over. And he'll get himself 4 runs.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary where it leaves a rope. The bowler don't like it, but it has to go.
Nice bit of flair with that shot from Bavuma, just twisted his bat through on the way.
Yeah.
Rather dismissively, really nice shot, and that could be the little spark that gets him going. 7 off 19, he now moves on to Jameson, the first boundary that's been conceded off his bowling, I think.
Alright. Second, yeah. That one again is clipped into the leg side. Oh, there's a little bit of a misfield at mid-wicket, and they'll get through for a single. Well, the bookies have the Saffers at 4-1 and New Zealand at 6-1 on. And they have New Zealand heavy favourites, and I would, it's going to be tricky with to chase down this many runs, but you've got to keep it.
I think it's the pressure as well, Beth.
It is the pressure, but that's what I mean. I think you've got to play this smart and just go deep, and then see what you've got wickets in hand at the end, and then look, they scored. How many runs have they scored? I mean, bloody hell.
They scored 110 in their last 10, I think.
Exactly. And you've got to think that, and that was with a lot of that was just one guy really, 2 maybe. Daryl Mitchell and Glenn Phillips scored most of those. That's guided down backward a point and there's no run, and you kind of think that if Klassen or someone is there and David Miller is one of those 2 batsmen in that last 10 overs, they've got a chance of scoring similar, right? So you've got to be somewhere up around 250, 260 at the end of 40, which isn't so bad. 6 and over, right? Really?
No, not bad at all. I mean, that's very, very doable.
And that's very, very doable.
I think if they've, even 8, 9 and over, depending on who's in, and as you say, that's what's so important for them to take it.
Yeah. That's defended by Van der Dussen out to cover, and there is no run.
But I don't know, Mog, if you can look it up, whether 363 would be a record Champions Trophy chase.
It would be, because
Yeah,
Australia chased down England.
Australia
and that was a record.
had the record.
Yeah,
England set the record for the highest, then Australia broke it, and then New Zealand has broken it again.
Yeah. And South Africa will break it again where it's happened today. Carl Jameson in to Rassie van der Dussen, who guides that down towards third man to get himself a single. Let's try a bit of that action. 5 off 4 for Rassie. Bavuma 8 off 20, 30 for 1 after 6 overs. Mog.
Leah has arrived. Whoops, I lost the page. Go me. Basically just to say that South Africa's choking. Which... No, they're not choking yet. They're just easing into a... something. Pirate Badshah asks if I can give a translation of my display name. It means I can understand every word you say.
In Gothic.
In Gothic.
Do you change it for every game, Mog?
I have been, yeah. It's my only creative outlet, really.
and the jingles, don't forget the jingles.
Which reminds me, what was the Smooth 4 jingle that was played before?
Smooth 4 jingle, what do you mean? That's played up to mid-off, they'll go through for a single. They might get an overthrow there, by the looks of things. They do.
2 4s ago, I believe it was. I asked because Eric J wanted to know who it was, and I don't even remember hearing it, so
no,
I can't answer it.
Oh, that'll be the Jazz one, the Jazz boundary. Anita O'Day, whoever she is, some jazzy person. This one.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yeah, that one we never get stricken for because it's only about 4 seconds long. That's defended back to the bowler and there is no run.
Just in a bit of a rebuilding.
Well,
these two, Van der Dussen, 7 off 6, looking relatively settled. You have to say he's a great batsman to watch when in full flow. Matthew Henry has been the more expensive out of him and Jameson's partnership so far, but does have that 1 in the wickets column to his name.
Indeed, defended back up the track past the bowler. 2 mid-off, and there is 1 run. And Van der Dussen scored the same amount of runs as Bavuma. It's 13 less balls.
Cosmic Seer says that the SA captain isn't in the mood to chase it.
Well, he can catch up. He's pretty good at that, I have to say. He just defends that one though into the offside. There is no run. He might have a habit of running down the wicket and spooning it to mid-off, but he's certainly capable. Is Temba. I'm sure he's got an ODI ton somewhere as well.
Yeah, well, Rassie van der Dussen, his partner at the other end, I'll just be looking up some stats. He's been in sparkling form, really, of late. The 72 not out against England, 52 against Afghanistan in a...
It's clipped out to mid-wicket and there's no run. Darren Mitchell fielding there.
And then batted nicely in the SA-T20 as well, so he's certainly one that they'll look to build the innings around, do you think?
Yeah, well, he is their number 3. Here's the guy to exactly do that. Go on and get 100. Along with Temba, match the Kiwis, and see where they go. Matt Henry is in. Temba drives that up again to mid-off, too wide. Mid-off is quite wide, but drives it straight at him. No run after 7 overs, 33 for 1.
Drake Mongreen says, I will only accept a win by 200 runs.
What? For the Kiwis?
I assume so.
Roll them for 160. I'm not sure how likely that is.
I don't think that's likely on this wicket.
He says yes. Furnace Van Veek says Rassie needs to be there while the spinners come on. He's good at rotating the strike and also plays the sweep and reverse sweeps well.
Who, Rassie?
Rassie van der Dussen.
Well, I was just about to mention the spin because they do have a decent bit of part-time spin to call on. Well, Bracewell's better than a part-timer.
Yeah, and also Phillips too, I suppose.
Yeah, I was just about to say Phillips as well.
Rassie just drops that in the offside. There is no run.
Well, most of this New Zealand team, if they aren't wicket keepers, they're also bowlers as well as batsmen.
Yeah,
so.
that's very true. A lot of fairly handy all-rounds.
How many overs, Bear, do you think these two will get through before Will O'Rourke comes on to bowl?
Oh, that's interesting. I think that Will O'Rourke should come on the next one. I mean, we've got 7.1. They've got to give him 1 over in a power play, don't they?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Maybe have a slip in for him. Jameson in. Oh, driven out off the back foot by Van der Dussen, beaten on the outside edge through to the keeper. No run. Could have quite easily been a little nibble through to the keeper.
I mean, even though Henry has taken that wicket, Jameson, you'd have to argue, has looked the one to be more likely, and that delivery just there, ever so slightly more back of a length, I feel, is the length where he's looked his most dangerous so far in that spell. So I think he needs to try and stick there, especially when bowling to someone like Bavuma. I know that delivery was to Van der Dussen, but it's quite difficult for him to face, being a shorter man.
Yep. He's also get it a little bit fuller and get it to rise, can't he? Much like Marco Janssen being that height. Jameson, that one's defended by Rassie van der Dussen out to the covers, and there is no run.
He's had a quietish Champions Trophy so far, Carl. Jameson 1 for 48 against Bangladesh, and then that figure's just gone away. But some pretty average bowling against India.
Which one was it where he bowled a bunch of wides? Was that against India?
Might have been top of the order. Can't remember, to be honest. Jameson in bowls, and Rassie again. Back foot drive straight at cover though. No run. Got to pick the gaps, my son. Got to pick the gaps. 4 dots in this over.
Yeah, well, his first over was a maiden, and as you say, 4 dots in this. So he's been hit for 2 boundaries, which are what's contributed 8 out of the 11 runs he's conceded so far. But he's been pretty good. Jameson has bowled nice and tight on the whole.
Yeah. The field will go out soon. Couple of overs time. And then you've got to cash in on the rotation and the odd boundary, haven't you? Jameson in. That one darts back in a little bit to Rassie. He clips it behind square. They're taking the easy first. Think about a second, but it's not there. That's the first run off the over. Timber, who's really struggling, 8 of 23.
It's giving me a flashback to Root, 7 of 33 in the World Cup final.
Wow, yeah. That was hard to watch.
It was rather. I mean, 13 deliveries left in this power play, usually the part of the game where teams look to attack, but Bavuma has taken the opposite approach.
Indeed. Well, he drives that one, beats mid-off, beats cover, doesn't beat mid-off all the way down to the boundary. It's chased by Santner. They should get back for 2. Not perfectly timed by Timber, but he gets to double figures finally. 10 off 24. And 3 off the over.
Yeah.
And over the mug.
Ralph Peridine. Good morning, G's, from Southern California. This match is pointless. With 362 on the board, no chance. India versus New Zealand in Dubai. New Zealand takes it in the final.
Well, of course, New Zealand just lost to India in Dubai, didn't they? Anyway, after this, carry on anymore?
I would like to think that they're not playing their final today. Drake Mongreen says Black Caps always set records. Longest losing streak before getting a test win. First team to lose to Bangladesh. Lower score, higher score will be put on against them, etc., etc.
Well, yeah.
Don't you always complain that it's England that has the record scored against them?
Who? Defended, and there is no run.
Or only Australia does it against England.
Well, England have the record ODI score against. Was it against Australia? What did they put up? 481 they put up against Australia, I think, but then we got 4 something else ridiculous against the Netherlands.
Then 490.
490 something, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And we had a big game against the Kiwis as for the Ashes in 2015 as well. It was an absurd game, nearly 500 scored. It's defended up to mid-off to go for the quick single. It was an underhanded throw by Santner, who's at mid-off. But he couldn't get it anywhere near the stumps, and they get through for the easy single.
Anyway, England hold the highest 3 ODI scores on record.
Yeah.
All 3, and they all came in quite quick succession of each other.
Well, we had an exceptional team, and that's what we forget. You know, as much as you want to continue playing that way, if you don't have the resources to do it, then maybe you ought to temper it a little bit and find another way to do it. Temba comes down the track finally over the top of mid-off. One bounce over the sponge, 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Maybe finally getting the pace of the pitch, Temba.
He's got his eye in.
Yeah, very uppish, but there's wide open spaces out in the deep over there.
Yeah, it was a nice shot. He came down the pitch, shuffled down the pitch and met it well.
Held his shape, so he didn't drag it.
Looks like quite an old bat, that one.
It does, I was just about to say the same,
He
yeah.
obviously likes it, yeah.
Clearly.
Old faithful.
Oh, you wonder what size bat he uses. That's defending back to the bowler, and there is no run. Does he get specially made size Harrow or something? Yeah.
Well, I think he's
10s bat.
I think he's 5'2" better, if I'm not mistaken. He might be a tiny bit taller, but I think that might be a size 6 or something. I think that might even be too small for a Harrow.
Be interesting because you'd have to get a lot of wood in a very small bat to be a professional bat then.
Very compressed.
Yeah, well, no, nothing's compressed these days, aren't it, anymore? It's all fucking railway sleepers. That one's dragged, guided down towards third man by Temba. He'll get himself a single.
When you were at school, Wham, did you always have the thing of inspecting everyone's bat, looking at the grains and pretending what we all knew?
There was a little bit of that.
You know how many grains are there, or whether they're really tight to each other, or.
Everyone was an expert, but no
yeah,
one
exactly
that
whatsoever.
Yeah.
You pick it up, swing it around. Look at the heft on this. Oh.
That's nicely driven by Van der Dussen. I don't think he's going to run for that. He reckons he's beaten the fielder, and he has. And this outfield is quick still. And it races away down to wide, long off for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Yeah, I think that would have been the over to bring O'Rourke on. I know it's easy to say in hindsight, but I'm slightly miffed that he didn't have a ball there, and it went for 10 runs.
Rodney declares that Bavuma should stick to Test cricket.
I think these 2 games have the closest crossover, don't they? Unlike T20. You can build an innings in an ODI.
He's got a bit more time to fiddle around with it. Oh, it's a Gulbadin knockoff in the crowd. Furness Van Fake says, run-out's never far away when Temba is at the crease.
Well, I haven't had a run-out the entire tournament, and I've gone on it probably 10 times.
Ready to be burned one more time?
I am, actually. I'll see if I can. See if I can get this over for the next wicket. That is guided behind square. Glenn Phillips is there, and there is no run.
Bavuma's upped his rate ever so slightly, 15 off 28 now. It's looking
crossed over into black, almost over the 50.
Over the 50.
Exactly, but if they can, I mean, now 5 balls have to be on the power play. If they can try and get to kind of 50 for 1, they would have gone like kind of 5 and over-ish, which isn't too bad. They would have been hoping to be up near a 6, but
yeah,
good platform.
Jameson in pulled. That is going to be 6 runs. Temba Bavuma's pulled that one nicely. It was angled in at him. It was too far down leg side, and it was shortish. And he is a short man, and short men pull the ball well. And he certainly got on top of that. Wasn't far over the boundary, but far enough, and it's 6.
Yeah!
That six is on fire.
Certainly seems to got his eye in finally as Temba.
Yeah, he does, and I think Mitch Santner's got this wrong, really, giving these two 5 overs each, to be honest. I hate to criticise.
Cut hard, but can't beat Glenn Phillips.
I think they've just got their eye in on both these bowlers, and as a result, this over from Jameson could get some tap. The last over from Henry did, and I think it would have been time to make a bowling change, really. I mean, 5 overs, because they haven't necessarily looked like taking wickets, you'd have to say, bad. They've been relatively economical.
Yes, but I think that is the wicket. I mean, it was the same in New Zealand's innings. It actually looks quite hard to take wickets. The ball doesn't do much. Got to kind of rely on mistakes from the batsman. That's worked into the leg side, behind square. Jameson can't believe he didn't beat the inside edge and get a pad and in front for LBW, but that's the point. The ball doesn't really do much. It did in the first over, and there was a bit of swing, but after that, it's just pretty much gone straight on. Apart from the one full shot that got the wicket. And Rickleton was looking pretty good, to be fair.
Now, I don't know what your stints are, but I'm supposed to be doing ball by ball and then summarising, which means I would have been on for 30 overs, and I don't want the listeners getting bored of my voices.
Well, I was on 40 overs this morning, I'm pleased to hear.
Jameson comes in.
All in a row.
Off the inside edge, and they will get a couple.
Yeah, we are quite understaffed. I mean, I presume if Ajit turns up, he can maybe do one of your slots. I don't know kind of where he is, to be honest, but other than that, we are quite short-staffed today. Considering it's a semi-final.
Yeah.
I guess it is a Wednesday, middle of the week. Where are we at? We've got one ball left in the over?
Yeah, I think so.
It's gone for 10 so far. 56 for 1. Not too far from where the Kiwis were at the end of 10 over. Dropped into the offside by Bavuma. That does end the 10th over. First power play is over. 56 for 1. And Bavuma is not on strike. Over to you, Morgan, and me and Billy swap places, basically, don't we? No. It's coming on. Hendo.
Hendo's. Yeah, Hendo's.
JYD says, who's pleased that Steve the Grit Smith has retired from ODIs? Everyone. Everyone is. Farong says Van der Dussen's height equates to 1.21 DKTs. DKTs being the height of Ben Duckett, 170 centimetres.
Hendo! Yeah, he's coming. He's bringing his pillow. Billy's on ball by ball. You're doing summarising. I'm doing some thingies. Well, here you go, Billy. Here's your thing.
Yeah, we've been calling for Will O'Rourke, and he's finally going to get a bowl. We'll see if he can extract a little bit more out of the surface. Bowling to Van der Dussen, wonderful action. Will O'Rourke, always really enjoy watching him bowl. He bowls wider on the crease. This is driven hard by Van der Dussen. Will he find the gap with some more fielders out now? He will. Beats the diving extra cover, and he gets 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That was a really rank delivery. First ball from O'Rourke for a man who's been highly impressive in recent months. That really was a shocker.
It absolutely was. A loosener, as they say. Good to see you, Hendo.
Hey, you too, Billy.
Coming once more. This is shorter, on a similar line, and it's not quite timed. A good pick up and cover and a shot at the stumps, but it misses. I think Van der Dussen would have been home, but they add 1 to the total, so 5 off it. More activity in the last 2 deliveries than we had in the whole stint with Bear. You obviously bring something to the party.
Well, you know.
I usually bring wickets, or I have done of late. It's been my speciality.
Well, that's not going to help Bear's overs, so...
Yeah, I don't want you doing that, Henry.
I don't want to be doing that.
I'm stuck with stereo Liverpool fans, aren't I?
Yes, you are.
Are you both shaking with anticipation?
I'm quite tired.
Did you hear what Joao Neves has said in his comments earlier today, Bear?
No.
basically saying that PSG are by far the better side. O'Rourke comes in once more. He always bowls wide on the crease. O'Rourke, and this is guided nicely. There's no gully-in by Bavuma, and they will get a single out to third man.
Sorry, who was saying that? I didn't catch.
I think it's Ryan Evers, midfielder.
For PSG?
For PSG, basically just saying that they're by far the better squad, and yeah, interesting comments to make.
You know, pride comes before a fall.
Well, I'm hoping we do what Arsenal did to fucking PSV last night.
I'd be very surprised if you win 7-1.
Yeah, so would I. It's only one letter difference, though.
That's true. That's true.
I hadn't thought of that. O'Rourke comes in, 6 off his over so far. That's slashed harder, but slightly squarer, and will be fielded, so they'll just tick over for a single. So slightly loose from O'Rourke before, and maybe Santa's decision to not bring him on in the power play has been vindicated, Bear, even though we were calling for it.
Well, yeah.
I'm not 100% sure, actually. I think maybe he wanted a slightly harder ball. I mean, that's not an impressive... Well, he hasn't finished yet. It's not an impressive first 4 balls. Normally, he's short of a length. He's over-pitching a bit at the moment, isn't he?
I think this pitch is difficult when you're a bowler. You don't know what kind of length to bowl. I think South Africa did that pretty well, actually.
He comes in once more, and this is a conventional edge, and he gets lucky, Bavuma. No slips or gully, and it goes kind of through second slip, down to the fine third man boundary for 4. He's moving on a little bit, Bavuma, 30 or 35.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Yeah, that's a better delivery. Little bit of movement, I'd say. It would have needed a second or a third slip to take the catch, or a wide first slip, very wide first slip.
Well, 11 off his 5 balls so far, O'Rourke. He might bowl a bumper here, you'd think. He bowls one slightly back of a length. This is timed really nicely by Temba Bavuma. He could get 4 more, but it looks like it would be cut off, and is. But they will come through for 2, so 13 off O'Rourke's first over. We could see some spin at the other end here, but that is the end of South Africa's over, 69 for none. We did just quickly, Bear, miss something, which is in the fact that both sides scored 56 for 1 after their first 10 overs.
I know.
Set very evenly at the moment.
It is set very evenly.
Have we got some... got some... Oh,
yeah,
the Bear suddenly leaps into action on YouTube.
Well, David Durrell says... Warwick Palmer, whatever he is now, with Smith retiring, who will GC mock instead? Well, there's Labuschagne. And we've still got a test squad to do, you know, he's still going to be there.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna see more of Smith. He's not going to be gone from our lives.
We don't do that much ODI cricket, do we? Let's be honest.
Well, there isn't much.
There isn't much. It's all slap-happy T20 shit.
We are going to get spin. Well called, Billy. It's going to be this man.
Even if my clover is well, sturdily keeps wicket. Knowing how the Kiwis pick teams, he'll be just 1 of 5.
Bracewell comes into Van der Dussen. That was a bit of a short half tracker first delivery, but Van der Dussen can't take advantage of it as he hacks it into the leg side for no run. How do you think spin or go, Hendo? A little bit of turn, as you can mull that over as Bracewell comes in once more. This is on the leg stump and turned into the leg side calmly by Van der Dussen for no run.
Well, what did we have from South Africa? We had Maharaj, who started pretty well, 4 overs for 14. Then he got hit around a little bit and then came back and did quite well. I think he ended up going for
7 and over still.
67, was it?
Yeah.
It's a shorter once more, firing quickly from Bracewell. 58 miles an hour, and that's his push down the ground for a single. I think that was Glenn Phillips at short mid-wicket who dove the previous delivery and has cut his arm, so he's asking for some tape or some bandages to wrap that up.
What? A mere graze for Glenn Phillips? He would, he has grazes for breakfast.
Bracewell, this is once more leg-sided and turned away. Really good one-handed pick-up at kind of a slightly odd short square leg position from Mitch Santner. Good fielding, usually reliably good in the field, aren't they, Hendo, New Zealand?
New Zealand are probably the best in the field, I would say, at the moment.
Bracewell in once more. This is turned into the leg side, and they will tick through for another single. Good strike rotation.
Only 2 off the over then, so far.
Only 2 off the over.
We often talk about New Zealand punching above their weight, and various things along those lines. It's only because of what they have to select from, which is surely less than most teams or fewer than most teams. It's not the ability. The ability is extraordinary in the 11 or even the squad.
Bracewell completes the 12th over with probably his best delivery, and it is pushed into the offside for a single. So 72 for 1 at the end of the 12th there.
Fluffy 3-0 India says, that's what New Zealand is missing, a Gav Larson. Who's Gav Larson?
Oh, you don't remember? Dobber of yesteryear? Late 70s probably, something like that. Yeah. He was skipper for a while, wasn't he? Don't know if I remember correctly, but the bear, don't know. Oh, who's that weirdo? Are you saying that again?
Right, him.
No, he's not who's that weirdo,
No.
but he is. From your perspective, I can see that he would be. Gav Larson, Billy, do you remember him?
No, I don't actually have to say, Hendo.
Drake Mongreen says, I need gas for my burnout, otherwise I'm rolling joints. You just roll some joints, I'm with you there. Steve Bruce says, hi beautiful gorillas. I'll give you it after this ball.
O'Rourke comes in and this leaps up. It might have been a cutter from O'Rourke, and Van der Dussen just managed to chip it over cover as they will come back for a couple. We'll have to see a replay. I don't think it was necessarily a chance, but it certainly did stay in the air for a while at cover. And no, way over his head, he put in a good diving leap high to his left hand side, and it was mistimed, almost in very similar vein to the first wicket that went down.
Kane Williamson did that a few times, didn't he, in the first innings as well?
I'm not sure that was a slower ball, actually. I think he was just, for some reason, he seemed to be reaching for it.
O'Rourke comes in, it's just dug into the ribs and turned nicely into the leg side by Van der Dussen as they will sneak through for a quick single.
That was closer than he thought as well, wasn't it? Steve Bruce says, it's hi beautiful girls, it's just on my lunch break. Sadly won't be able to keep company with yourselves today, but come Sunday, sending the wife to the in-laws. A gorilla fest awaits.
What a good decision.
Yes.
What a good decision that is. And if you have non-cricket loving family members, I don't know, send them out for a walk all day, or send them boating or something, I don't know.
O'Rourke comes in once more. This is guided to backward points. Hands on the bounce for no run. Well, or better still, Hendo, introduce them to the game through us.
Well, you could do that, but some people are resistant, and I think if they're strongly resistant, they're just better out of the way and not getting in the way of people who love it, who love cricket and love us. But you may have a point.
Well, 75 for 1. South Africa rebuilt nicely. Halfway through O'Rourke's second over, which has been better than his third. This could be called a wide. Dalmatian thinks about it for a bit and eventually decides no. Bavuma is thinking quizzically as the short 5'2" man he is. It was just inside the wide guideline, but does the wide guideline shift a bit for Bavuma? I don't think it does.
No.
Well, yes, a fair point.
It certainly wasn't over his head.
I mean, he doesn't get as much stick for being tiny as Duckett does he?
I was more talking about width.
Height.
I mean,
or width and height.
I was talking about both. It was just inside the wide guideline, but he was at full stretch and couldn't reach it. As O'Rourke aborts his next ball and goes back to his mark.
I think if you put the two together, the width and the height, it probably should have been called a wide, just sort of on the cumulative basis. It might have not been a wide quite on either, but it was very difficult for Bavuma to have laid a bat on that.
O'Rourke will try again, and this is wide enough. The inside half of the bat, they're going for a quick single, but there are a couple of misfields. It was a slightly odd one, and they get down the other end unscathed. So one delivery left in the 13th, 76 for 1. The second semi-final, for those just tuning in, the target is a mammoth 363. And Hendo, what are your thoughts? Do you think they're going to get there? They've built a decent platform, have a very explosive middle order, as we've discussed.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is continuing at a reasonable rate, about 5 and over or so, and keeping wickets intact.
O'Rourke will come in once more. This is short, wide, carved out. Could be a chance, but no, goes on the bounce to backward point. It's a poor throw in, but
Nathan
there
Smith
will not
out
be
there,
any
isn't it?
buzzers.
Nathan Smith is out there.
Well, 5 off O'Rourke's second over, which he didn't necessarily bowl better than his first, really. Number 18, struggling for some rhythm. 7 for 1, Bear.
Steve Bruce says, is Billy in the Bahamas? His camera's all steamed up. No, he's not. Eric J. Bog. Don't know what that means. Drake Mongreen says, bowl with Deepak Patel.
Oh, God, yes. He was a real success in the World Cup, wasn't he? Many years ago. Can't remember what era that was. Was it 92? Maybe it was earlier than that. I'm not 100%
Chris
sure.
Harris as well. So
Oh,
JYD.
God. Serious dob.
Yeah, he was very. I remember Chris Harris. He was serious dob. Wasn't he the one who couldn't bat as well?
No, you're
Chris
thinking
Martin.
of Chris Martin. Chris Harris was a sort of almost like a quick leggy, really.
Bracewell will come in again. This is slightly leg-sided once more, and prodded forward from Van der Dussen, who's going on at a runner ball for his 26th Bavuma on 34 from 41. So this partnership just creeping up. They'll need to break it soon enough, you'd think. New Zealand. Bracewell flatter and into the
that's
once more. This
fucking
could be a run-out
tight.
chance to risky one. I think he got home. Bracewell gathered nicely. It was a decent throw, and he did break the stumps, but there doesn't seem to be much of an appeal. He's looking at Williamson for some confirmation. I don't think the umpire's even going to review it. We see that they basically review these every single time. So
It was the IPL. They'd have a very long review, so they could get lots of adverts in.
I just wonder whether he went to the wrong end. Went to the wrong end
Yeah,
there, the
I think
fielder.
so.
I mean, Glenn Phillips, he's massively quick. I mean, Bavuma's quick between the wickets, but just looking at that from side on, he wasn't that far advanced when Phillips picked it up, and it would have been an easier throw, I think.
Bracewell comes in once more. This is a better line and length with a bit of drop and drift, and also Hendo, it would have been easier from the short mid-wicket position that Phillips was fielding in to go and throw at the wicket-keeper's end, because it meant that he didn't have to turn.
Yes, indeed.
One from Bracewell's 3 balls so far. Then Bavuma comes down the pitch slightly, gets his feet to it nicely and pushes it down to a wide long on for a single.
Just noticed at the end of the last over they put up the score, and South Africa 10 runs ahead of where New Zealand were at this stage. I mean, I'm not sure that means a lot.
No, Bracewell wide on the crease, tosses this one up, and it's played into the leg side for no run.
But I don't think there is going to... I mean, you mentioned the question of spin, and I'm not 100% sure that spin is going to be that effective, although, of course, Mitchell Santner is a highly skilled bowler now in this sort of white ball cricket.
Only Bracewell bowls again, and it's a good diving stop by mid-wicket for no run. So Bracewell, nice and tidy 2 overs, unlike Will O'Rourke so far. He is 0 off 5, South Africa 79 for 1 there.
Steve Bruce says, back to work I'll go. I'll be watching you all later. Take care of yourselves and see you on Sunday.
Sounds like one of the 7 dwarfs.
Indeed. Drake Mongreen says 92. That's Gav Larson, I presume. JYD says New Zealand invented the dibbly dobblies. I'm not sure that's the truth, but Steve Bruce warns me. And Bear, try not to swear. I'll have you on later when the wife is around. Well, you know.
I think dibbly dobbly of the modern era, though. I think they kind of reinvented maybe dob. Not to say it wasn't around in years gone by.
Will O'Rourke bowling to Bavuma. This is wider, cut really nicely from Temba Bavuma. It should just be kept to a single, and I think that's Kyle Jamieson that does the fielding at wide. Third man. So yeah, O'Rourke struggled so far, guys. Do you think a change of ends might be in order?
It's possible. He just seems to be... Well, I think in his first over he was over pitching, but I also think I don't know if it's deliberate that he's trying to bowl quite wide of the off stump. I mean, you wouldn't normally, because that would allow a batsman to free his arms, but I'm not quite sure about it at the moment.
Well, he bowls, he tucks Van der Dussen up this time, but he works it away nicely into the leg side for a single. Well, also, he always bowls really wide on the crease, Will O'Rourke, and that does lend itself to, I guess, therefore bowling slightly wide of the stumps.
Well, I can do, I suppose, if you don't quite get the angle and maybe your action isn't quite as rhythmic as normal. These are incredibly fine margins in terms of technique. But, it's quite interesting.
O'Rourke comes in once more, bowls the slightly turns Bavuma into an S, but they look like they'll get a single. If it hits, it could be in trouble. It doesn't. They do get a quick single. It was well run in the end. 3 singles off first 3 deliveries of Willow Rorke's over at 82 for 1. They've had a couple of run-out scares, having the Bear said that he hasn't had one the whole tournament. It was a decent effort with the throw.
Yeah, well, it was missing by a foot and a half, but lovely pickup. Glenn Phillips, so quick. But Bavuma v Phillips, that would be a good sprint race, wouldn't it, actually? They're both immensely quick.
We haven't seen any bouncers yet. Willow Rourke one up. No, that may well have been a cutter. It was another run-out chance, but I don't think the pickup was clean. And they get through for another single. They're going quite dangerously, Vanders, for a Bavuma. There's not necessarily a reason for them to be doing this. I don't think the pickup was quite clean, and no, it wasn't clean at all. He would have been in trouble, you'd think. He put in the full-length dive, Vanderdussen.
I think that's always a sign of a batsman panicking, isn't it? The full-length dive at the end. Yeah, that was a little bit streaky, and a clean pickup could have been dangerous.
2 deliveries left in this third Willow Rourke over. This is a bouncer, really nicely guided away from Temba Bavuma. He did well to jump in the air, get on his toes, and guide it past backward points, and third man picks up, and it's another single. So 5 singles off it. 1 delivery left to go, and this is always the kind of situation where, as a bowler, you're desperate to get out of the over, because a boundary added on top of this means if it's a 4 or 6, you know, it's either 9 or 11 runs off it, and then it's been an expensive over and a very profitable one for South Africa. But if you can get out there with a dot, it would have only gone to 5, and it has been an over. But there's been a little bit of panic setting in, at least between the wickets, and he comes in. O'Rourke, this is carved away nicely, and he will get out of the over with just a single. So 6 from it, none for 24. O'Rourke's figures read South Africa 85 for 1.
Even Rod Latham got a bowl back then. I don't even know who Rod Latham is.
I presume he was Tom Latham's dad.
Oh, right. Okay, maybe. Farong says, however, he needs to get an IPL contract first. I don't know what you're talking about, Farong. Oh, Santner could be a potential purple cap winner in the IPL, but he needs to get a contract first.
Has he not got a contract?
No, I don't think so. Well, they got things in India. They've got so many spinners. I mean, Rashid rarely gets a contract, does he? I don't think he's got one this year. He got one last time, but then hardly played, I think.
Yeah, I do find that irritating. I mean, it was the same with Joe Root when he went out for one season of the IPL. He barely got a look in. And in fact, he ended up being more successful as a bowler than a batsman. But he didn't get many games at all. It's just like throwing money down a drain, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose it's, you know, they earn the cash, but...
Bracewell will come in. This is fired down the leg side and will be called wide, and is. Anderson looks at that delivery quizzically. He's bowled quite on the pad so far. Bracewell hasn't looked to give them much width, has he, Hendo?
No, he's bowled. I think he's bowled pretty well.
He has. As he comes in, this is tossed up a bit and driven nicely down the ground by Vanderdussen to move himself on to 31. Yeah, he has, but he just hasn't. He hasn't looked to throw any wider.
No, and I don't think. And I think partly it's because there's not really any turn. You know, I think it's really about restricting the runs from the spinner's perspective.
Bavuma comes down the pitch nicely and just checks his shot and pushes it up the ground for a single. That's a little shot that the England players could do with, you have to think. You know, you get down the ground looking for a big one, but you just decide that the ball isn't quite there.
Yes, I see England players just go through with a shot.
Yeah, head goes, doesn't it? The head goes. It's his thing. It's all or nothing with England, isn't it?
Bracewell in once more, a little bit of turn and bounce this time, and it comes off a bit of bat, but there is no run. There is a quality spinner yourself. How would you be looking to bowl on this surface, do you think, as Bracewell will come in once more to the very tall Vanderdussen, who looks to give himself room, but this once more is just a little leading edge, really, it looks like, and Phillips, the ever-present Phillips in the field, does the fielding on the bounce. It nearly got him out there.
Well, he seems to know, Bracewell, that what Vanderdussen is doing is trying to move outside leg stump, and he's following him. He got it wrong with one ball this over, but otherwise it's been good.
2 deliveries left in it. This is off the back foot this time from Vanderdussen out to deep cover for once here. Bear, what would you be trying to do on this pitch?
I think you've just got to try and vary your flight and your not necessarily your length, your flight and your line, really. Try and drag them around the crease a little bit, fire some in. try and make them play a full shot, but it's not a wicket you really want to bowl on.
Comes in once more. This is on the pads of Bavuma, pushed into the leg side for singles. So they're really dealing in singles here. This pair both going at just under a run a ball. Bavuma's done well to get his run strike rate up in South Africa on 90 for 1 after 60.
Oh, we have.
Have we?
Use your bright super chat.
It's Jay, just saying good night. Night, Jay.
What? Good night?
Well, I think he's been up all night, hasn't he?
Has he been up all night?
Yeah, I think so.
Why?
Sheffield curfew commences, says Eric's Jay. I don't know, you know, Jay. He does strange things. We applaud him for it.
Look, I'm not against sleeping in the day at all.
No, neither am I. I could do the nip right now.
Oh, before I came on, I felt.
Well, I'm off after this one, so I might have a nap for 10 overs. Drink Mongering said, "Does anyone remember Murphy Sewer and Heath Davis?" No, presumably they're Kiwis.
No, it's actually Sewers. Is that the correct spelling, or is that autocorrect or something happened on there?
Murphy Sewer, S-U-A.
Oh yes, S-U-A. No, Davis. I don't know.
Never heard of
him.
No. Load shedding in Sheffield, says Fluffy 3.0. No, we don't. I don't think we get load shedding over here.
We should say, of course, it's. It looks like it's a drink breaks, doesn't it? Drinks break. Should we encourage people to give us more money? I think we should. We need your money to help us pay for the new studio that we're moving into in the not too distant future. The best way of helping us, apart from the super chats, is a regular contribution, a monthly contribution, which you can provide via Patreon, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Now, if you go, there are different levels of Patreonism, and if you pay us $10 a month or more, your name goes on the YouTube carousel.
The glory roll.
The glory roll. In fact, if you look now at your screen, if you are looking at your screen and watching us on YouTube, you will see in yellow those names going round all day long. So everyone else watching will be aware of your generosity and what a very, very, very nice person you are.
Absolutely.
If you do that. So Patreon.
The people who aren't should be shamed.
/Gorilla Cricket. Yeah, absolutely. Those of you who have been listening to us for years but keep quiet in the background and don't tell us you're listening. You know, how about digging into your pockets for your entertainment? Just you know, for a year or two maybe.
$10 a month is less than 2 Starbucks.
Exactly. And I have at least 4 Starbucks a week.
Exactly.
In fact, although I'm thinking of now that my
well, you have Costa, but
well, I do have Costa. No, but I have Costa from on the way in. But if I've now got a new Starbucks right next to the station, tube station, and I've got one of those apps now so that I can get rewards. I don't really like supporting a non-tax-paying coffee conglomerate.
Bunch of wankers.
But I quite. Yeah, but their service is quite good, and the people are friendly, and the
coffee's good.
The coffee's good. I like the coffee. Yeah. And that, you know,
$10, 2 pints spare to put it into a term a student would understand.
well, down here it's about 1 pint. I was
about to say, and up here it's about 3.
Yeah, I was going to say. Well, we have a change in the bowling, and it will be this man,
Skipper.
Santner baby, get some drift into the pads for me. Been an awful good Kiwi. Santner baby, and dart them in quickly tonight.
I don't think I've heard that jingle before. It's tossed up.
Really?
Santner driven nicely by Temba Bavuma. For a single, no, I don't think I have. I've somehow avoided that one. That's got to be up there with one of my new favourites.
Oh, it's brilliant! It's brilliant.
Very good. Was that a Mog-made jingle?
No, that was Jeff. I think that was one of the IPL ones when he went through a whole stage where we asked for loads of jingles, and he just got Siri or whatever the voice is on Apple computers. put the lyrics in that, and then put some music underneath them.
I like the fact that it says "be an awful good Kiwi," and he is an awful good Kiwi. Really developed into a fabulous player.
The left arm Santner in once more. This is off the back foot by Van der Dussen. Another ploy to try and tuck him up. Evidently a tactic that they've discussed in bowling meetings, and just thrown in by Matthew Henry. They'll get a single.
I mean, New Zealand would be wanting a wicket, but at the same time, it took a good while for South Africa to get their second wicket, didn't it?
Yeah, got 200 pretty much. before they
No
got the
need to
second
panic,
wicket.
really.
It was wide back, and Santa hits him on the pad. It looks to be just drifting down the leg side. It's a ball that's just gone on with the arm. Santa doesn't seem keen to review it. I thought, Hendo, it was going down the leg side.
Yeah, I think benefit of the doubt would say that. I mean, I know benefit of the doubt doesn't count anymore, but certainly if I was an umpire, I would have, and I had no recourse to technology, I certainly would have given that nod out.
Coming around the wicket to the right-handed Bavuma, the left armour. This is straight on with the arm once more. There's not going to be much turn in this pitch. Bavuma pushes it short cover for a single.
Yeah, I mean, look at the revs he's put on that. I mean, he's putting a lot of revs on it, and it's doing absolutely nothing off the pitch. It's just going straight on.
And the bowls. This is pushed past cover by Temba Bavuma. They will trot through for a single. Yeah, he might get a bit more turn from wide, but certainly therefore it would be threatening. And turn from straight is the thing that's really threatening. Because of course, if you get a couple to turn, then it is that straight arm ball that really is the wicket-taking one.
Oh,
where
yeah.
You can get LBW and Bolden to play. One delivery left in the 17th over for Santa's third. We're just looking at that dive from Glenn Phillips, who's so athletic in the field. Santa bowls. This is shorter, carved nicely by Van der Dussen. Takes one big bounce into the ground, and cover will field for a single. So South Africa edging up towards three figures. Then 94 for one after 17.
There's a lot of talk about this Heath dude who cut his foot off.
What?
What the fuck was wrong with his foot? Did he have diabetes? Asked Drake Gormy. No, he had an accident with a forklift. Nasty.
He cut his own foot off.
Did he cut his own foot off, or did he have an accident and get it cut off in the hospital?
There are stories about that. Mountaineers who cut their own bits of their legs.
Well, there was
off.
that dude who there was a film made about.
Yeah,
that
I
guy
think
who
there
got
was.
stuck in
Was
Death
it
Valley.
Touching
or
the Void or something? Or
No, that was the one on the glacier. There was another one. The people in the down in Arizona somewhere. His arm got stuck under a rock and he cut it off after about 10 days.
Oh, God. Imagine having to take that decision. It's absolutely symmetrical, isn't it? New Zealand 94 for 1 after 17 overs. South Africa 94 for 1 after 17 overs. Can't separate the teams at the moment.
Well, double spin is going to continue with Bracewell. He's bowled nicely so far, you have to say. He starts and Van der Dussen gets moving around at his crease, and it's a really nice lap sweep, and that's very inventive. You might get 4. They will check that. They will get at least 3. O'Rourke with the fielding. He's had a difficult bowling innings so far. He dove full length to come round from wide fine leg. The umpires will review that as to whether it was for his. Took a little bit of time to pick it up, which suggested that he wasn't as confident. But I don't know.
It was just a struggle to get back up, wasn't it? It was like floundering, like a sea lion or something, trying to get out of a pool.
It was. Well, I think it's been confirmed that it was in fact 3. So good work from Willow Rourke. Bracewell 0 for 13 off his 3 overs so far, bowling to Temba Bavuma, who's on 42, batting nicely. This is into the pitch and will be called a wide as Bavuma tries to tickle it around the corner, but doesn't lay any bat on it and is called a wide.
I think that was a kind of moral victory for Van der Dussen as well, and I'll come back to why that was after this delivery.
And once more, this is down the pitch by Temba Bavuma. Really nice shot. He's just come out of his shell there. One bounce 4, wonderfully played over mid-off.
Going along nicely.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yeah, great use of the feet, not trying to hit it too hard, just making sure he gets it up and over. Still only 1 bounce 4 though. Van der Dussen has been disappearing outside the leg stump, and Bracewell has been firing it in there.
Third delivery of Bracewell's over is nudged up to long on for a single.
And then he feinted to do the same thing again, moved slightly across to the offside as Bracewell was delivering, which gave him the opportunity, because it was slightly angled into the leg stump, to play that little lap sweep.
Bracewell much more wide on the crease into the pitch, a little bit of turn but not threatening. Van der Dussen off the back foot in a almost repeat of the previous delivery, another single, 38 off 40 for Van der Dussen. Bavuma on strike, one shot away from his half century on 47. And well, he's recovered well, Temba Bavuma, scratchy early on, but has got into his stride. This is down the leg side from Bracewell, turned around the corner as he will increase his score to 48 with a single. One delivery left of the 18th, 105 for 1.
And 11 runs off it so far, which has meant it's been a very good over. Is it 11? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, yeah. A 3, a 4, 3 singles and a wide.
And it might be another wide, unless it got a bit of pad on the way through. They're just checking something. The stumps were broken, but I don't think that was really for any reason at all. No, it doesn't seem to be a wide. Oh well. I thought Endo that may have been given, but unless it flicked a bit of pad on the way through or something.
Well, maybe Paul Rifle thought it did. I don't think it did.
Nowhere near anything.
No, by the standards of the day, that probably is a wide, and actually a pretty good piece of work from Latham. Took it, had the bails off in no time, but he had barely moved Van der Dussen.
At least Latham is a proper keeper. Unlike a lot of teams, he's got a sort of...
Well, yeah, Raoul's keeping
exactly.
is...
I suppose we had Jamie Smith.
It's extraordinary that India can go through a tournament like this without someone like Rishabh Pant, isn't it? I mean, one of the most attacking batsmen in world cricket.
The left arm Santner comes in off the back foot. Bavuma pushes it back to him for no run. So although the side's virtually identical to this point, New Zealand have a huge lead on win predictor.
Yeah, I don't understand
77%. Santner bowls, Bavuma gets into a reverse sweep, but it seems to take an age for the ball to actually reach him. It was a reverse sweep, but fielded at third man. I'd agree with you, Hendo. I guess it's all about runs on the board, though. That is the currency. That does mean quite a lot in these pressure semi-finals. Bavuma waits. In 48, nice crowd seemed to be in here in Lahore, and this is edged into the ground back to Santner, who puts his hands on his head for a brief moment.
Yeah, it has definitely built the crowd. I mean, it's by no means a sellout, but it has built as darkness has descended.
Bavuma faces up once more. This is defended very correctly. Back to Santner, so a little bit of pressure building, 4 dots so far from Santner, and you'd say, I know that him and Bracewell have bowled nicely in tandem so far.
Yeah, although with Bracewell going for, what was it, 11 or so, 12 in that last over, you know, they've got a little bit of leeway here and with the 4 dot balls.
And again, and this is the first one that's really turned. It was wonderful drift and just lifted off the surface and beat Bavuma, who prodded forward rather unconvincingly. He does get lots of revs. Santner, it's gone straight over the off stump. Santner has his hand on his head again. I'm not sure how that's necessarily missed, but he'll have to try again. Really good over so far, 5 dots from it. Can he round out the over with the maiden? He tosses this up, it's pushed into the offside. No, he can't, as they will come through for a single. A good diving stop at point. Bavuma moves on to 49, South Africa 106 for 1.
Oh well, someone tells me that film I was on about, it's called 127 Hours. The guy in Arizona desert.
I think I have seen that.
Directed by Danny Boyle. JYD says maybe Ratchin will unlock this partnership.
I've always thought that Ratchin is under-bowled by New Zealand, actually. I think he's a decent bowler.
Well, he started off as they used him more, and he started down, didn't he? Drake Mongreen says South Africa playing good right now. They might win this. Long way to go, but they're kind of up with the rate and faring much like New Zealand, the fact that they haven't really lost any wickets and they're going along at no pace. I think that says as much about the pitch as anything else.
I think it's a pitch that you get yourself out on. I mean, apart from maybe the very early overs.
Bracewell comes in and bowls. This is played into the leg side for no run. Bavuma on 49, looking to get to his 50 in this over and then trying to explode on. He's batted nicely after that scratchy start. Bracewell comes in off a few paces, bowls. This is into the leg side. Bavuma turns it into the leg side, but it's stopped at square leg. They'll try and keep him on 49 as long as possible.
Yeah, I think some good field placement at the moment as well. And they're quite tight on the one, they seem to be. I mean, you know, they've got the 30 yards if they want to be still inside the circle, but they do seem to be a bit tighter.
Bavuma gives himself room and pushes this one nicely into the offside, and they'll get a stroll to an easy single. and that is his 50 from 64 deliveries. Very nicely batted in the circumstances.
You know you lift me with your 50.
He's only played 47.
Yeah, he's he hasn't played as much as you think, and I think he's probably got more centuries in one days than in tests. Oh, there's a bit of turn there as well, isn't
Bracewell
there?
into Van der Dussen this time, and as you say, Hendo, it did turn a little bit of bounce, like we saw from Santner previously. So maybe this pitch is just starting to break up ever so slightly.
Yeah,
Two
I mean,
balls left in the 23rd.
I think I'll break off.
Bracewell bowls. This is dug in fast and flat, and there is no run, so it's pushed into the leg side.
Where do you change it in? It's over.
I was just going to say, if it does start to turn consistently, then I think New Zealand are really on top. Winvis would be correct.
Bracewell bowls. Van der Dussen gets down the pitch and can only shove it into mid-wicket's hand. So one off the over. A good comeback after a poor previous Bracewell over, and his figures currently read 5 overs, none for 22. South Africa 1 for 107 to give it the Australian saying as Messi Jazz appears on our screens.
Have we got completely?
No, I've swapped with Mog.
Oh, okay.
Has Mog had enough? He's
Mog had some painkillers for his back
Oh,
that
that's
were wearing
right, yeah.
off.
He's got back pain. I sympathise.
Indeed. Well, I'm out. You guys are on. Hendo, you need to come here.
I will have to go there, won't I? So it's Messi on socials, and Billy moves to summarising. Santner bowls swept. Did he stop that? Yes. Kane Williamson, who's actually been... He seems to be getting better in the field as he ages. He took quite a lot out of that. Quite a lot of the sting of the slog sweep, which was a pretty good shot. Is that a catch?
Well, for many people that would go down as a drop, Hendo. I mean, not in my book, but yeah, he got his flailing right hand to it. It was hit hard.
Yeah, I thought maybe it was a bump ball, but I think it was a drop. Now, Van der Dussen opens his shoulders and plays a mighty drive over long on, all the way for one of these. Talk amongst yourselves. It's a 6, and I will move chairs.
Now that chance by Williamson, Messi a chance, but not really. It was more saving 4, you'd have to say.
Well, I mean, it has to be said that New Zealand have taken some pretty spectacular catches already this tournament. I think they've used their quota.
The next ball is defended by Van der Dussen. Kane took he took a couple of really good one-handed catches against India. I'd give him the credit of stopping that flying away from 4, but indeed it was a drop. This one he can't get to either. It's all the way along the ground. It's a sliding Daryl Mitchell who does the fielding on the mid-wicket boundary. They come back for 2. It's nip and tuck at the moment, isn't it? Because we're getting one quite stingy over, followed by one that yields quite a few runs. But I guess it evens itself out in terms of the run rate. Santner in again, flatter, forced through mid-on. Nathan Smith is back there. He does the fielding. Nathan Smith is on as a substitute fielder. I don't know if anyone knows who's not on the pitch at the moment.
After this ball, I'll tell you who I think it might be.
Okay. Final ball of the over. Just about as Santner is going to release. Bavuma pulls away, resets himself, and Santner is in, left arm round the wicket, plenty of air driven. Santner will be a little bit annoyed that having got across to that he didn't stop it, and it's gone up to long off for a single at the end of the 21st over. South Africa chasing 363 to win, I think it is, are 118 for 1. Go on first. Who do you think's off?
Well, my theory's just been put away because I thought it might be Glenn Phillips, but he's just come on because when he was throwing a ball in earlier while fielding, it looked like he might have twinged his back because he grabbed it in a little bit of pain. But no, he's on the field, so it can't be him.
Clifford Bradford, in response to my tweet that Win Predictor has built in the choke factor, said the choke factor must be huge for chasing big targets. I think that's actually a significant factor in it.
A little lofted sweep, a scoop, if you'd like. What used to be called a Dilshan, really, from Bavuma as Bracewell continues. He goes to 54, picking up 2 runs on that occasion. 100 off 100 balls these two have added, so much like the New Zealand innings, they're quite close to each other. The Worms on the graph would be very adjacent. This is driven quite pleasantly up to long on for another single. 121 for 1. And indeed, Bracewell, although he has really only turned 1 or 2 slightly, he's doing a pretty good job. He's in, and Van der Dussen goes right across again, and having opened up the leg side, he too Dilshans it down fine and will get back for a couple. Yeah, and Messi, we saw that stat earlier that South Africa in chases of 300 plus have only won 7 out of 40 games. Mind you,
wow.
I'm curious about that.
That would be similar for other teams.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I think that's a very important point to make. Now he saw him coming there, Bracewell, and he dropped it in flatter and shorter, and Van der Dussen had to bail on the big shot and just defended it into the offside. Yeah, I think you've got to compare. Again, it's a stat that's out of context, really, isn't it? Bracewell, and again, he's given himself masses of room, exposed his stumps completely, and then a sort of drive cut takes it out to deep cover. And they pick up 1.
50 for Van der Dussen.
It is indeed. Following Bavuma very quickly to his half century. And I suppose South Africans will say this.
Don't stop just 'cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
Driven up too long on for a single to complete the over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 off the over. 6 overs, none for 29 from Bracewell. And don't stop when you get to 50. Should be played on a loop in the England dressing room.
You got to get there first. Jan Crover, who I swear to God has signed off twice already today.
He's back.
Says bed, water, weighted blanket, mint. I've never heard you admit to drinking water before, Joe. That is quite something.
Maybe that's all you're going to get when you go up to Sheffield, Messi. He's just going to ply you with water.
That would be a shock.
Come back to you in a moment. Santner throws this one up. Big attempt at a sweep, which he really only middles into his own knee. Bavuma, who runs out in the offside. Sorry, were you about to say something, Messi, with regards to the tweeted action?
I was just saying the comment that New Zealand are letting this drift by JYD.
Well, I don't know. Drift is the right word. I think it's just difficult to get wickets. Down the wicket comes Bavuma, and having said it's difficult to get wickets, Mitchell Santner has got one. Bavuma advanced. He didn't quite get there. He threw everything at it. There was possibly a little bit of turn. It was an ugly outside edge which looped up to Kane Williamson, who dropped him not so long ago. But Santner has his revenge. And indeed so, it was a little bit of turn, and it was that little bottom corner of the bat, wasn't it?
It's an unnecessary shot from Temba Bavuma. He'll look back at that with some annoyance. You'd have to think they were going on nicely at 125 for 1, and he was looking pretty set. I think kind of 5 overs too early, really, Hendo, to be trying to play that kind of shot.
I agree. That's exactly what scoreboard pressure does. I mean, that's why the win predictor's saying what it does.
Well, I made this point. I made this point to you, Messi, when we were discussing things on WhatsApp about England. It's all about cricketers keeping their nerve, and it seems to me that a lot of players can't do that anymore. They've lost only 1 wicket. They saw what New Zealand did. And so why not just go on the way you've been going? I mean, they're not really behind the rate particularly, a little bit perhaps, and they've got some big hitters to come, and one of them is coming out to the wicket now. So I don't really understand that shot. I think it's just impatience a little bit. I don't really know quite what to make of it. If that had been an England batsman, I'd have been
so would I.
Very angry indeed. New batsman is this man?
Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and this Safa, yes, he's a winner. Playing his shots out in the sun. He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no World Cup choker. He gets us moving with his runs. Woo! Aiden Markram.
Oh, I love that jingle. After Santner as well. Cracking couple of jingles. Santner then into Markram, and Markram is forward and plays this defensively into the offside to extra cover. Phillips fields as lively as ever, and there is no run. Now, I've been corresponding with a man who doesn't like guerrilla cricket very much. Santner in bowls. This is driven at by Markram. Santner reacts as if he thought that was going to hit pad and give him a chance of an LBW, but he got a significant amount of bat on that, and it runs out towards deep mid wicket. They get a single. Still, the numbers align. 126 for 1 New Zealand, 126 for 2. Maybe that's the difference, and will go on to be the difference. This is down the leg side, and it's all wide. It was a flat, speedy delivery from Santner, but misdirected, and a single is added to the score. I'll come back to the discussion about guerrilla cricket. It's pushed up to long off for a single. I won't name the correspondent because, strangely for me, how I tend to get rather offended when people don't like things I like. And here is Santner to complete the over. I'll finish this thought. Defended. A little bit of stickiness in the pitch there, just straightened on him, I think. So a successful over, just the 3 runs if you include the wide, which of course you do. 128 for 2. Yeah, discussing guerrilla cricket, and I spotted the guerrilla Q, the Gmail. It was I guess fired off in a fit of rage, and I kind of understand that because I do quite a bit of that myself. Saying, God, listen to ABC or the BBC for 10 years to learn how to broadcast. That was the beginning of it. And it went on to absolutely slate the jingles, and I felt kind of that I needed to put a point on behalf of the jinglers. There are some brilliant jingles. There are other jingles that we've had to do quite quickly, and basically we do this for nothing. Bracewell in bowls, and that's nicely shovelled past Phillips at mid wicket. Will they get back for a second? No, the fielder from the boundary gets it in smartish. And I think perhaps maybe he turned on at the wrong time. Maybe we weren't at our best. Maybe there was a lot of talking over, which is something that kind of annoys me too. But it's kind of difficult. We've got people in different parts of the world, different parts of the country, doing it from Zoom, and we're not always 100% in sync with regards to our feeds. This is driven up to mid-on. But I think, considering the amount of hours that we cover, I think we're good more often than we're not. I think that would be fair to say. Bracewell in again, bowls. Oh, that's basically a Yorker, and a good diving stop as it's dug out by Van der Dusen back down the pitch.
The other thing, Hendo, is we are different. We are not another TMS.
Well, this is it. This is another point I made, because, that's always been the ethos of Test Match Sofa before and Gorilla since 2014, when we took up the mantle. Clever again from Van der Dusen. He's gone right across to the offside this time. He's played that little pickup shot and will pick up a couple of runs. 132 for 2. New Zealand's chances of winning have risen to 83% now. It's fair enough, I suppose. They still need 231 runs. That does seem a long way off. But, if someone gets hold of the ball like Van der Dusen has there and lifts it 15 yards beyond the cow corner boundary edge, then they might well get there. That's a really lovely shot. We're not trying to be the BBC, although that said, we do like good commentary, we do like good ball by ball, and ball by ball is sacrosanct, really. Bracewell in, it's nudged out into the offside, finding some open space, so following up the 6 with a single. Pretty good stuff from Van der Dusen. He's a very talented cricketer. 61 from 57, the score after 24 overs is 139 for 2. Let's get some tweets in.
Drape Mongreen asks an unanswerable question, actually. He says, hey, if we count sheep to go to sleep, do sheep count humans? It's hard to say.
You can't get so many. You can't get so many humans in a field at night unless it's Glastonbury.
He also says of that wicket taken. He says Santa Scott Rizzies. Yes.
Well, South Africa are 9 runs in advance of where New Zealand were, but they have lost an extra wicket. In comes Santner, and maybe this Santner spell will be the crucial one. There again, that was it was quick through the air, but it did straighten a little bit.
The one who says just with that left arm angle, just getting a little bit of bounce and turn. He's bowled nicely in his spell of 1 for 19 so far.
He's in again. Back goes Van der Dusen. Crafts a shot out into the offside. Glenn Phillips dives, but fails to save that one, and they go through for a single. Looking at the speeds of Santner, I did notice that Santner, according to the stat that came up, as he's in again, bowls. Oh, he's almost tempted Markram into a return catch. It's actually gone quite wide of the bowler in the end, but he was certainly turned him around, got the leading edge, but does get a single for it. He goes to 3. He was getting the most turn in terms of degrees of the spinners in this tournament. Bowls another flat one on off stump, defended by Van der Dusen. Good over so far. It just varies his pace so well as well, Santner. Not scared to give it air. Occasionally he will get punished for it. This is forced past Santner, who will be afraid that he let that one escape his grasp, and another single results 142 for 2.
The thing, Hendo, why I feel like Winbiz shouldn't be so far apart is the power of the South African lineup. I mean, they really do bat all the way down to 10.
Yeah,
They've
it's
got
true.
real quality in the middle order.
Onto the back foot goes Markram, and he will pick himself up another single out to the cover boundary. 4 runs, 4 singles from the over. Santner finishes his 5th, and he has figures of 1 for 23. Messi.
Clifford Bradford says, no need to go for that shot. South Africa and New Zealand weren't exactly superimposed at that point. Assuming players can take devices onto the field, there's no reason to be unaware of the game situation. They're certainly not allowed to take any devices onto the field, then allowed them in the change rooms. Absolutely no. But by the same token, they can watch on TV and see where the worm is if they're off the field. And messages get relayed with the gloves quite often as well. And I think the scoreboard probably shows the comparison too.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
I suppose it depends how detailed a scoreboard it is. Certainly, if it was Adelaide, you'd know every single thing, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sorry. Perko says, come on, Hendo, it was Putin, wasn't it?
I don't think he would like to be called President Putin. That's a glorious extra cover drive as O'Rourke comes back into the attack, and it's almost as if Markram is saying, thank you for giving me some pace on the ball, and thank you for dishing up a half volley. Maybe not quite a half volley either, actually. Slightly
it was
on
a
the
cross seamer. It was a cross seamer from O'Rourke that did slide really nicely onto the bat and a wonderfully timed cover drive.
Wonderfully timed and wonderfully placed. You could almost see him pick his spot there on the replay. Onto the back foot goes Markram, forces out to deep cover. Just the one. Signs that Markram is beginning to find his feet. I'm not 100% sure. I would have taken spin off at this point, because I feel that Markram was struggling a little bit, or was certainly wasn't feeling confident. The rate though, 8.7 now required. So it seems a lot when you think that the starting was about 7. This is pulled by Van der Dussen. Another good shot. There's nobody out there, and Jameson gives up the ghost. 4 more runs, and O'Rourke's just not having his best day today so far.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Bum ba-dum 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 bum. Ooh, I can see something interesting.
We have a super chat.
We do indeed. Let me line it up for you. Here we go.
YouTube comments, we're not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks.
I'll come back to that, because we got another delivery. Short and flamboyant from Van der Dussen as that front leg comes out, and he helps it on its way down to long leg for a single. 210 required from 146 balls. I'll do the super chat at the end of the over. Because obviously it's getting interesting. 28 off 21 this third wicket partnership now worth, and 10 runs off the first 4 balls. 4-1, 4-1. South Africa 9 runs ahead of where New Zealand were at this stage. Onto the back foot goes Markram, and defends it really to point.
Yeah, O'Rourke has had what I think can be described as a slightly puzzling off day. 34 off his 3.5 overs so far. South Africa ticking along really nicely here. Van der Dussen, you feel like would have to get to 3 figures if they were to chase them down. Wickets at the back end are going to be so vital. But yeah, I think that's certainly in a really good position.
Yeah, I think they are. O'Rourke in bowls and driven past the man at point this time. He's got his placement right, Markram. He's got his timing right as well, and that has sped away to the boundary. And it's another expensive over from O'Rourke, who is going at just over. We're going at 9.5 actually, and over, and that's another rather lovely shot.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
And you've got the likes of Klaassen to come, and he can destroy you in minutes, can't he?
So we do have the perfect combination. Not only is this super chat giving us money, it's also saying nice things about us.
Oh,
that's a win-win.
I do love that.
Minsk and Booze Clip Corner sends us $2. says, from the United States, wonderful commentary, thank you. That is just perfect. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate it.
Certainly do. Santner starts the new over, defended on the front foot by Van der Dusen. Back to the bowler, there is no run.
I agree with your assessment, Hendo, that Bracewell was potentially taken off. I mean, it's unlikely that you see a bowler bowled all the way through and he bowled 7 on the trot, so maybe that was the case.
Driven aerially, it would have been catchable by mid-on had there been a mid-on, but Matt Henry is the man stationed at long on. They get a single. I mean, Van der Dusen, you talk about him getting 100, and he's very capable. I think he's already got 6 or 7 one-day hundreds. Santner again, he's got a very straight run-up, and that was a lot slower. Markram had to wait for that, but he's placed it well, and they're going to come back for a second. He's going to have to hurry, and Latham lights up the stumps, and then swivels his neck to look towards Paul Rifle at square leg, the umpire, but no great excitement. I think a direct hit would have been trouble.
He looked comfortably home, you'd have to say. Even direct hit, I think, may have been home. But yeah, New Zealand certainly needing something. I don't know whether it could be time for maybe a couple of exploratory overs of some part-time spin from Glenn Phillips, who everything he seems to do turns to gold usually at the moment.
Yeah, what are the other alternatives that they've got as bowlers? I suppose they could use a bit of Darryl Mitchell-Dobb. In he comes, driven by Markram, straight past the non-striker for another single.
I think Phillips would have to be ahead of him in the pecking order, you'd think.
Yes.
Unless they go back to a couple of overs of Jameson or Henry.
Well, of course, they've got Ravindra, who I keep saying is under-bowled. I mean, Jameson bowled well early on, and he might have been the better man to go to. Although, that said, Santner has got another one to straighten. Van der Dusen is not going to get that 100. It's clipped his off stump, and although the stumps were lit up a moment ago for the run out, meant nothing. This means so much more. Van der Dusen goes, and that win viz will be, it's actually middle and leg it's taken out. Brilliant stuff from the New Zealand captain, and a third wicket down for South Africa.
Yeah, he played all round that one really, Rusty Van der Dusen. I mean, it did turn, yes, but he was trying to go against the spin and flick it into the leg side for a single, and that's really what has outdone him. It's one of those where his shot selection has made it look like a far better delivery than it actually was, I think, Hendo.
I think
it was a decent ball.
Yeah.
It was a decent ball.
Yeah, it's a decent ball, absolutely, and I totally agree. Yeah, it was a slightly, I don't want to say lazy, but it was a slightly casual shot in a way. Perhaps not giving the bowler enough respect in a sense. But it does mean that the 33-year-old Heinrich Klaassen is going to come to the middle. He's got 400s in one-day international cricket, 1150s, a best of 174. So, the chance is still there. Don't give up if you're South African. Because absolutely this could still go down to the wire. This is the new He doesn't play all forms of the game anymore. Heinrich retired from Test cricket. That said, I think he only played about 5 tests, didn't he? It wasn't very many.
The third best ODI batsman in the world, Heinrich Klaassen, and South Africa certainly need him to do that kind of a job here. Santner bowling really nice. He's been the pick of the bowlers so far, 2 for 27.
Well, he needs to establish himself, maybe not go too early. He goes onto the back foot to this one. He exposes his stumps, but meets it with the full face of the bat, gets himself a single up to long off. Santner, 6 overs, 2 for 28, 5 runs from that over, and a crucial wicket. South Africa 162 for 3. They need exactly 201. Messi.
George Sturgeon says, listening from South Africa, excellent commentary. Pavuma getting out helped the run rate. Thank you, George. We love hearing nice things. We don't exclusively read out the nice things. We particularly read out the super chats. Clever Bradford says, I don't know about the device prohibition. Brian Lara once got a cell phone call on the field. Yes, that was the case. But these days, the ICC's anti-corruption code prohibits players from using any communication devices like mobile phones while in the player match official area, and they're not allowed to leave that area without agreement from the match referee.
Well, Santner is showing confidence in O'Rourke despite his expense so far. 38 from 4 overs before that delivery. Klassen goes on to the back foot. It may just be that he's thought new batsman, giving him a go.
Also, the thing is, and of course he needs, unless he dips into the Phillips Ravindra alley, he needs the 6 overs from O'Rourke because he's one of their first 5 bowlers. Yes,
it's true, which is why he's got to be kind of fishing around looking for if he can get some overs from someone else. This one seems to be a little bit slow. No, it's 85 miles an hour. It's pulled into the ground by Klassen. He'll take a single out to deep square. Will Young does the fielding.
And I know that this isn't an England game, but I think this kind of thing proves why going in with a 4-pronged bowling attack is so dangerous.
Oh God,
because
yes.
if one of your bowlers has an off day like O'Rourke's having, New Zealand have rightly gone with a 5-man, so they're okay because they've got people to fill it. If you go in with a 4-man and a bowler has an off day like this, then you really are looking around for overs.
I think that's what happened to England with Bryden Cast, wasn't it? This is really nicely forced by Markram. He does time the ball very, very sweetly indeed. Out to the cover boundary for a single, goes to 17 from 13. I'm just full of admiration for the way that Santner has developed his game. I mean, he's just become indispensable in so many ways to New Zealand, and of course now leading the team in this form of the game. 8.84 required. Klassen will say, is that all? I could do that in a few overs. Chopped away as this one rises on him outside the off stump. Nathan Smith is quickly round to that at third man. The throw is a little bit wild, but it's backed up by Bracewell, so just the one. 3 singles from the first 4 balls of this over, so better from O'Rourke, and maybe
he's bowled so wide, O'Rourke, today, wide and short and wide, which isn't necessarily a good combination. I wouldn't mind seeing him target the stumps a bit more with a couple of fuller deliveries, maybe bowl a couple of cutters and mix it up.
Yeah, certainly needs to mix it up a bit, I think, in terms of pace. He's in again, bowls short, pulled, half stopped by Bracewell, who then has to chase after it, slides, swivels. There was pretty much every muscle in the body used in that attempt to stop things. But they do get a single, despite that. I'm just thinking, maybe he thinks against a new batsman before Klassen has got set that he can get through another over from O'Rourke without too much damage. It's Klassen to face the final ball of O'Rourke's 5th over, and he plays that defensively out to extra cover. So just the 4 singles from the over, that brings it back a little bit for O'Rourke, who's now completed 5 overs, none for 42. 166 for 3, 197 required off 132. Messi.
Drape Green says, Santa taking names and hundreds. He says, my wife is home. Yay, now I can act like an adult. Didn't both of them get called to... sorry, it moved on me to run someone out. When both of them were still playing cricket, the size of mobile phones was roughly as big as the bat, so I don't suppose too many were taken on field in those days.
No.
It was 1992 he played his last cut. To run boycott out. Well, basically everybody was telling to run boycott out at some stage.
Santner, 7th over, smashed! What happened there? Was it a bump ball? Because it looked like it was in the air.
Yeah, I think it must have been. He must have nailed it straight into the ground.
Let's have another look at that.
On the full.
Yeah, I think it is a bump ball, but
Yeah.
imagine hitting it with such power. It's still, and the bump ball still not taking much pace off it. This is angled past the shortish extra cover for another single. Markham goes to 19 from 16. And I tell you what, if South Africa are going to get over the line or even close to this, there's going to be some interesting hitting over the next hour or so. Santner in again. Klassen goes back, forces, but straight to the bowler. We're looking at big turn from
He certainly
Santner.
has got a decent amount of turn and has been the most dangerous of the bowlers, you'd have to think.
Well, I will tell you, as Klassen goes... Oh, he's going to be out! He's going to be caught at long on. Now, what on earth was he doing? Henry looks like he's dislocated his shoulder by catching that. I think he's actually going to be okay. But really, Heinrich Klaassen has perhaps sealed South Africa's fate, because that was not a great shot. He went onto the back foot, tried to pull it, and I thought, well, he must be thinking there's a mid-on in. He's got it over the top of him, but no, there was a long on back. So what was he doing?
Good catch.
It's a good catch, and he's actually ends up being quite a long way in from the boundary, Henry, to take that. So he really didn't get hold of that at all, and that may be the nail in the coffin.
The crowd says
Right, South African fans, you can all go away now. I did. That's a big blow. Losing those two men in such a short period, both to Santner. I did say Santner's spell could be the critical one, and it's proving that way. Now, we did just see a stat in which the wicket that got Bavuma, or the delivery that got Bavuma, should I say, turned 6.5 degrees. We were critical of Bavuma, but that's quite a lot of spin.
And it's always with those dismissals, if he nailed it down the ground for 6, we'd be saying what a wonderful shot it was. So maybe not right to be so harsh on him, but you know, optically it doesn't look good. As Matt Henry still seems to be in a bit of pain, still clutching his shoulder. He's got the 12th man talking to him at the moment.
Yeah, well, Santner has 3 for 29 now. Exceptional stuff. Maybe he was trying to hit that squarer towards mid-wicket, and he got it higher up on the bat so that it went straighter. Maybe it wasn't really short enough to play that shot. Anyway, it's all done and dusted now, because Klassen has gone. He won't be coming back. He may not be coming back in this tournament. 167 for 4, 196 required of 128 balls, but the wickets are beginning to mount. They were 161 for 2, they're now 167 for 4. So that is a big advantage for New Zealand.
If Miller and Markram can read the situation there, because with Matt Henry just having gone off the pitch, off the field rather, then there might be an opportunity. If they take it deep, they could be looking once again for some overs from somewhere else if Henry's unable to bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. With Will O'Rourke going for a few runs, and if Henry was too injured to bowl, Santner over the wicket to the left-handed new batsman, who I've forgotten to jingle. I've forgotten to mention his name. I'll do it at the end of the over. There's only one ball to go. Santner is in again, bowls flatter, little bit of turn, forced up to mid-off, no run. This is the new batsman.
Up next is a real life wire. David Miller, qu'est-ce que c'est? Ça fait fire, ça fait fire. He will bat left, ball right, and score runs all day. Oh, David Miller, qu'est-ce que c'est?
looking at the top wicket takers in this tournament, and I'm amazed to see that sharing third place with 7 wickets is the man from Australia that I've been told, because I can't pronounce his name, to refer to as Dwarf Ears. There you go.
Delicious, Hendo.
I know, but I forget. It just doesn't come out. I look at it every time, and I can't get my head around it. This is played by Markram. First ball of a new over from O'Rourke to backward point. No run.
I need to check with you, Hendo, as to whether either David Brooke or Ajit is in the waiting room.
I can tell you that David Brooke awaits us. I will admit him. So he will be with us.
It says on the group chat that he is around for his stint as well, so he'll be.
I can't see him on there, but anyway, O'Rourke in bowls, driven slightly on the up. Didn't time it particularly well, but he will get a single out to Mitchell on the cover boundary, or at least running in from the cover boundary. 168
I also need to check
for
before
4.
I finish my
Yeah, go on.
Before I finish my stint, why Billy is referred to on our rota as Billy Whiz.
I don't know, because he's young and full of vigour, I guess. He's got vim. He's got vim.
At first, I looked to see if there was a different Billy in the lineup, because I was so surprised by it myself, Messi.
Well, of course, there was. Billy Whiz is, of course, a character from the Beano, wasn't it? Or was it the Dandy? I can't remember.
Well, Tony Bishop would really relate to that, no doubt.
O'Rourke in, bowls to Miller. Miller clips the ball away. Behind square, looking for a second. No, just the one. 169 for 4. Well, that has gone very quickly, that 10 overs. I enjoyed that thoroughly. The win predictor now has a meagre 5% on South Africa. Just be careful with one or two tweets that are coming through, Messi. I'm sure you're on top of it. But there are one or two that we might not read out on this occasion.
No, well, there's been a lot that I haven't had time to read, to be honest. That fits.
Defended by Markram. That was a good length ball. It was probing off stump. And that's more the O'Rourke that we know and love. And it was actually possibly a slightly slower ball at it was 78. And well, these two are capable. They're both good strikers of the ball, but it is a long way to go now. 194 off 122.
You'd think for once in this chase the win predictor's about accurate.
Yeah, O'Rourke in, pulled by Markram, and he's found the gap. Good power, good placement from the South African. It's a much needed one of these. So, he's not leaking runs, O'Rourke, quite as he was, but still able to free the arms against him on occasion. Still got one ball to go in this over, and he's gone for 6. So I mean, it could end up being another quite expensive over. He's into Markram. Markram cuts that with a lot of power, but Mitchell is on the line of that ball and fields it. Long barrier, gets it in. End of the over, 174 for 4. End of my session. David Brooke will be coming in to do a cameo on Ball by Ball. The Bear will be coming in to do socials, which is always his favourite job. And Ajit is joining us, I think, for the first time today on...
Thanks for your 30 overs straight, Billy. Appreciate it.
Well done, Billy.
Alright, I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll do one message from Extra Cover who says this would be tough going for South Africa. I think Klaasen is the chase master in this squad. Yeah. G'day, David. Bye-bye, David.
Good day to you, Messers.
Hello, Messi.
Bye. And Bear is taking over on the socials, and I think we welcome Ajit alongside. Hello, Ajit. How are you?
So I'm doing good. First of all, my apologies. I got stuck in a last-minute meeting at work. I couldn't join for my first stint, but I'm back.
So with Matt Henry off the field, Ravindra has been called up. He's already done enough to earn his money today. He's now going to do it with the ball, and that first one is driven down by Markham for a single to long off. Did you manage to catch any of the two Centurions?
I caught Ravindra century live. Kane Williamson, I think I couldn't, but I switched on for the last 5-8 overs of the Kiwi innings.
It's Ravindra bowling his slow left arm, and it's driven out to extra cover, and there's no run. So yeah, Matt Henry went off the field bowling, and he's not bowled out. He's still got a few overs to go. So Santner's had to call up sixth bowler Ravindra. He did all right when he was called up against India. This one's though gone big by Miller, and he doesn't think much of what Ravindra's served up there because he's hit it first bounce before.
Nice shot that.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think they need
he's limbering up those levers, whatever, checking how well they're oiled and so on. That looks smooth.
This one he's played more respectfully. That's no run, but that was a bit of contempt in that shot. I thought he just had to say, I don't have to play.
It was overpitched. I mean, with the mid-off up for a player like Miller, you're asking him to, you're challenging him. He will not disappoint.
That one's quite full as well, but it's just hit out to mid-wicket for a single. Afternoon, Bear.
Afternoon, David.
I got my headset, but I'm not getting anything through it. But
you got to select it.
Themes,
you got to change it.
Is it a USB or is it just a plug-in one?
Yeah, it's a USB. Yeah.
You got to select it in Zoom.
So I mean, Markram will be equally important, I think, in this chase. We know they lost Klaasen, but in the meantime, that was a full ball. He has guided that past extra cover to the right of extra cover where certain, what did we call him? What cow? Prop cow?
Prop cow? I don't know what you're on about.
there was a nickname for him in the India game because he was everywhere on the field. That was Glenn Phillips.
He's probably got plenty of nicknames. 800 a day press up man. 181 for 4 at the end of 31 overs.
Let's see what we got on here. I don't know where we were up to be honest. And they're all having a conversation between each other. Something about United videos and.
Well, let's have a conversation with Ajit then. While we got Ajit, how what's your perspective on this game and the likely scenario in the final if it is New Zealand against India? India must be feeling very confident.
Well, I mean, any team you don't want to take lightly. India themselves are known to choke in the finals and semis these days. So a couple of crucial overs coming up, I think, but New Zealand definitely firm favourites from here because of the required run rate.
Bracewell returning, and that's a wide down the leg side to start off with.
I would like to talk about how well Santner has bowled, how confidently he's tossed the ball up, the revs, the dips. It was a masterclass from what I saw, the way he got 3 wickets.
Very much so. That's driven out to long on for a single. Yeah, he got two important breakthroughs. He got Klaasen just now caught Henry bowled Santner, and before that he clean bowled Rassie van Dusen, and he was looking good on 69. That's taken the edge off this run chase, but with Markram and Miller still there and more just to come.
Well, Mulder was also a little injured, but I think he can definitely hit, and Marco Janssen can hit. So they're not entirely out of it, is what I'm saying. But 10 runs on over 20 over period, that's tough.
It's tough. Left-handed Miller drives that to extra cover. No run there. Yeah, it's almost they need to score just about off every ball.
Bear, you were saying something?
Well, yeah, I mean these two have just got to take it deep, haven't they? Get their eyes and then hope they can bash it at the end. That's the biggest chance you'd have thought.
Drop and run for Miller there. Chance of some buzzers? No.
No, it was. They were really going past the crease there. It was a tight one. Look, if anybody can do it, I would say this middle order between Markram, Klaasen, Miller, and add those two, Mulder and Marco Janssen, they are in a good position. The ball that Rassie van Dusen got was very good. That was unfortunate. Temba Bavuma was worked out. He was worked out by playing on his patience. So you can see that Santner is quite the evolved bowler, but at the end of the day, he's still a bowler, a spinner who will probably come closer to the bat, and that's what it goes to. And Markram looks really imperious, an imperious touch, frankly.
Indeed, Santner didn't seem to bowl a bad ball. This next one from Bracewell is driven up to long on for a single by Markram moves on to 29, 1854. So 178 from 110 balls is the equation. So plenty to think about for Santner out there as captain. Bracewell is in round the wicket to Miller, and that's a good ball, back foot. Miller keeps Miller quiet for a ball anyway.
He'll be crucial actually. He bowls at the death, Bracewell, also in the T20, so he'll know what he'll do. I mean, he has the floaty one. That was a fast one,
and that was sort of somewhere in the middle of that, played out by Miller for no runs. So Miller on 7, Markram 29. It's 185 for 4.
Well, Drake Mongreen says if SA get to 200 with these guys, they've got a chance. Yeah, I think if they can get down to 120 off the last 10, 110, these two still there. Strange things that happen, but they would have to go very deep without losing another wicket, and those two would have to go hard. Eric J says South Africa halfway there.
Well, halfway there, but with a lot less balls left.
Yes. Well, but that's the thing. They're not that far behind where New Zealand were. They got 110 off the last 10.
No, but that's always the case when you're setting a total and wickets in hand. But let's see.
Ravindra round the wicket to Markram, drives that to extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah.
Who would India rather play in the final? Presumably New Zealand.
Well, they would want. They would want South Africa, frankly. They have some history in the final with them.
Yeah. And this one is driven up to long off for a single by Markram. Tell us about the history, Ajit.
Well, it was the T20 World Cup final. They are without that man who actually froze South Africa in the headlights air quotes. Jasprit Bumrah is not here. So he inspired such a sort of a deer in the headlights place for South Africa, because they couldn't chase run a ball of the last 5 overs of a T20.
Yes, that
was 6 wickets in hand. So
that was weird.
Knowing that, India will want South Africa, but look, a South Africa that will chase this score will be a different South Africa as well. Let's be blunt about it. And no Bumrah, but well, there's Shami. He looks okay. So there's plenty to discuss ahead of that final. But
a lot more cricket to play before that. That's tucked away by Miller, and he's going to get a single there.
Well, New Zealand will have at least played in Dubai if they get to the final. I'll have an idea
exactly
of what's going to happen.
That's another thing in New Zealand's favour, which India will not want. So they've at least once had a match to acclimatise.
Ravindra, and that's driven up nicely by Markram, but again, just a single. The man back there at long on.
With Ravindra bowling the way he is, they'll take 6 an over. It'll be very handy. Even 7 an over, it'll not be a problem, because that little bit of gap that Bracewell and Santner have created with being a bit more parsimonious gives them that advantage. Well, Will O'Rourke has eaten a bit of that space up, but that's okay. Jamieson also has some overs remaining.
Indeed, Ravindra, that's short, quicker down the leg side, and Miller helps it on its way to deep square. They take a single.
I think he was called Proto Cow. For what reason I can't remember, but Glenn Phillips was jokingly referred to as Proto Cow in that game against India, and they have him to call up. Some canny off breaks he bowls as well. So I don't know if he's required, he could be called up as well.
Protocol.
Cow. I don't know what that was.
Protocol. And that's driven back by Markram. That's a soft dismissal. He's driven it straight back to Ravindra. The 6th bowler comes in, takes the important wicket. What a game Ravindra is having. Caught and bowled, Markram is out for 31.
Oh, well, that's it, surely, isn't it?
Could very well be.
Ajit, I hope you don't mind if I ask Bear to tell us about that, because he is the ultimate purveyor of the slow left arm.
Well, it's just stopped maybe a bit on him. We saw someone do that the other day. It was an Englishman? Can't remember. But he's just played it straight back to the bowler and off the back foot. Maybe it stopped a bit, threw the shot a little bit earlier, but maybe just took a little bit of pace off it. That's a good catch, though. Well, easy catch. And Markram was looking good, and he's got himself out, and you have to say that's that, isn't it?
Well, I would say in such a situation, it's slightly better to go above the bowler. You're not looking to hit to mid on or at the long on or long off, but you're just looking to bunt it behind the bowler's head if that's an option. He did look like he was in two minds there. The way he played it, maybe the ball stopped on him. There's a bit of dew that should actually make the ball skid onto the bat faster of the spinners, if anything. So maybe
Is there
now
G
it's
though? I was just wondering that. I don't think there is, because in one of the games,
not a whole lot, maybe.
No, but in one of the games where there was expected to be dew, there wasn't dew, and it got harder. I remember someone saying that in the clouds of my mind back in the early part of the competition.
And see, as good as Makram looked, as primed up, again a little bit of a soft dismissal. You want more from your senior pro, one who's played more than 100 games in this format. This is where you earn your keep.
Yeah.
Unfortunate that he couldn't convert
Bears
it.
got a few wickets by holding the ball back like that. New batsman, though, the non-strikers end, so we'll wait before we introduce him. And that's played out by Miller for a single, so we will get Mulder. It is Vian Mulder. We'll get him on strike. Vian Mulder, the right-handed all-rounder. First ball is out to mid-wicket. Mulder, I think it's fair to say, hasn't really delivered in international cricket, ODI level, only averaging 19, highest score of 64. He's a much better player than those stats would suggest, but this is a tall order for him as he pushes that one back to extra cover.
He's also in their plans, South Africa's plans in all formats. So he's more like an innings builder, but he has big shots. So can he get that engine warmed up quickly enough is the question. It's steep now. The required rate is quite steep.
This one is driven out to long on, so he's off the mark. Yeah, he had dominated in county cricket when he played for Leicestershire for 2 or 3 seasons there. But this is a different order altogether. Miller and Mulder together. Miller takes strike now from Bracewell, who's bowling around the wicket to him. That one's dropped a little bit shorter, but Miller mistimes that one. So the onus now on David Miller, the man who's played for more franchise teams than virtually anyone else. Was counting them up before, about 26.
Wow.
Except maybe Rashid Khan or somebody like that, but fair enough.
Yeah, maybe.
Fair enough.
For defensive goes Miller. He's a regular on the franchise circuit. Drinks are being taken, so plenty of time for some socials and indeed to hear more from Ajit, 191 for 5.
Well, Drake Mongreen says Ravi is simply ravishing. Rick Rude. They're all loving Ravindra. The Bear should entitle his autobiography "Watching Cricket with a Spliff," says Dave Durrell. Yeah, I could do that. I used to play being stoned as well. Always enjoyed it. That's about it, really. There's a lot of chat about weed.
Certainly stand out on the bookshelves, that title there.
Well, it would do.
There's a lot of cricket books that sort of called something to do with innings or playing the field, all these sort of things. So that one would stand out a lot.
It would.
Ajit, what would you call it? Have you written any cricket books? If so, what would you call your cricket book?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if I have a cricket book in me. I know I've not yet written one. Yeah, that's a very, very good question. I
think you would do what it says on the tin, because your podcast is called the Cricket Podcast.
Armchair Cricket Podcast. Indeed.
Oh, Armchair Cricket Podcast.
So maybe I call it the Armchair Cricket's view.
Yeah.
It's not entirely correct, because I do play some cricket and I hope to do it this season as well, maybe up to 10 games. So let's see.
Are you netting at the moment?
I am sitting in one. Yes.
You are sitting in an armchair.
Yes. Yes.
Just check.
You're asking Bear?
Are you netting at the moment? Started
Not
practice?
yet.
No.
Not yet, but shortly. I went to one of those indoor practices. It was a little too cold for my liking. But now that March is here, I don't think I can give any excuses. My captain will not be happy.
Yeah, 15 degrees it registered in the UK, parts of the UK today.
So we usually practice later in the evening. Like between 9 and 10 or 9 and 11. And it's in an indoor arena. So I expect to show up.
Who's your team, Ajit?
So I play for a club, Kiviv Cricket Club. I'm told it is the most populous, or with the most number of members outside of England in all of Europe. So if that is true or not, I don't know. I happen to be also its chairman, if that helps.
And you're based in?
I'm based in Amsterdam, or the club is based in north and northwest of Amsterdam. I am, however, living in a small suburban town called Almere.
You might sell a few copies in Amsterdam, Bear, if you stuck with that title.
Well, possibly.
Yes. We do like our art here in this part of the world, and even if it's related to cricket, there will be some punters for it, for sure, Bear. So, look, I'll have a think on this. Maybe I can't come up with an answer right away. I can give you some cliched answers, but I don't know what I'll call my book. But yes, I have stories. I have stories enough to fill a book, though. Yes.
Good, I'm sure you do. So you're not missing any action because
it's drinks.
A drinks break.
I think they're ready to go. Ravindra, who's successful, I think he will be continuing, and he's going at less than run a ball and took a wicket, that of informed Markram.
What a day he's having. Ravindra, earlier on we saw him score a lovely century. That's forward defensive by Mulder to Ravindra's first ball round the wicket. Batted, the first really decent innings of the tournament, wasn't it, for him? In terms of a big innings and just what New Zealand wanted today. This one is floated up, and Mulder gives that some welly, goes down to extra cover. They're going to run a quick 2, and
I think there's a guy called Smith who keeps fielding. He was there from effectively the beginning of the innings. We are getting to see the spread of his lengths. So how he held that one back, it was also an arm ball, clearly. He did not put the revolutions on it.
That one just straightened a bit, didn't it? And that's played out by Mulder for no run. So a lot depending on Mulder to stay in with Miller, and Mulder himself needs to, got no time to really play himself in here. That one is driven out to extra cover. As you say, Ajit, he's a batsman that does like to build an innings, but he's got to get going from the get-go here. He's 3 off 7, but with
he's
the
all right. I think you can take 10 balls knowing that there are 2 hits only once you're set. So it's all right.
This one is floated up there by Ravindra. A bit of fielding by Phillips. Of course, Phillips in the field. One of the standout fielders of the tournament.
For me, one of the joys of watching a fully fit Williamson is how good he is on the field. If you remember that catch against India, and today he is also very good.
And that beats Mulder all ends up, and it's lucky that didn't hit the top of off because it wasn't very far away. He groped at that. So Ravindra not only getting through the overs quickly, but also threatening the batsman as well.
Well, Farong says, please remember the tournament. England 0 points, bad bollocks. Bangladesh, Pakistan 1 point. We need a 7th and 8th playoff, but who would play England?
It'll be Bangladesh, no? I think.
Well, Pakistan someone's suggesting. Farong says England, Pakistan. Moral victory trophy for the 7th and 8th. Absolutely. I'm down with that.
Wooden spoon, I call it.
Indeed.
With the loss of that wicket, Markram's wicket, it's come in a period. I'll wait.
This one driven by Miller for a single to long off the new over from Bracewell.
So the credit goes to Bracewell and Ravindra here, because between them they have held South Africa to 19 for 1 in the previous 5-over period. Just 1 run and 19 wickets, rather the other way. 1 wicket and 19 runs. So Markram, that's good going.
Indeed, Markram showing how he feels in the dressing room. He's actually slammed his bat head down there in the dressing room. He's disgusted with himself for getting out in such a manner. Mulder plays this one to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So a bit
they need to get this partnership going.
Yes.
Otherwise it would be a problem, because now Mulder has gotten to 10 balls. He has 3. He'll need to start rotating the strike more evenly, because there are no gimmies here. You have to give them the credit. Between them, Bracewell and Ravindra, they might be considered part-timers. I don't know. I think Bracewell might be a full-timer. But there are no gimmies. They are having to work hard.
Absolutely, having to work for every run. This one has got the reverse sweep out, and it could be getting a boundary here. He's beaten the fielder at short third man, and that is a welcome boundary from Mulder.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give. The phone.
He's having, as you say, they're not giving any runs away. That he's had to make something out of his own initiative there. Gets the reverse sweep out.
That was well hit. He got it on in the length and he put it in the gap.
Down the wicket, Mulder taking a couple of steps, and he plays that away to mid-wicket. They're only going to get a single deep mid-wicket, and that's one to Mulder.
So if you are the chasing team, you don't want any more than 120, 115, 120 for the last 10 overs. Anything more might be very, very tough. So that means they'll need to get another 44 runs in this little stint up to the 40th over mark.
Bracewell, and that's just tucked away by Miller. Just going to get one. That's the 200 up for South Africa. And as you say, it's New Zealand had that massive acceleration towards the end, didn't they? They were going at 10, 11 and over.
11 over after last 10, yeah.
Yeah. Both of them did very well there. So even Phillips, but I think Mitchell also accelerated beautifully.
This one is played extravagantly by Mulder, but it's going to go straight to deep square leg. He's holed out, Mulder, and disappointment there for South Africa. It's got straight. Bracewell takes the wicket straight into the hands of Ravindra at deep square leg, and Mulder is out for 8.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
I said that without moving your lips, Bert.
Yeah. This one, I suspect, is done, boys.
Yeah, I think unless Janssen really plays out of his skin, I dare say it's done. Maharaj can hang around. I don't see Maharaj really being able to give you a 30 ball 50 or something.
No.
So that's what's really needed from both ends now. Otherwise it's over.
Yeah.
Right, so Miller is able to deliver that. Mulder is gone. Look, you have to give credit to New Zealand the way at about the halfway mark I was looking at the scores. There was not a lot to separate the two teams.
No.
Right, so that's where you have to say between over number 30 to 40 the way New Zealand accelerated, and Kane Williamson gets a lot of credit. He was going at about 75 strike rate. Suddenly he flipped it. By the time he had reached his 100, he was going at better than run a ball, and that was all classy shots. Not that South Africa were bowling bad or they were not fielding all that well. That's where the class of that individual comes through. He's also a man for big games, and he saved his best clearly for a semi-final. And after Rachin Ravindra set that better than run a ball, he gave Williamson the bandwidth when he was building his innings. Then you see Williamson takes over. By the time Williamson is done, Mitchell takes over, and in the end Phillips has, like, you can hit from the first ball. That was wonderful innings building from New Zealand.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you reckon if two teams get centuries, that they're going to be in the pole position. There, you saw both innings from Williamson. How did it compare? Because he's a bit scratchy in the game against India, wasn't he?
I didn't see all of the innings against India, but he seemed to be doing all right against India and got himself out. But today, look, there were a couple of shots that were a bit iffy earlier on, and even later on, But he is a class batsman. There's also some very classy shots in there.
First ball from Ravindra is played out to extra cover. There's no run there. Sorry, Ajay.
No, all right. No, the difference was indeed the pitch. The pitch was a bit stodgy. It was not as nice as this. It was not as flat as this. I'll wait.
Fair enough. And that's driven out to long on, and there is one run to middle. Yeah, these teams have been flying around between. New Zealand had to finish that game and then get on a plane at 4 a.m, wasn't it, or something?
Correct.
Back to Pakistan, and you feel sorry for every other team except India who had their feet up in Dubai.
Exactly, chilling.
They'll be chilling, yeah.
The other difference, going back to Williamson's innings, I think was the spin of Kuldeep Yadav. You may have a Keshav Maharaj who's equal to a Jadeja at best or a Akshar Patel, but the other two spinners are heavier in that same context, and there was a Varun Chakravarti. It was quite something.
Well, it's impossible not to spot that a very tall incoming bat is Marco Jansen. Plays the first ball out for no run, and his second ball is driven back. So Ravindra getting away with it here. He's getting through his overs very quickly, and he's only gone for 13. He's in his 4th over.
I dare say he's done enough to take the pressure off Matt Henry's unavailability, even if Matt Henry cannot bowl.
Down the wicket, Jansen taking a couple of steps down, which takes him to the middle of the wicket, but there's still no run. Glenn Phillips is having a little warm up now, so we're likely to see him having to find a few overs because Henry's off the field, but at least have no worries there for Santner. It's all going very well for the New Zealand captain. Ravinger round the wicket to Janssen, comes down, takes a couple of strides down, only gets a single though. So Ravinger's 4 overs, 1 for 15. It's the wickets column. 2 wickets. No, well, he did one
2
catch.
runs, I said.
1 catch.
Just,
yeah.
Yes, 2 runs of the over.
202 for 6 of 37 overs.
Where are we up to? Ravinder doing everything, says Kenneth Hughes. Ice cream says South Africa is cooked. Yeah, they are. Mark Arnold says, I'm not sure what tactic I'd use if I was David Miller. It looks like a long handle time already, so perhaps go hard or go home.
Probably be both.
Yeah, more than likely. I mean, I think you've got to start going, haven't you, now? You've only got 6 wickets left. You might as well go hard, because chances are you're not getting there otherwise.
It is Glenn Phillips into the attack. Santner having a long conversation there with Latham, the brains trust of this New Zealand side. And it's going to be Glenn Phillips into the attack. He's going to bowl to the beanpole, who is Marco Jansen. Jansen gets the reverse sweep out, and this one is not going to beat the fielder at third man, because he is going to take a single.
By the way, that looked like Henry.
It is Matt Henry.
No,
he's back on the pitch.
It's Young. It's Will Young.
No, it's not. It's Matt Henry.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Then he's back on the field. So
He's back
it's just
on
a
the
matter
field.
of time before he can be made available to bowl.
He didn't want to dive down there, though, did he? His
No,
shoulders
no,
a
he
bit
used the
tender,
ball.
but he clearly hasn't dislocated it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be back on the pitch. But
Yeah, it was a good old-fashioned right boot he saw from Matt Henry. They're spotted that he's back on the field, so he's just got to wait for a certain amount of time before he can bowl again. And Miller plays this one out to deep extra cover for a single, which takes the score to 204 for 6.
Another game within the game here. Phillips had his initial schooling and initial upbringing in South Africa. So maybe he knows some of these players, around the same age group players, maybe. He may have encountered them.
He's
so
another
there may be some.
He's another Kevin Peterson, is he? Down the wicket, Jansen. Oh, good bit of fielding there. Who's that? That's
Same Henry.
It's
Same
Henry.
guy.
This time he doesn't use the boot. He sprawls himself on the floor and stops that one. So good commitment from Henry, whatever his injury is. Do we know what his injury is?
well, no, when he took that catch, so clearly he's not done anything. And he landed on his right shoulder.
Shoulder, sorry. Yeah.
Santner enjoyed that. That's short, and Miller's given it treatment. He puts these away from Phillips. That was not such a great ball. Some would call it filth. I wouldn't. It's gone over the deep wicket boundary for 6.
Yeah, picked that up nicely.
That was muzzles. That was just muzzled over the fence. It was short enough, but faster. So it was like on plan. There was a mid-wicket fielder waiting for the ball. But well, he does it very well, Miller.
Yeah. A few more of those would reawaken interest in the closing stages of this match. I imagine everyone wanted to see another good close finish. But New Zealand almost in the reverse position of where they found themselves against India, where they were the ones struggling to keep up with the rate with wickets falling, and that's what South Africa are in now. Wickets just falling at regular intervals.
It's still 12 and a bit. You know the run rate, they need one big hit. It's still 12 and a bit. So 125 of the last 10. It's possible if these two can finish the game though. Another wicket, they're done, South Africa. I'm just keeping it interesting.
Trying to.
Yeah.
We're all trying to convince ourselves it's possible, but
one more wicket really. Just that they're looking for the ball. We are able to have all of this chat because the ball has fallen in a gully. There is a gap between the audience enclosure and the edge of the field, and the ball has fallen.
That's where the lions go around, just in case someone tries to invade the pitch.
In the old Roman way, where the lions go around. Fair enough.
Gives Santner a chance to just to make sure he's got the rules right regarding when Henry can return. He's speaking to Kane Williamson, who's probably knows all these sort of things.
I think the umpire will keep a tally. They noted down the moment a player walks off the field, and they note down when he's on in time, and they can consult the third and the fourth umpires usually for these things. I think they're just having a confab on the field settings and so on. They know they can concede even one boundary and over, but It's about the remaining balls, right? 2s and 3s. Okay, they're having to move some of the broadcast equipment. I think one of those cameras that are in use for the measurements. The what camera do we call that?
Oh, the ladder's coming out.
Someone's got
a village match. You'd replace the ball by now, wouldn't you?
They're getting a replacement ball, I think, by now. Yes, the fourth umpire was on the field with the box of balls, as they do. We are seeing some agility in the field from New Zealanders, mainly Phillips, I think.
Ajit, who would you choose as your player of the tournament?
That's a good one.
Yeah, well, I'll ask the same question to Bear. I mean, who would it be, I wonder?
Kohli is in the running for it, I would say, from India.
Yeah, 2 beginnings from him.
Yeah, 2 beginnings. I think with this man, Ravindra, might be in the running for it, right? He's done very well.
From the bowling side?
I'm thinking.
Jansen's done well, hasn't he?
Yeah, they have, but there is no standout. There was I think Henry took a 5-4.
Who did?
I can't remember big 5-4s.
No, yeah, you're right. Henry did in one game, didn't he?
Yeah. It's more of a regular sort of a tournament where the batsman will set the games up and the bowler sort of just defend it. Mostly it's a batting first and bat well tournament as well.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, there have been some good overall team bowling performances, but no one outstanding who you go, well, that won the match, is there? Well, that's because generally,
Go on.
No, I was going to say lots of teams haven't really chased down, so then you'd say that some bowlers have done well, but maybe the totals have been too high.
I mean, you can see many games in which there are 2s and 3s wickets shared among the bowling. So even case in point was India's game previously. Shami took 3, I think.
Well, whether it's the replacement ball or the original ball, we're not quite sure, but they're back in business now. And that one from Phillips is like this field at extra cover, and it allows Miller to go through for a single.
I can tell you in a club game that would have been let through. He had really rasped that. And Santa was feeling it on his hand.
Maybe this field was unkind. Phillips, can he get through this over appeal for LBW here? Attempted reverse sweep. And Rob Tucker's not interested in that one. That's the.
It has been referred.
No, he's going to go upstairs.
I think
it's almost a celeb appeal.
Well,
celeb appeal from.
It was a celeb appeal, and it looked really out. But then I thought about it, and I think he might get hit outside the line.
No, I think it's the height. I would say.
No, he hasn't been hit outside the line. That's out, man. How did you not give that?
I think it could have been given out because I thought it was right on the middle of in front of the middle. I was like, why not? Is it the distance it has to travel because of how tall Mr. Jansen is? I don't know.
Yeah, it's hit him just below the knee roll, but with Jansen that doesn't mean
it'll be the top corner of the leg stump here. The leg stump on the plane,
I think
that
it's
corner.
I think it's inside of a leg stump. Okay. I think that hasn't. I think it's gone off the pad at a sharp angle and makes it look like it's turning more. But if you actually look at the angle going into the pad, it's pretty straight.
It's a good referral in either case. They have nothing to lose here and everything to gain if the match is as good as over. There was no chance of a nick, I don't think. There was some gap. You could almost see it in real time.
Looks like it's hitting line.
Yeah, that's going on to hit middle and leg, inside a leg stump.
The other thing, it was a faster ball. It was not, it's like an arm ball. So even the bounce might not be a real issue. You might have something there.
That's fucking out, man.
Nervous moments for
excellent referral.
And he is going to be given out. It's wickets hitting. It pitched outside off, but it hit in line. The impact was just on the off stump. And that's Glenn Phillips who's picked up that wicket of Marco Jansen. So more trouble for South Africa.
Yeah, this one's done.
Yeah, that's not a bear game, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is very much a bear game. Yesterday's was kind of a bear game. I thought India were always kind of ahead of the game. You kind of knew that Australia really didn't have the manpower for it without the big guns there. You know, they always looked underpowered. And I thought if they had a full team there, I think 264 might well have been defendable. But
I think so. Now with the new ball, you needed maybe a Stark or a Cummins, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that parsimony that Mr. Hazelwood brings, that's quite something.
Precisely. And they're always never quite in it. Can't quite get wickets quick enough.
Kohli, must say, played a masterclass in chase. He was unlucky to not get 100, but he did exactly what was required. Kept India like within half a run per over of the total, and towards the end, between him and Shreyas Iyer, I think they did a very good job. It was, if any period that India was a little shaky, was right there, and they really built up the innings very solidly.
Well, then
you had these cameos. Right?
Yeah, well,
Patel played a cameo.
They had to go hard at the top, and if they lost 2 wickets, they always knew that they calmed down. It was only 260 odd to chase, wasn't it? So it was always going to be kind of within reach. New batsman, anyway, is this man.
There's a bowler there from South Africa. Started out bowling pace, but he made the switch. I wonder why, but he's known as Keshav.
Anything on the socials or maybe a super chat there?
No super chats. We haven't had a super chat for a while. There's a lot of you watching out there. Actually, you're dropping off because the game's starting to die a death now.
Yeah. I have to say, actually, you've done a terrific job keeping the interest going. But even you're faltering now. Miller's still there though, and he plays this one out for 2. It's a new over started by Ravindra. He was in his 5th over now, and came in as a fill-in while Matt Henry was off the field, but took an important wicket of who did he get out? He got Markram out.
Markram, yeah. Look, a 6 and an out. Even Phillips has done a good job there.
Miller, what can he do? He's gone out, played this one to mid-wicket. Nice bit of fielding there. Of course, it has to be Glenn Phillips. He's excelled. He'd certainly be the fielder of the tournament. That's for sure.
Absolutely. 2 amazing catches, a lot of runs saved on the ground fielding perspective. Amazing. He's simply amazing.
Miller this time manages to get it past Phillips, which is saying something, but only as far as long on, and they take a single. So it's 215 for 7th, chasing a very unlikely 363 to win. It's a massive score because of the acceleration at the end and the 2 centuries. Ravindra with 108, Williamson 102. Question is, Ajit, will this put New Zealand in a different frame of mind when they come to play India again, if they do go through to the final, which looks very likely? That's no run from that.
Indeed. So, look, they will be coming into the finals with their tails up. And it's sort of, if you look at pre-tournament favourites, these 2 were the best teams or the most fancied teams. New Zealand with their tri-series win and a lot of form coming into the tournament, they are rightly there. India with probably conditions on their side, they are also there.
Maharaj, the new batsman, tickles that off to square leg for a single. But you have to feel for whoever wins this, and it looks like it's New Zealand, having to fly back to Dubai.
Oh, you get some time though. It's only Wednesday and the final is on Sunday.
Well, I know it's not a question. Just I was thinking more of the conditions, Ajay. You know, you're having to adapt to completely different conditions in India. I mean, look at the way they played the 4 spinners in that match. This one's played away by Miller for a single. I mean, it was turning a long way, wasn't it? And it was tricky. Any run chase there would have been very, very difficult.
Absolutely. The ball was sitting in the pitch a little more, and spinners would definitely come into action, but New Zealand seemed to be in a good position. Bear, anything from the socials?
What have we got here? He should just go hard. Be Nathan Assel, says Drake Mongreen. I presume it's about Miller. Andrew Cook says India at such an advantage not having to travel. I think that's true. At least New Zealand will have played there. They'll know kind of what to expect, which is good.
Correct.
Drake Mongreen says we lost the game on with India on purpose. They are cheats, and that's true. I mean, for example, New Zealand have a really bad history against Australia. Had they won, they'd have played Australia, and they probably would have lost. But they have a good history against South Africa, and
there you go.
So it works out.
This one's new over from Phillips, drops it short, and Miller. Well, he takes a single off the first ball. South Africa will be looking for slightly more from the senior batsman at this stage. He's got to keep the strike and go for the boundaries. He takes
It's a tough question. Does he stick or twist? Because if he gets out, South Africa won't last the overs. right? Between Engidi and Rabada, I don't think they can bat 12 overs out.
No.
Does that matter?
Yeah,
No,
that's
not
a good
now.
question indeed.
Doesn't
Not
really
anymore,
matter
I
now.
suppose.
I think everyone-
whether you lose by 140 or 101 run.
I mean,
it doesn't matter, I suppose.
we've all watched enough cricket to know what goes down now, yeah? Right?
And that's played back to the bowler.
Maybe taking the sword is the better option. You're absolutely right.
Well, you know, why hang around for another 10 overs? You either win or you lose. You might as well go fighting.
It's down the leg side. Well, that's another soft dismissal. Maharaj playing across, ball going down the leg side. He managed to get an under edge on it, and it's nicely collected behind the stumps by Latham. So Maharaj, the latest wicket to fall, he's the 8th wicket. He goes for 1. New Zealand 218 for 8.
All of the dreams that I dreamed were mine are going.
Mark catch that.
I think he gloved that one, if I'm not
Yeah,
wrong.
I
But it
think
doesn't
he
matter
gloved it.
really. I mean,
nice catch.
Yeah, it was. We saw Latham practicing earlier with somebody with a fast, one of those flicks, the dog ball throwing thing, fast and flicking it on both sides of the wicket quickly, and he was sort of going both ways and catching it. So that was very well taken indeed by Latham. He looked up for it, both hands, body behind them. So that's one thing. So I think choice might be taken out of Miller's hands, guys. He might just have to go for it. Just, why don't you make this innings count, get yourself a 50 or something, right?
Give it some Humpty. You've got coming here, mate. Yeah, I'm off for last.
We seem to have sunk the game in our stint here, unfortunately. Good thing I didn't come in the first innings, maybe. It would have been 5 wickets down already.
I mean, another reason to stick around if you're listening to this game. We may know the result, but Endo is returning at the end of this over.
So there's a rant loading.
Oh, there might be some GPL entries in them as well if they end up losing.
For now, it is around 578.
Well, there's only 602 and 603.
Yeah, that's a very likely. Another 25 runs, 2 sixes from Miller, and maybe that's very likely. Rabada, I think, will not hang around. I have a feeling he'll watch a couple of balls and then charge the spinners.
Well,
he's a fast bowler.
He's got 3 left in this over. Let's see if Ajit's prediction comes true. 2 defensive shots followed by a big one. Let's see whether we get. That's the first defensive shot down the leg side. No run.
That's a wide.
That's a wide.
Of course, it's a wide. They're going to win in wides.
Then you can be sure somebody's paying for them to do it.
Yeah.
You have to bowl 100 wides for South Africa to win this.
Here's
go on.
Phillips bowls that, gives a bit more, and well, that's sort of somewhere between a defensive shot and a more attacking shot. There's an orthodox drive from Rabada to get him off the mark. Decent catch. You were mentioning, Ajit, that you were seeing Latham practicing that very thing just before the start of play. Took that one nicely down the leg side, and Latham's done his job. And New Zealand, very, very good all-round performance here. It's been able to put that India defeat behind them, and as you say, they'll go into the final by all logic with a better mindset this time. As Miller placed that one down for single. Miller's just taking the singles. I suppose he's knew in the end to be over. Just one ball for Rabada.
Exactly. He's giving him a free hit, and then probably he'll load it up for the next 10. But look, of these two teams, India will feel comfortable, but New Zealand will be really, really confident. It'll make a good final.
It's a nice shot from Rabada off the last ball of the over, but there's a sweeper down there. They're going to take quickly run 2. Takes the score to 223 for 8. We say a big thank you to Ajit for your excellent and insightful remarks, and we welcome back Endo.
Thank you.
And Mesters is taking over from Bear on the socials and many other things.
Thank you, David. Well, this is all done and dusted, and I think it was Endo's fault basically because he got Pavuma out, and that was the beginning of the end.
It was. Really, although, to be honest, I'm not sure that Bavoom was the beginning of the end, because well, he needed to go deeper, but Klaassen was a big wicket, wasn't he? Just because he is so destructive, and he didn't really have too long a look before he tried a big shot, and really didn't get it at all. Santner's going to come back into the attack. He's bowled beautifully today, 3 for 29. He'll pick up another 1 or 2 here. He might be considered a man of the match. Well, I mean, otherwise it's a tricky one, isn't it? Two Centurions. This is flicked away by Miller, who'll be, I think, sizably disappointed that he's had no one to stay with him, because he is a good striker of the ball. He can do damage, but if you've got no one there with you, then it's going to be a bit of a struggle, isn't it? 224 for 8, and I must just pay tribute as Rabada comes forward, and that finds the outside edge, runs down to Henry just inside the circle at short third man. I must just pay tribute to Tony Bishop and his marvellous rotors, because once again he's given me the last 10 overs, and once again the game is done. That said, I've had plenty of ball by ball today, so I'm not too bothered. 3 for 30 Santner. This is played out towards mid wicket, but had I not, I would have been pretty miffed again.
Yeah, but on the plus side, he didn't put you on the early shift.
That's true. I did ask to have an hour off for good behaviour. Flicked away past mid-wicket for a single by Rabada. Now, Messi, yes. I can tell, you are in with a chance of winning the GPL. We have calculated that if South Africa finish on 241, which is 16 runs away, then you will win with your prediction of 603. Swept by Miller out to deep square. I was worried a little bit. We saw, I think it was the dismissal of Klaassen, we saw Henry dive forward and slightly injure his shoulder, and I thought he had gone off the field, and I wondered, the fact that he hasn't bowled again, but he doesn't really need to bowl again, does he? Such as the stranglehold that New Zealand have. This is jabbed down on at the last minute by Rabada, up to mid-on. There is no run, just 3 singles from it. 226 for 8. Messi, is anyone still with us?
Yeah, they are. By the way, I think somebody else has got a prediction of 602.
I didn't see that one. I thought it was... no, hang on. You had 533. I missed that one. I misread it as 633. And I presumed that Brian in Brisbane was something completely out of range. But he is absolutely right. 602. So... we've got two Aussies.
This is all coming together because I was just about to read a tweet. A message from Brian in Brisbane, our newest patron, I should say.
Oh, you wonderful man.
But yeah, else that he does. He says, is this New Zealand peaking a game too early? Wait to see if this form carries into the next game. Well, they had to peak today. Well, they had to do well today to get to the next game, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to get the 2 best teams in the final. Miller has launched Phillips into the crowd a long way back. A very, very big 6, and well, that helps. 97 metres.
More there.
Yeah, a few more there. Be handy. I guess Glenn Phillips will be ripped out of the attack if too many go from this over. He's got 2 for 22, would you believe? To add to his 49 not out. He's played his part in this game. Helped really in that last 10 overs of the New Zealand innings to get them up to where they ended on 360 plus.
Was it poor bowling towards the end, Hendo, or just good batting?
I think it was pretty good batting, really.
Yeah.
I mean, Phillips is a difficult player to control. Driven aerially, that is a lovely shot from Miller over extra cover, and that is only 1 bounce, and a very short bounce from the boundary edge to give us another one of these.
1 and 2.
and 3 and 4.
One or two of the South African batters going to be thinking if only we'd stayed in with Miller, because he's got all the shots, and someone else had stayed with him at the other end, it would have been a different story.
Yeah, a little bit of maybe a little lack of nerve from the South Africans. Down the leg side, tries to turn it on its way, may have just come off the pad anyway. It's fielded by short fine leg. Yeah, my worry about Henry was if he'd gone off injured and he couldn't bowl, and how that would impact New Zealand come the final, really. Such a crucial bowler for them. Tossed up, full toss, low full toss, I think. Miller drives it out to deep extra. There's now a man positioned there. And he takes the 11 runs off the over so far. Rabada just has to see out one ball from Phillips. See it out. You might as well hit it.
May as well hold Henry back.
He's in again, bowls, and he gets right back at that. And had he not got back down on it, it would have been absolutely plumb LBW. But he does. It goes off a thick inside edge towards square, Latham Fields, and that is the end of the over. So actually, we're looking at a 240 for Brian to win the GPL, and we're looking at 241 for Messi Jez to win the GPL. And I have to say, the score having moved on to 237, it's looking less likely. Those two big blows from Miller making a difference. But it could happen. It could happen.
Well, as Stephen Kelk says, Messi, this is good for your speculative investment, i.e. bet, right? That's correct, actually. I did have $10 on the finalists being India and New Zealand.
Oh, well done.
At $10, so I'll cover all the other losses in my bets for this tournament.
But it's a double whammy, Messrs. You've not only won some money, you've been proved right.
Oh yeah, that's the important thing, isn't it, Dave?
Down the wicket comes Miller to a flighted delivery, but it's almost like Santner saw him and held it back, and he couldn't quite get there, so he just defended. He's got 40 off 37.
In fact, it's the combination of the two Messes that really produces the hit, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then the hubris.
Forced up to long on by Miller, goes to 41. And it's 238 for 8. We have only 2 or 3 runs to play with on the GPL. It's getting incredibly exciting. How much was it in there? Was it 80 plus £88? Something like that.
88 quid, I think it was.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. It would be quite nice to have it to roll over to the final, though, wouldn't it?
It would be, yeah.
Santner in bowls, gives that one air outside the off stump, looking for it to turn back maybe for some very, very shallow footmarks outside the left-handed Rabada's off stump. Doesn't really do a lot. He goes back, defends.
Santner will want to keep Matt Henry back for another day for the final, won't he? He's not going to bring him back in unless he really needs him.
No, I think he'll just close this out with spin mainly if he can. That turns down the leg side. Latham is there again, thinking about Rabada overbalancing and whether to take off the bails, but it is signalled as a wide. Not that you can't be stumped off a wide, of course. 239 for 8. He's in again, and Rabada is right in behind that and defending back to the New Zealand captain. 120.
That would have been an excellent shot if the draw was an option, Henry.
Indeed. Yes, good point. He swings this one away, but doesn't really connect too well, and it's picked up round the corner at backward square leg. 239 for 8. It all went wrong. Well, you are right, though. It went wrong when Bavuma got out, because they went from 161 for 2 to they lost 6 quick or relatively quick wickets for not too many runs. They're 240 for 8 as Rabada, was it? Took a single off the last ball of that over. So we're on 240. Well, no, it's Brian in Brisbane who needs the 2 wickets right now. You need 2 wickets for the addition of 1 run.
Andrew Cook says, did New Zealand play too few spinners in that game against India? It's arguable, but by the same token, you could argue that Australia played too few fast bowlers against India yesterday. I think they could have done with Spencer Johnson rather than Cooper Connolly, and might have given themselves a better chance.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they were sort of, they were guessing a little bit, weren't they? They'd seen what India had done, but the trouble is that no one, even if you've got spinners, no one has as good a lineup of spinners as India. Well, Matt Henry is going to get another bowl, funnily enough. Maybe he just wants to try out his shoulder and see if there's any pain. Here he is. Into Rabada, who goes back strokes very nicely through the offside, and Brian in Brisbane cries softly into his beer or tea or whatever it may be, because he is out of the GPL. It's now down to Messi Jez, who needs 2 wickets for the addition of no runs to take the prize. It makes you want to whisper. It makes you want to come over all Ted Low, and because it is so exciting.
I just think white gloves when you say that.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Yes. Although I guess he didn't wear the white gloves, did he?
No.
Pulled by Miller. It's all over for Messi Jez as it reaches deep mid-wicket. I can talk in a normal voice now. And South Africa 240, well, as normal as ever, 242 for 8. Yes, Matt Henry is back. How many more spinners could New Zealand play? I mean, I'm not sure that it's about how many more they could play. It's how many they actually use. This is a clever ball by Henry, which is slower and doesn't really bounce. Runs through to the keeper as he tries to pull it.
And the quality of the spinners must come into it.
Well, absolutely. That's what I was saying. I mean, the Indian spinners, all of them, are top class, really. I think you have to say.
Jadeja didn't get the many wickets, but he was turning it absolute square.
This is dug out by Rabada up to long off. They'll come through for a single. 240.
I mean, New Zealand would have the option of bringing in Mark Chapman, I suppose.
I mean, who would you? I mean, I know he hasn't bowled particularly well today, but Will O'Rourke, would you? I wouldn't want to leave him out.
No.
Now, still,
Jackson hasn't done a lot, to be honest.
Short pulled, and they will get another single. Miller out to Mitchell at deep square. Now, I mean, Kane Williamson used to bowl off breaks, didn't he? And he's got a few wickets in his time, although I'm not sure that he would against this Indian batting lineup. So I don't know. Ravindra, I think, should bowl more. I think he's a good bowler, as well as a very fine batsman. Henry in bowls a little bit wide of the off stump and crunched out to deep cover by Rabada. Maybe he's just enjoying having a bat. 5 singles from the over. Messi.
Yes, sorry, I was looking up Jameson. Andrew Cook says, Hendo, I'm not sure that opinion really stands against the 3-0 thrashing that New Zealand gave India in the test last year.
What? I don't know what you're referring to. I've forgotten it already.
Well,
they
did it with seam, didn't they? They did the damage with seam against India.
Oh yeah, but that was in India.
That's the point. That's the point they made, I think.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I think I've lost the thread of what Andrew's saying.
You were saying.
Or what I was saying, well, I thought someone was saying, play an extra spinner, but I don't think they've necessarily in every game this tournament utilised all the spin options they have, and I'm not sure that Chapman is. He's asking a lot for a bloke to come into a final, isn't it? Just like that. Played out the onside. This one swung into the onside. That might be a boundary. It is. It bisects the 2 men out there, and it's I think it's maybe a first 4 for Rabada, which should be marked. Marked by a Hanna-Barbera cartoon soundtrack. Although, I mean, that's the kind of thing that should get us dinged, but I don't think it does. 20
It's not long
required.
enough, I think.
20 and over required.
Wasn't Rabada, was it?
Flicked in the air, but just short of Young at mid-wicket. Rabada's moved on to 12. Miller has 43. And well, there's not much point to this, is there? It's not like it's a group stage match where they might come down to net run rate, and it looks as though Rabada's begun to think that, and he's played a very fine shot straight, using his feet, lofted just short of going all the way. Very handsome strike indeed.
Great as a die, that one. That was a beautifully executed shot by Rabada.
And how long did he hold the pose afterwards? In comes Santner again, bowls turning into the leg side, eased into that area mid-wicket, no run, 2 boundaries off the over.
These wickets that fell, after Bavuma was out, is it a case of the old CHOKE as far as South Africa was concerned? And the pressure was on?
Yeah.
Doesn't that have to be something that happens when you've got a lot closer, I feel?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Santner completes a fantastic spell, 10 overs, 3 for 43. It was in the balance when he came on, but he's got important wickets, vital wickets.
Yeah.
And he's done a brilliant job for his team. 253 for 8, 5 overs to go, 110 needed.
I think the fact that they saved him until I think the 17th over before bringing, and already the scores were level, was a really good move. Dawn of the Dead 13 makes a very good point. He says, "Don't forget Henry got 5 wickets in Dubai, so it's not all spin."
No, absolutely not. His figures are exactly the same as Varun Chakrabarti, weren't they? 5 for 42.
Yeah. Andrew Cook says our many New Zealand spinners are quite good, though we left some at home from that Test series, including Ajaz Patel, of course.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I mean, I'm not sure that he's played a lot of one-day cricket, has he? This is cut very nicely, very powerfully, past the man at extra cover. Good sliding stop by Bracewell, who had to run some distance to get there. So they're still not letting up on their standards. I mean, you could have really let that run away for 4 without too much effort. But Bracewell is keen to make sure that he's in that 11 for Dubai, and did very well there. Miller moves to 45 from 41, 255 for 8. I mean, I can line up the choke jingle just for the fun of it.
My point was, when the pressure was on and they needed to keep up with the run rate, that was when wickets started to form.
Pulled by Miller out to deep mid-wicket. Round comes Phillips, as energetic as ever, firing it in on the bounce over the top of the stumps. I heard a howl from the green room when I threatened to play the choke jingle, because I'm guessing that's another one that gets us dinged. So we don't want to lose our advertising money, which is meagre at the best of times, but we certainly don't want to give it to people who've already got too much money. I mean, I think we got dinged for an ELO song, and I'm pretty sure that everyone from ELO is quite well off. Smashed short ball from from Henry, but he looked like he'd got hold of that really well. But there's a man in the deep at long on, and he has other ideas, and he pouches the catch. 256 for 9. Rabada goes for 16. Second wicket for Matt Henry. Oh, it's me. I've got to do the wickets. I was waiting for someone else to come in. There we go.
After you've gone.
Now, the degree of difficulty regarding Glenn Phillips in the outfield or in the infield taking catches. I think that was probably about a 1 out of 10, wasn't it?
By his standards.
By his
yes.
standards, yes, absolutely. So we're just waiting for the
Kenneth Hughes makes a
one-wicket
good
fall.
point. He says, I feel this game is more about how good New Zealand has been. Sorry.
Yes, it is. And I don't entirely accept it's the pressure, Dave. We can agree and disagree on this one because you might be right. But I just felt that really South Africa didn't need to do that. I understand the notion of scoreboard pressure, and of course New Zealand wouldn't have had that. But then again, when you're batting first, you're thinking we've just got to get as many runs as we can. Whereas when you're batting second, at least you know what you're aiming for. You know how to pace yourself, and they were doing well. They were pacing themselves quite well, I thought.
Yes, they were, but I was also thinking about the way that South Africa lost their way in the New Zealand innings, the way that the body language as they came off the field, having conceded 363, it just didn't look like they were on top of their game. Maybe the occasion had got to them in some way. I don't know. They let it slip, didn't they, badly in the last 10-15 overs.
Yeah, but then again, New Zealand have done that a couple of times in this tournament. I mean, they did it against Pakistan where they went at 11 and over in the final 10 overs. It's almost a tactic having someone like Phillips to come in. He's a special player in that position. So I didn't really notice that they were their body language was poor. I have to say, I was probably too busy looking at the screen and. I didn't see that. This one is down the leg side. It's a wide, and Gidi is the new batsman. I suppose we might as well jingle him up. It's going to be the last time this tournament.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi Gidi. Let's play Lungi Gidi. Are you down for Lungi Gidi?
Got his first run, tucked it away neatly enough off his legs. Now I'm curious because Miller went down and had a little word with Ngidi when he arrived at the crease. Maybe Miller was just saying, "Can you hang around long enough for me to get another half century?"
Yeah, I think so.
I can't think of what else he was saying because the game is gone. There doesn't seem much point in batting out for another 4 overs unless you have a milestone in mind.
Well, he could have been saying this is an important shot window.
This is carved out to deep cover by Miller. It's only going to be 1, so he's reliant on Ngidi.
I think our lip reader, I think he said something like, "Look, I know this is a lost cause, but remember, I'm nearing the end of my career, so this is an important shot window for my franchises."
Oh, yeah. But I mean, he's well renowned in you would think on the franchise circuit, wouldn't you think? He's in bowls. That's quite a pleasant drive by Ngidi, and he is obviously trying to stay there to help Miller get the 50 because although it's gone all the way up to long on, there was a long single there. They have declined it, and so Miller gets a chance to have one more meaty bash.
So Dawn of the Dead says, can New Zealand win 2 ICC events in 4 to 5 months? That would be punching above their weight, wouldn't it? Because they won the Women's T20 World Cup as well recently.
Oh yes. And imagine what an incredible double that would be over India, wouldn't it? If they were able to win not only a Test series. Was it 3-0? Was it 3-0? I think it was a white.
It was 3-0.
It was a whitewash, wasn't it? And then beat them in the Champions Trophy final when they played all their games in Dubai, and New Zealand have been going hither and thither. O'Rourke back into the attack, and I don't think Miller will mind. He doesn't mind a bit of pace on the ball because he hits it so damn hard. O'Rourke in, bowl short, pulled by Miller. Oh, and there's almost a mess made of that by Ravindra out at deep square leg, but he does manage to keep it in play, and they turn down a single again. So Miller remains on 47. wonder how
So
many.
it's only 27 and over that they need.
Just the
I mean,
27.
that's not a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Miller may be thinking, I can do this on my own. I can do it on my own if I hit enough boundaries, but he didn't hit one there. O'Rourke in again, bowls. He tries to pull, comes off his pad, runs straight towards Latham. Again, no run. 104 required from 22 balls. It's not happening. It's not happening.
But turning down the single would suggest that he's still going for it, or is it just the personal landmark is interesting?
I wouldn't like to think it's just the personal landmark. I mean, he may have said, well, the only way we're going to win it is if I hit 6 4s and over, and even then,
No,
that's
it
going to be a
means
struggle.
more than that now because it's 28 and over they need.
Smashed back at O'Rourke, who takes evasive action, and Miller has achieved his aim, if indeed that was the aim. That was hit very hard, and O'Rourke was lucky because he barely come out of his follow-through that it didn't clock him on the top of the head. As it is, it's run away, and Miller at least has something to celebrate. It's one of these.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
O'Rourke puts one right up in the block hole, and it's dug out straight back to him. Much less power on this shot, for which he will be eternally grateful.
Yeah, in other circumstances, we'd be saying a well played 50 from Miller, but I wonder whether he could have been more forceful in taking the strike a little bit earlier. And he's taking a lot of singles off the first ball when he was in with Mulder.
Possibly. He's gone for the pull shot here. Well, if he does take a run, it'll only be one. No, he says no to that one as well. There's only one ball remaining in the over.
This is a farce, isn't it?
I don't know, Dave. I mean, I have to say, I was watching a few funny things on my phone, which is not something I do very often. But I think the game was up by then, really. But yeah, Mulder. I mean, Mulder is actually a good, hard-hitting batsman too. O'Rourke in to complete the over, looking for the Yorker. It swings a little bit, but he manages to swish it past the diving extra cover. Gets a single to Will Young up at long off. Keeps the strike. 3 overs to go. Miller has 52 and Geedy has a single. It's 264 for 9. They have at least got it down under 100, and once you get it down under 100, that's an enormous psychological barrier to have overcome. And now they only need 99 of 3 overs at a rate of 33 and over. So it needs 6 sixes. 6 sixes, or is it 6 sixes for 2 overs, and then 5 sixes and a 4 will do it?
Yeah. Well, as Great Mountain Green says, 107 off 27 balls. Should the coaches get a mercy clause? I mean, really, this is a time just to fold up the mat and go home. It's pointless. I suppose it's TV advertising time for some.
The assisted dying bill for cricket.
Yeah.
Maybe we should introduce
consent
one of those.
all round.
Yeah.
But do you think concession should be part of the game generally? Do you think they should be introducing the ability to concede?
Well, on that basis, England would just go out there and shake hands and come back off again. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, you have it in Test matches, don't you? Well, not conceding, but you have an agreement to the point where a result cannot be achieved. And
what about in white ball? Introducing it in white ball?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, that, isn't it? I don't think so, because people have paid their money and will feel that they want their fill of entertainment.
I think the wicketkeeper should be bowling now, frankly.
Latham, yeah, why
with
not?
Gloves on.
Well, knowing Latham, he'd probably get a wicket. Jameson's back into the attack, and it's launched by Miller, and it's launched very well indeed. Over Proto Cow, as we like to call it now. That's Cow Corner updated. It's the 126th Tournament 6. It's gone all the way from David Miller.
That brought the run rate required down from 33 to 32.82.
Well, hang on. That's the first of the 17 sixes they require.
And importantly, it's 50 grand on his franchise price.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right, so Jameson back into the attack. I like Jameson's jingle. I might go in search of it. Where is it? Here it is.
And that's the story of how Kyle Jameson became a man.
Here he is. It's a full toss. He's got an edge to it. He's got the 4 as well as that flies down very fine indeed. So 10 runs off the first 2 balls. Now everything else has to be a 6 because he's got the 4. So it's 6s here on in for David Miller. He's moved on to 62 from 51. 4 4s and 3 big 6s. So it's not all over. Come back, you South African fans. If you have made a bolt for the bar or something.
So you're saying there is a chance?
I'm just trying to keep the audience for a few more minutes.
I think all of our remaining audience are Kiwi supporters, so they're all pretty happy.
Jameson in. He's gone for another 6. It's gone skewing off an outside edge, and it's nearly caught by Williamson, who was running back. They get back for 2. Now we're into the situation where we need.
No, he didn't
extras.
take a run.
What? I thought he ran 2.
No, they weren't going to make 2, so he decided against taking any.
Are you sure?
Yep. Absolutely pointless all round.
He did get his hands to it. Did the fielder?
Mitch Thamper's looking pretty pleased with life at the moment. We have to say the captaincy sat very comfortably on his shoulders, hasn't it? He seems to be a very good captain.
Very calm, I think, yes. Jameson bowls. He goes outside the off stump and shanks this into the onside up to long on. I don't suppose there's much point taking a single there either, and he doesn't. But we are into the territory of needing wides and no balls and free hits for South Africa to pull this off. Are you laughing at me, or are you laughing at something someone said?
No. I'm laughing at Stephen Kelk. I'll read it out at the end of the over.
Right, well, Miller settles down, prepares for Jameson's next delivery, and pulls it hard. Could be out though. No, he isn't. He's got hold of it. Is that another 6?
I think it was a 6. I think it was a very flat 6.
I think it is a very flat 6. I love it when people say that was a very flat 6, because that means I can race to the jingles and I can find this one.
Smack it in the air, beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air.
Although that said, I think there may be some doubt about whether it quite carried, and we're going to have to look at a little bit of footage. Nope, it's 4. I think that's 4. But still, it gave me the chance to play this maximum jingle, which is always good fun. I mean, arguably it hit the bottom of the sponge on the full, but no, it's been given as 4. Jameson in, outside the off stump, clobbered out into the deep by Miller, who thinks, well, I might as well take the run now, because that's the end of the over. 279 for 9. Miller has moved on to 67. Certainly on paper he's done his job. He's got runs, but no one has stayed with him, and it is possible that for such a big hitter that maybe he put pressure on one or 2 others, but I'm not sure about that.
No, it's probably unfair to David Miller that I'm clutching at straws there for talking points.
Yeah. Stephen Kelk says the fact that South Africa got the deficit below 100 can be construed as a moral victory for England.
Yeah.
And Perko says they can't end early because of the GPL. Well, the GPL's dead.
It's gone, Perko, I'm afraid. There are no winners. There are no winners generally. I mean, I think that's true in life. Apart from those in America who seem to be doing quite well, or will be going to do quite well. The the very few. Not the many, the few. O'Rourke bowls, driven in the air. One bounce for... it's
That's
just...
one of the best of shots of them all, wasn't it? It was like just all sort of wrist and fast hands.
Yes, I think you're right. Yes, he had to dig it out, didn't he, really? Because it was quite full. I mean, it wasn't like a half volley. He's really got
what might have been.
What might have been. How often have South Africans said that when watching cricket in the last 30 years? Or even longer. O'Rourke has taken some punishment today. He may prefer to get back onto the slightly slower pitches of Dubai. He's in, bowls, and he's pulled it again. That's another good shot. That will go all the way to long leg for 4 runs. This is exceptionally good batting, but as you say, it's too late.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
I suppose the only thing that New Zealand should guard against here is the fact that this won't actually be helping O'Rourke's confidence.
No.
Going into the big one.
He's taken some stick this afternoon.
Certainly has. 287 for 9. Miller 75 now. Short, pulled. He's going to look for 2 here, I think, out towards long on. I'm not sure he's going to get it, is he? Yes, they're going to come back for it, and New Zealand can't even be bothered to try and run out Ngidi. So I think if he'd made an effort there, O'Rourke, he could have done better. Bracewell was the fielder. Let's have a look at the replay. I mean, he stretched. He's underhanded it from about 8 inches away over the top of the stumps. And Ngidi sees the funny side of it. So we are destined to have at least one more ball. Miller 77, 289 for 9, just 74 the difference. He's in again, bowls, slower ball I think there, took pace off, and Miller is unable to time it. Santner's still running around like a newborn gazelle, and he stops that one at mid-off. 289 for 9. 8 balls remaining, 74 runs required. Even if it was 8 overs, you'd say, ooh, that's tough. But 8 balls.
Well, 23 for another personal milestone.
That's true. And you'd say, well done if he got there. O'Rourke in, bowls, pulled, fine, and it's another 4. Didn't get all of it, but got enough of it. And I say, this is not really good for O'Rourke. He's gone for 14 now in this over. And Miller's he's just said, you bastards couldn't stay with me. I'm just going to have a little bit of fun while you all sit in the dressing room and think about how you have let down the nation.
You put me at number 6.
Exactly. 81 off 60 balls, 8 4s, 3 6s. Final ball of the over. Final ball that O'Rourke will bowl today. They will take the single as this is pushed up to long on. 15 runs from the over. O'Rourke finishes with pretty unimpressive figures of 8 overs, none for 69. Santner just having a little chat with David Miller, saying, it doesn't matter, mate, you can do what you like, you've lost. I suspect Santner wasn't saying that because I think he's a more pleasant man than that, but there you go. Messi.
Stephen Kelk says, got to go. Shame to miss the exciting conclusion, but thank you all nonetheless for the coverage and the company. Thank you, Stephen. Clifford Bradbury said New Zealand had 2 centuries and 2 half-centuries in their innings. South Africa needed a couple up in their order to get centuries. Yeah, I think that's certainly true.
Well, it was just after we said Rassie van der Dussen would need 100 and we said he was well capable of getting it, that he played across one and got bowled. Jameson bowls the final over. It's a full toss, very wide. Miller throws the bat. It flies off said bat over backward point, and it's 4 more runs.
It's on.
It's
the
on.
Mark is on.
Just four.
So there are bookies out there who've taken bets on whether he'd get 100 or not, who are thinking, You bastards, New Zealand fans are giving him this.
How long ago we were just seeing if he could get to his 50? It seems like about 10 minutes ago. And he's now on 86. What on earth's going on?
Well, I think he got to 50 off 47, I think.
Smashes the next delivery, but drags it leg side, really, and Jameson gets a bit of a hand on it. So, although there would have been an easy single, Miller says no point. He's got 4 balls. He needs 14 for 100. And, well, the target is well out of reach. 363 is what they required, but they are probably going to get past 300. And then I suppose on paper it will look like a closer game, but it's been a kind of dead game for a while. He was trying to clip that on the onside. It's skewed off the outside edge. It's just evaded the leap, I think, of Bracewell. It was Williamson, was it? Who then chased it back, managed to pull it up just inside the rope. So they get back for 2. And with that, 30 kits are delivered to cricket clubs, underprivileged youngsters, one hopes. You don't want them to be underprivileged, but if it's going to anyone, we would hope it was going to the underprivileged. But there you go. Jameson, none for 45. He's taken some punishment, although he bowled a very good opening spell, I thought. Jameson in, bowls short, and I think he's done him in the air. If a pace bowler can do that, he's done him for pace, but it's still gone for 4. I mean, that was the most bizarre pull shot that really had no power, no timing, but somehow has found a space where there are no players. I mean, he's not even no control whatsoever. One hand comes off the bat, so he's played the pull shot with his top hand only almost. Somehow got it behind square where there is no one. He has 2 balls and he needs 8 runs for a memorable 100 in some respects. Short, smashed, and I think that's going to go. He's going to go to 98. Yes, he is. What a shot from Miller. This is the most bizarre ending to a game of cricket I've ever seen, because it's so ridiculous. It means so little except to David Miller. And talking about putting another 50 grand on his franchise fee, I think he's put another 100 grand on it now.
Yeah, stick another nought on that. And 50 partnership is up. Geedy's only faced 2 balls.
And he's only got 1 run.
He's enjoying it. He's really egging you on.
Here we go. This is fun. This has been fun. 98. He has 1 ball to get to 100. Can he do it? Jameson in. Oh, spoil sport. He bowls it wide. And Geedy has got to race back for the second. I think New Zealand are actually going to let him have it because they don't care. Why should they? It's an exceptional 100 from Miller, who then cradles his bat. Has his wife or partner just given birth? I don't know. Or maybe he considers his bat like his baby. 100 of 67 deliveries. I mean, maybe you say that New Zealand eased off towards the end there, and that allowed him to get that. But it's still a great innings, whatever you say. 100 of 67. He remains not out. They are not bowled out. But New Zealand are the team that goes through to the final. And as I said, Sunday morning, as we opened up at 8:50 a.m., that we were about to witness what would very possibly be repeated the following Sunday in the same venue. And that is how it has transpired, because New Zealand will go back looking for a revenge for their group stage defeat just a few days ago. And, well, you know, it could be a great final. It's going to be a low-scoring final, one would imagine, based on what we've seen. It's not going to be 360 versus 350. It's more likely to be 250 versus 210, something like that. But it will be fun.
Off to win Endo in the final, because whoever bats first seems to be calling the shots.
But well, no, I don't think that's right, because well, it certainly was true on Sunday. But in terms of results before that, weren't the 2 games that India had played there
But New Zealand won't want to chase again. I think that's my point. I think New Zealand would want to.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
It's a repeat. I'm just really referring to the fact that it's a repeat match, and to avoid the same outcome, they need to. They've done well today batting first. They want to take that into the final.
Yeah, but actually, of the 4 games that India have played there, they've chased and won 3 times, and they've batted first and won once. But yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't think India will actually mind either way. To be honest, I think perhaps that might be more in the minds of the New Zealanders. Rather than them. But there you go. Rickleton 17, he got off to a good start, didn't he? Shame that he got out to one that just seemed to stop a little bit. Bavuma 56, Van der Dussen 69. It was all going swimmingly at that point. Markram made 31. But when Klaassen went after Bavuma so closely and Van der Dussen, Mulder went for 8, Janssen for 3, Maharaj for a single. It was only really Rabada who stayed with Miller, and Ngidi, who stayed there for more than 50 runs despite only getting one of them, that allowed Miller to go through to a very fine 100. Henry 2 for 43, Jameson expensive, none for 57. O'Rourke very expensive, none for 69 off 8. Bracewell bowled well, 1 for 53 from his 10. Santner superb, 3 for 43 off 10. Ravindra pretty good, 1 for 20 off 5. And Phillips, well, 49 with the bat, and then a couple of wickets in 3 overs, 2 for 27 with the ball. But to be honest, the game was done then, I think. Although, when you see Miller play like that, you do think. That said, the pressure was off in a way, wasn't it? So would he have played in that vein if it had been a tighter game? I'm not sure. It's all speculation, isn't it, really?
Yeah, the first part of his innings was relatively sedate in the sense he didn't go out to take the strike and take control as he did when Ngidi and Rabada were there. At that stage, he took over. But so, one of the more inconsequential centuries, but good fun to watch. And it did liven up the last part of the game then.
Yeah, just looking up there, he got 73 of his runs from 38 balls between overs 41 and 50. I was going to say, he must have gone from 50 to 100 in, I don't know, no more than 20 balls, something like that.
46 balls he was on when he got his 50, so what was he at
21 balls, so he did it in 21 balls, he went from 50 to 121 balls. New Zealand had won by 50 runs. It's been great fun. It looked like it was going to be a tight finish, but New Zealand knew better. They are, I don't know what it is about New Zealand. I find it difficult to find superlative to describe them. We kind of felt when they lost that 2 test series in Sri Lanka, we kind of felt New Zealand just falling from the heights that they had already attained. But it's like as soon as we thought that, they turned everything around, went to India, won 3-0, and although they did lose to England in their test series, they won the final test, and here they are in the final of the Champions Trophy.
Apart from that defeat against India, that broke their unbeaten run, didn't it? It was in ODIs. Was it 9? I think.
9, was it really? Well, they've got back to winning ways today, and they will be hoping to start up another run with victory over India on Sunday. Messi, have we got any final messages from anyone?
Yeah, there's one here that I like from Mark Arnold. He says, it sounds like back garden cricket. The ball is lost in the hydrangeas. He says, I'm going to... He says, cheers, Gorillas. I'm off to find the ball in the hydrangeas until Sunday. Muttley says, thanks very much. A few thank yous in there. Kenneth Hughes as well. Thank you all very much for being with us and sticking right through to this the bitter end. Sunday it is. India versus New Zealand. I've got money on New Zealand to win at $8, so I'm quite happy about that too.
$8. What does that mean? Is that 8 to 1? Is that what that means?
It's 7 to 1 technically.
7 to 1.
For $1 placed, I get $8 back. So I've got $10 on them, and I will end up with $80 if they win.
Ooh, and you could do a GPL double on the day. That would be fun, wouldn't it? The Ball is Lost in the Hydrangeas sounds like a fantastic title for a cricket book. I'm off to write it now. It'll be in all good bookstores in about, knowing my pace, 5 years. Right. It's a big thank you to everyone who's been involved today. We've had Ajit, we've had Mog, we've had Nick, we've had the Bear, we've had Messers, we've had Dave. The Bear is here, he's just going to tidy up and do all the other stuff. Will has been with us as well, and me, Gorilla Hendo, until Sunday when it'll be India superpower versus New Zealand. On their way to being a superpower, I have to say. It is goodbye from all of us at Gorilla Cricket. Goodbye. Thank you.
Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a